we don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. You only make hapla. Stop. Yo, enough of them a chat, so see me now rise up in eruption. Sing it down, no interruption. Tarante on the jungle, bring the Afra to the area. One hand in the air, now scream it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. Two shots in the air, boom, boom, watch your ass. If I pull the trigger two, we only gonna get war. So find a different way, we gonna set that place for me say, oh, we only wanna make hapla, we don't wanna go war. We only wanna make hapla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war. So only make hapla, we don't wanna go. Yo, 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 yo. I de again. Ya la que me decía la artista que de viva hapla y matarante. Only make hapla, we don't wanna go war.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters That shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Knock on your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you. I never swipe left to right. I snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean.
Hello, you beautiful people on the internet, and welcome back to day 2 of Frontrow 2025. I'm so excited to see you all here, and the chat is buzzing. Let me know in the chat where you're tuning in from and what time. As I said yesterday, if you joined us at the start, we are, if you can't tell from my accent, we are from Australia, and it's currently 9 p.m. local time, and we're going to be streaming all through the night for you guys so you can get the best content on the internet that you cannot Google. We have a killer lineup today, and I'll share a bit more about that in just a few minutes. Hello, Florian. Hello, Dabri. Who else have we got? We've got Jane in the chat. Busy Brain. He's here. We've got people from Madrid, Paris, Norway, Nigeria, Kenya. Awesome. It's great to see day 2. Let me know who you're most excited to see as well. Who we got from Adelaide, Australia? Dabri, very nice. We'll see how long you can stay up with us. We're technically going to like 4 a.m. this morning, so it's going to be a bit of a grind, but we'll see how we go. From Cambodia, hey Christian, Carlos, Tariq, Lucy from the Philippines. It's great to see so many people in here once again. Like I mentioned, we have a killer lineup coming. Now, quickly, if you haven't met me, I'm Ryan Hayward. I'm going to be your host for the entire front row, so you'll get to see a fair bit of me. Yesterday, we did day 1 of front row, and we've got 2 days left. This is the start of day 2, and then tomorrow, obviously, being day 3. Over this week, we've got thousands of designers joining us from all around the globe, as you can see, from Turkey, so many different countries. And we have so much in store, from talks to workshops to giveaways. We've been giving away a ton of like merch and things like that. We've got hands-on tutorials. We've even got like a hybrid element where tomorrow we're actually running an in-person session in Melbourne, which you'll be able to join via a live streams recording of that. So we have so much going on this week with Front Row. Now, I want to take a second to look back at yesterday and what actually happened. So as you'll be able to see on screen here, we had a ton of really amazing talks to get us started with Front Row this year. First up, we had Alejandro, who gave a great presentation and actual workshop inside of Framer on how to build a interactive portfolio using things like 3D effects, spline animations, and that work was just like, mwah. It was like very beautiful. And then we had George join us in the studio as well, all the way from the USA, where he gave his presentation on good design is good business. Then we were met by the freelance master, Jamie Brindle, who gave us the playbook to charging what you're worth so you can get paid what you deserve. And then after that, we were joined by the Framer template team, so the Framer team themselves, where they actually reviewed some of your websites in real time and gave a ton of different feedback, as well as gave some advice on what it takes to actually be a successful website template creator. And then to wrap up day 1, we had Jesse Showalter, who gave his survival guide to being the modern freelancer. His talk was action-packed, and there was so many just actionable things that you could like take away from that. Now, if you do want to catch up on any of this content, because there is a lot there and the chances are you've probably missed something, you can head to frontrow.events/replay or scan the QR code that's on screen currently to catch up on any session at any time. Everything will be up will be recorded and uploaded there, and it will live there forever. So you can come back at any stage and relive any session. Now, let's take a look at what we've got in store for today. Again, we've got another really killer lineup. First up, we've got Sophie, who is a product designer from Atlassian, who's going to be talking about the power of the web and how to go from impossible to possible. She's got a really great framework, and I'm very excited for her talk, and she'll be up first in about 20 minutes or so. So I'm very excited for her presentation. I have seen a sneak peek of it, and I'm sure it will be great. Then following her, we have Nandy. Now, you may know him as Framer University. Inside the Framer space, he is the go-to guy. He's the one who will teach you how to create really cool animations and effects with zero code. So he'll be doing a workshop where you can follow along or just simply sit back and watch how he transforms a blank canvas into a bit of a masterpiece with lots of different animations and effects. Following that, I'm actually going to be giving a bit of a talk myself on the startup of design and giving you some actionables and some principles that you can take away to actually turn your craft into a business. After that, we have a great talk from Joseph, who's the Framer educator on the Framer team. And he's actually going to give me a presentation, not something specifically on, say, Framer, but actually how to like sell design assets, all from like different pricing strategies, whether it be lifetime subscriptions versus recurring subscriptions using different platforms. It's going to be super actionable. So if you really want to get into the weeds, today is your day to actually get hands-on. Following that, we have John D. Saunders, who is firstly just a fantastic presenter. I've known him for a few years, and he's like, again, just a super actionable guy who will give you a ton of value in a short amount of time around how to build SOPs for your agency with AI. So essentially, we're talking about there how to build great processes that scale with automation. And then lastly, you may or may not know him, but he is the ex-agency veteran, Mike Janda, who's going to be giving a great presentation on the business of web design. Now, if you know Mike, you know he loves his bobbleheads, so I'm sure we'll see a lot of them in his background. But he is a very experienced person, and I know for a fact that that conversation with him will be filled with absolute nuggets. Now, if you do want to win some awesome merch, we have a ton of things that we're giving away. And this is like obviously one of the benefits of being here live with us on YouTube is getting to interact with your favorite speakers and each other and asking your questions and getting real-time responses. But as a reward for you joining live, we want to make sure you guys can win some really cool stuff too. So we have some really great stickers we can give you. We have some hats, we have some shirts. We've got so much stuff we can give you. We're even going to be giving some AirPods away at some point as well. So there's a ton of stuff and a ton of opportunities. We're going to give away some Framer licenses, some licenses to some other products. So just as a thank you for you guys joining. Now, if you do want to have the chance to actually win some of these products and merchandise, all you need to do is use the hashtag Frontrow2025 on socials and tag us at insert frame. Again, that's just hashtag Frontrow2025. Usually X, Twitter, and Instagram are the best sort of places to kind of post that, and we'll be able to see that pretty easily. And as you can see from the social wall next to me, a ton of people have been doing it. Even if you just like grab your phone, take a selfie, share a quote from one of your favorite speakers or things that you have learned, all that stuff is really, really great. And at the end of the day, it shows this community that we're kind of building together. So yeah, that would be awesome. Now, I want to give a huge shout out to our event partners as well. So both Framer and Insert Frame. Framer, if you don't know, is the no-code website builder, kind of built for Generation Figma. It's kind of like auto layouts and it's all kind of drag and drop. And then Insert Frame, which is us, the kind of company putting this on. We build products and education for web designers. You can head to insertframe.io to check that out, or framer.com. Bunch of free goodies on both those platforms, that's for sure. If you want to join our Slack community, we actually have a dedicated Slack channel set up for this. So if you want to network and meet with other people in the space, or if you just want real-time updates on the content here so you never miss a session, Slack is probably the best place so you get those notifications. There'll be a link in the chat. I'll get someone from my team to pop something there. So feel free to jump on there too if you kind of want to stay up to date and even after hours, just engage with the community. And like I mentioned, if you do want to replay any session, we'll do these live and then they'll go up probably within a couple of hours after they've been recorded. So after they've been filmed, so you can just head to frontrow.events/replay if you want to catch up on any of that content. But yeah, it's great to see so many of you here. We've got someone from Sydney now. Hi, Chrissy. We've got, Nandy's coming up. He's going to be great. We've got from Ghana, Ukraine. Awesome. Hello. It's great to see everyone buzzing in the chat once again. Now, I think we should kick this off with a bit of a giveaway, right? So I really want to give away some hats and some t-shirts. So like I mentioned, using the hashtag Frontrow2025 will give you that. And my team has gone ahead and actually picked some winners for me already. So drum roll, please, while I load that up. Who's it going to be? And again, all you need to do is use the hashtag Frontrow2025. But the first two winners that we're going to give some stuff to is Noah at Noah Timur. I'm going to say that's right. And Alyssa at Coolier Dove 21030. Congratulations. We're going to send you some awesome merch because you've tuned into Front Row, and our team will contact you via socials to get that sorted. Now, if you've got any questions during the conference, feel free to chuck them in the chat. I've got a full team behind me that you cannot see that are very engaged and will be listening to everything you say. Now, one of the things I'll note is every session we do with Front Row here, there will be a chance for Q&A with speakers. There's almost always time. We design that on purpose. So anytime a speaker is presenting, make sure to ask your questions in the chat. Make it really clear that it's a question, put a question mark at the end. And that's our notes on our end to kind of collect that. And then I can ask that question to the speaker on your behalf. So make sure to ask any questions for the speakers. And yeah, that should be fine. We've got people from Berlin, Belgium. I just love seeing where you guys are tuning in from. Let me know what time it is where you're tuning in from as well. I'm sure over in Europe, it's probably early mid-morning now. Probably US is they're probably still asleep. And yeah, I'm getting pretty tired myself, but we've got a big night ahead, so we'll have to keep on pushing. So up next, we have Sophie, who is an award-winning designer, mentor, and community builder. She does a bunch of different stuff, and she's a really great product designer at Atlassian. She's going to be up next in about 5 minutes time. So we'll be back very, very soon. But again, keep that chat going, and we'll be back with even more content at Front Row 2025.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Knock on your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers. With you I never swipe left or right. Snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers. With you I never swipe left or right. Snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean.
Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I just want to take 30 seconds to tell you a little bit more about Framer. Now, whether you've used Framer or not, I am a huge fan of what they're doing. In fact, I built a company called Insert Frame off the back of Framer, building products and education specifically for that platform. What I love about it in particular is it turns designers into developers and marketers into publishers. And I've seen some amazing companies from small to large migrate over to Framer, and it just unlocks so many new use cases for them. As you can tell, I'm a very big advocate for Framer. Obviously they're sponsoring the conference, so huge shout out for them for supporting us. But even if they weren't, I would be the one telling you to jump on framer.com and check it out for free. It literally is the website builder for Generation Figma. But that's enough from me. Let's get back to the content. Let me guess, you love free merch. Well, I love free merch too. We've got things like stickers, hats, hoodies, shirts, so many free things that we want to give away for free. And all you have to do is use the hashtag Frontrow2025, add a comment or share a photo of where you're watching from, and you'll be entered into the entry to win some amazing goodies throughout the conference. Or tag us on X or Instagram at InsertFrame for an extra chance to win some amazing goodies. Everyone, and just like that, we are back with Frontrow 2025. Now, I'm very excited to get into our first presentation, but just before we do, a quick reminder, if you use the hashtag Frontrow 2025 on socials and tag us at Insert Frame, you'll get entered into the chance to win some awesome merch. So keep it pumping. I love seeing the feed, and I actually just love people just like taking selfies and photos and showing where they're tuning in from, whether it be their TV, their laptop, or even their phone. But up next for our first presentation, we have Sophie Matrai, who is an award-winning designer, mentor, and community builder with over 5 years of experience, currently working in product design at Atlassian. Sophie is also a mentor at ADP List, mentoring more than 170 students worldwide. Welcome, Sophie, to Frontrow. How are you going?
Hello, guys. It's very nice to see you all. Thank you for inviting me along for this conference. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, I'm super excited. And I actually got a preview of your presentation last week in Sydney when we were doing a meetup together. So I'm very excited for the rest of the world to kind of see it, but I'm going to leave it over to you. And then quick reminder to everyone, if you got any questions for Sophie or her presentation, just write a question in the chat so my team can collect that and ask Sophie later on in this session. So Sophie, over to you.
Thank you, Ryan. Hello, everybody. My name is Sophie Matrai. I am a product designer working at Atlassian. Today in this keynote, I will share my personal stories of overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges, obstacles, and then offer you a framework which you can take away to break through your own challenges from impossible to unstoppable. Now, if you're comfortable with that, you don't have to, but if you are, please close your eyes. You just received an email from the founder of your company. He's asking you to design a landing page to increase the customer sign-up rate to your product by 40%. You have 1 week to design it, to test it with users, validate your assumptions, and then hand the final designs over to your developers. Your heart races. You don't even know where to start. What if it doesn't work? This isn't just about making it look good, but it's about understanding your user needs removing friction and designing with purpose. Now you can open your eyes. Have you ever worked on a project where the solution seemed impossible to design? You've had tight deadlines, you've had conflicting feedback, lack of resources, blank canvases, lack of knowledge. What did it feel like? Now, challenges in design and life are surprisingly similar, but it's just all about how you choose to face it. The difference between success and failure isn't just about talent. It's about strategy. It's about thinking out of the box. It's about setting milestones and achieving your goals. My name is Sophie. I am a Hungarian and Australian designer. Originally, I lived in Hungary for 19 years. I studied design there, and then I moved to Australia. I landed in Sydney and continued on my fashion design career. So I am a fashion designer, and later on I transitioned into product design. I'm also a mental health and STEMmer advocate, which you will learn very soon. I'm also an artist. I love creating all different types of artworks outside of working hours. And I'm also a proud mom of a young little daughter called Layla. I didn't have it easy throughout my life and the design career, but I always had a way to solve my challenges that I faced. And today, I'm going to teach you share three personal stories of how I overcame challenges and achieved these seemingly impossible goals. First of all, when I moved to Australia with $500 and no flight return ticket. Secondly, I'll share with you how I've made the career change from fashion design to product design, having $60,000 debts on my account. And lastly, I'll share with you how I learned to speak. Back in Hungary, I didn't really have an easy life, and I literally had a quite rough upbringing. So I decided to leave home at the age of 19 to fly to abroad for the first time ever with $500 cash and no return ticket because I didn't have money for that, and no English, and not much plan because, yeah, I had no plan. I was like, I'm not sure how I'm going to make it work, but I knew I have to make it work. So I had hope inside that kept me driving forward. I landed in Sydney. I remember for the first time when I saw Sydney from above, I was like tearing up. I traveled around Sydney for some time, joined to different groups, joined to church to learn English. I lived in the middle of Sydney, in Concord West, where you can see that on the map. And for some time, I was struggling financially. I started off with cleaning jobs, and I moved out, but I was struggling so much that I even owned the bed from the street for 4 years up until I could afford to buy one. In my free time, I was using art to express my suppressed emotions through all the different challenges that I went through in my life. And as I was reflecting back on this move, it was like starting a new project, completely fresh, like that landing page, where you have no idea what are you going to put on that page. It has no content, You don't have maybe a design system components to quickly pull out from. You have to start over. I had great fear of starting fresh in a new country. I had many unknowns, language, people. I had language barriers, which you may have as well. You might be living in a country which you are not very familiar with, or with the language. I had to find my way out or around. And I had massive self-doubt, but I knew I have to make it work, so I kept going. I always had to put my best foot forward. Every time when I faced a challenge, I told to myself, what doesn't kill me will make me only stronger. I always stood up and constantly stretched outside of my comfort zone to survive, because that's something that many of us have to do when we move to overseas, because there is only us whom we could rely on. So I did everything that I could to achieve my goals, to always figure out a way to find that solution. I had a first rough 8 years, but then I was able to find a way out and make it work. Next, I learned to listen and trust to my inner voice through career change, from fashion design to product design, from creating two-dimensional sketches, turning them into three-dimensional pieces, showing them at runway, and then going back to 2D to work on the computer. I studied fashion design for 8 years, first back in Hungary, then in Australia. I was very lucky. I was a selected student to showcase at the Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week in Australia. I was well known for always pushing my boundaries, always experimenting with techniques such as 3D printing, laser cut, and for my final graduate piece collection, I truly could express all those suppressed emotions that I had throughout my life. I loved it. I became one of the top students. I got into Vogue. I got into multiple museums across Sydney. I won multiple awards. And I got into a very high-end company in Sydney, a fashion label, where I was even lucky to be able to produce a Hungarian folklore collection using my grandma's and mom's embroideries and incorporated them into my illustrations. At the same time, I turned my crazy out there couture fashion label into a bohemian bridal label, which I was quite successful with at the beginning. I even got to showcase in the newspaper. And for some time, for a short while, I was truly happy. Or at least I thought. I achieved all I wanted without any help, without any family. I got to the top. I was sort of thriving, but something was missing. I felt completely lost. I realized that I never truly looked at my own values of what I really wanted to achieve in life. And if that job, that career was really supporting me along the way to be able to achieve it. I felt I was only using my talent, one part of my brain, but then not the other, the analytical side of my brain. I also felt confused. I was contributing to the environmental pollution, every single day, even though that I loved what I was doing, designing and earning money with it. I fell into depression. My pay was not able to cover even the basic utility bills. And I was not earning the minimum so that I could start paying back the $60,000 uni debt. And I felt I was not valued at work. I was not treated the way how I thought I deserved it. So I decided to reflect on my base values. And I took an action to make a career change. To make that career pivot, such as a designer would, such as you would, when you have a great idea for that amazing website, one of the pages, and then you realize that this developer just told me that there is this better idea. Like, what about if you're going to use carousel instead of another type of component? Because that would actually help to achieve what the customer wants. And then you need to make that pivot because there's a better design solution exists. I had to empathize with my own values, such as a designer would with their user needs when they have to redesign the journey. So I made a career pivot and find a career and environment I wish to thrive in. I went and studied UX UI design at the same time as I had my full-time job. And luckily, I got into a software company. The reason why I'm telling you this story is that what doesn't align with your values will never get to your end goal. So think about it, where you want to get in life and how everything is supporting you to get there. The question is really, what do you really want? Where do you want to be? And what are you going to do to get there? To trust yourself. I'd like to inspire you to embrace redesign, even when it's daunting, and reflect on your own goals as a designer. What keeps you motivated? What brings you joy? Is there an opportunity for you to change for the better? Are you in the team where you are fully satisfied? Are you happy with where you are? What's lacking? What is missing? What can you do to change that? So, as I've said, I made a career pivot, and within 2 years, I was able to earn 3 times more with my full-time salary, and finally able to pay my uni debt off. But most importantly, I find happiness through product design, solving real user experiences through digital experiences. Now, reflecting on what I wanted was just one piece of a puzzle. Now I was forced to face my lifelong challenge, from stuttering to speak. Lastly, I'd like to bring you a story of personal difficulty. Having a disability as a designer that you cannot control. You either build imposter syndrome and eventually quit, or you use it to adapt to it, to gain strength from it, and eventually thrive. I always stuttered in my whole life. I was never able to say my name. I was not able to say that I'm a UX UI designer. I always said that I'm a graphic designer, designing websites and like working with users, but I wasn't able to explain it. Every time I went to a restaurant, I had to point out to the menu, asking what I wanted, because I was not able to ask without pointing to things. Once I failed in class because the teacher asked me, Sophie, please stand up, and he asked me to talk about that specific topic in front of the class, and I was just standing there. No words came out for minutes. And then he asked me to sit down, and he said that I failed. I never was able to say where I lived, the suburbs, and etc. Have you ever had that in stakeholder meetings? When you wanted to speak up, back up your design decisions, explain your design rationale, but you were just sitting there because you had that little voice doubting you that you are not good enough, and you might not be experienced enough, and they might gonna think that you are not suitable for this role because you are not communicating the right way. I felt like being a failure in life, not being able to do the basic things. I had great anxiety. I didn't go to design meetups, even though like I was sort of trying to, but I didn't go to enough. I tried to hide. I feared to get into UX design because I knew that I have to speak to users and test these products and interview them about their pains and needs, and like understand the opportunities. At the end of the day, I didn't want anybody to doubt me, so I hid. Does it sound familiar when you have that little annoying character sitting on your shoulder or in your ear and saying that, hey, there is no point of trying, you will never be good enough, so you rather choose to hide and not speak up? In life and in design, if you are stuck, regardless what you want to achieve, what you are not changing is what you are choosing. So you would rather have to think about how to move forward from here. Having been stuck long enough, I decided to take an action to work on my soul and then on my speech. Now on the soul side, I started to meditate, doing yoga, reading books, going to holistic healing sessions. And through holistic healing sessions, I've learned the power of the mind. The mindset that we are holding on to, it will have a great impact in our actions, on our body, mind, and spirit. What you believe is what you're going to create. Now, this holistic healer or therapist asked me to pull out a pendulum from a box like that. And this person asked me to move it with my mind to the left and right. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, where did I come? And I'm paying a lot of money for it. So I was like, okay, I'll try my best. So I held it up, and then I tried to imagine that, okay, this is going to move. So this actually started to move. And this person asked me to stop it. Then move it front and back, front and back. And I was shocked. I never knew that I can actually create things, move things, influence things with my own mind without moving my body. Now, there is great power in tackling personal challenges. Being raw and vulnerable holds great power to your growth. Even though I was afraid of speaking, I did a 4 days intensive course to learn how to speak. I know, it was hard. I've learned the psychological and the physical aspects of stuttering, what creates it, such as anxiety, panic, self-doubt, low confidence. And I was able to learn how to move forward from here. Straight after all these different changes, improvements in my life, I went to sign up to become a design mentor on ADP list. I spent 170 hours plus till today in 27 countries teaching designers about interview tips, reviewing case studies, portfolios, websites. And I became the top mentor in 2021. I also founded a non-for-profit Hungarian community to create a safe space for Hungarian stutterers to gain confidence, to learn how to speak, to help them express their feelings and help them communicate better. You would never know the moment of joy when I was able to finally say my name. Just basic achievement for someone, but for me it was massive. And also ordered the right kilogram of chicken in the store. Now, jokes aside, it was just life-changing. With iteration and feedback, such as really iterating on different designs and refining a rough prototype or wireframes into a polished user interface, I was able to turn this rough draft of myself into a confident presenter. Now, when you get faced with a major challenge in life or at work, always climb. It might seem impossible at first glance that when you've got this website redesign or this short deadline when you have to produce something, but there's always a way, if you're going to zoom out, how you can get to the top, how you can get to your goal and then reach that. First, commit to change. Then leap out of your comfort zone. Identify a role, make yourself vulnerable, and then be relentless. First, commit to change. Start by committing to and embracing change, then making the decision to move forward. Take this as a new project scope for that new redesign which you have to do, or that landing page which the founder of your company just asked you to design. Without a clear decision, nothing moves forward, nothing starts. So you must commit to it, not to have the self-doubt. Just do it. Such as when you've got the landing page or any different type of projects requests from your client, and you just get stuck, you just get like brain freeze. But there are all these different type of sites, like such as Dribble, Pinterest, Site Inspire, Behance, Awards, where you can find inspiration to see how other people tackled similar sort of challenges or designed those type of things, those type of websites which you now have to design. There is this awards page, and Awards is a organization that hosts web design competitors, competitions, and different conferences across Europe and the US. And they've got award-winning websites presented on their website, which is really awesome. And each of them gets scored. So it's really great to browse and see what's out there and to get that inspiration and the motivation to just start a project. Then leap out of your comfort zone. Put yourself out there and take that bold first step. This is like when you have a new design tool, or when you have a very risky idea, but you are really confident with it, and then you decide to experiment on those ideas. So if you have a risky idea, but you're confident in it, why don't you just test it with a small cohort of users? Do a lean, quick test to see if you can validate your assumptions, if that's something that will provide value to your users, and if it will help to solve those problems that you need to solve for. Identify your role. Own your part in the journey and take responsibility for your success. Reflect on where you are and strategically build a plan to reach that goal. In design, we always ask, what are the user needs? Now, here you are the user. What do you need to thrive? Do you lack in skill that blocks you? Then set milestones and see, how can you get there to build a skill? If you're a designer, there's, for example, ADP List that I mentioned, which is a free international mentoring website where you can get help for free from experienced designers out there working for big companies. Do you have a new project where you have to build a website like on WordPress or Squarespace or Framer, which you don't even know how to use? Why don't you just go on their website, say, what is this about? How could I get the glance of it? And try it out for free if there is an option. Check out YouTube videos, whatever you need to. Just practice the skill. And over time, you will get better. Make yourself vulnerable. Open up to growth by allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Understand the gaps that you have in the skill and knowledge, and then build on those. Collaborate with others. Find those peers who you have at the company who are more experienced than you in that specific area and collaborate with them. Like I, for example, every time when I joined a company and if there is a new skill that I need to pick up, like data analytics or prototyping skills or whatever it may be, I always reach out to a person who is experienced in that skill. And then I ask them if, hey, could I please get some mentorship sessions from you, as I really want to get better at this. And they're always willing to help me. So I highly recommend you that. Atlassian has a value which says impossible alone, but possible together. And that's really true. Sometimes it takes a teamwork to make things happen. Collaborate with others, such as here when you would send out your wireframes, your design ideas, not just to users, but to your peers, to your design colleagues or to mentors out there. Try to get as much feedback as you can, and then collect them, synthesize them, and then iterate on your design as it's needed. Lastly, be relentless. Persevere through challenges with unwavering determination while you keep yourself accountable. Here is a reference from Jeff Payton. He is an amazing product leader out there. I highly recommend his course. We got paid for that through my previous work. And what this is about is that you have your design life cycle through discovery, development, delivery. But what you can do in between is to constantly learn, where you have opportunities, ideas, problems to solve, where you constantly try to iterate on your design ideas, refining them, pivoting, killing the ones that don't have much evidence and where there's not much user value, which are too of a high risk with the problem not being solved properly, but then also continually discovering in terms of understanding what the user needs right now, as well as what other market trends are out there for the market which your company is in. Release what you produce, measure it. This is really important because we want to create long-term behavior change and not just short-term producing outputs. We want to produce outcomes, and then always learn, iterate and learn. Back then, I moved to Australia as a foreign immigrant, coming with a stutter, with not much English. And then over time, I transitioned into a confident public speaker, a presenter, moving to a different field where I was able to earn more and pay off my uni debt. And now I mentor others, as well as working for the company where I once dreamed of joining. If you believe it, you can create it. If I was able to, anyone can overcome their challenges. It's all about the mindset that you have to change. So I'd like to take you today 2 takeaways. The CLIMB framework, where you can refine your early wireframes into a much more polished interface to make it something more impactful and meaningful. And secondly, iterate in life and design. Just like a site evolves with testing and feedback, your personal and professional growth needs continuous updates. You have the tools. You have the courage. Are you ready to climb? So I'd like you to do 2 quick workshop exercises with me. First, get a paper and a pen, or just your phone. Get your notes out. Yes, please do that. And reflect. What was a significant challenge that you faced as a designer before? A new website, getting a new tool, learning a new tool, moving to a smaller agency or to a bigger software company and not knowing that atmosphere. And what steps did you take to overcome those challenges? So just think about it for a moment. And now I'd like you to reflect on a current challenge that you have. What is your current challenge that you're facing? And what is holding you back from tackling it? What is that one thing that is blocking you, that is in your control? So we are thinking about not something that is outside of your control because you can't change it, right? You might be able to influence it, but think about what is in your control right now. That one thing that you can focus to unblock yourself and move forward. Try to use the CLIMB framework to reflect on these challenges. Thank you so much, everybody. Hope you really enjoyed this session. If you want to reach me, I'm on LinkedIn, and I'm also mentoring on ADP List as a design mentor. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Sophie, so much for that. That was a great presentation. There's a ton of questions coming in already, so I want to make sure that we have time to answer all of them. And a quick reminder to everyone, we're going to do some Q&A now with Sophie. So any questions at all, make sure to put them in the chat so I can ask her now. But I have to ask you, so you've had a couple of different careers, right? Was there like a pivotal moment that you can kind of like think back of when you kind of switched to design that you went, you know what? Like, I'm happy here. Like, this is the place I'm meant to be.
Yeah, sure. So there are 4 factors to finding your purpose in your life and in your career. One of them is that what you do, where you can find happiness, that has to tick off your skills. So you have to be good at what you are doing. You would have to be interested in what you are doing and keep being motivated, interested, and learning. The third thing is that you have to earn enough money to be able to pay your basic bills. So that career needs to be good so that you are safe financially. And then the fourth thing is that what you do, it's good, or it would be important if the world actually needs it, and if you are solving for something important out there. So these 4 factors were important to me. And in fashion design, I was really good at this. I was interested in it. However, I was not getting paid for it. And I was just only producing environmental pollution. So the world didn't need that profession that I was doing. And after doing a lot of research, looking at graphic design, interior architecture, all those, and then eventually UX, UI, and product design, I realized that product design actually ticked off all my boxes. I was eventually good at this. I was able to transfer my skills, have transferable skills. I was very interested in it. I was able to use my brain, not just my skills. The world needed it because I can solve true problems. And I was able to pay for my bills.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's almost like the, I just Googled it because it's almost like the Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? You've got like the pyramid. And at the bottom, you need your psychological needs, so your food, your water, your warmth, and your rest. And then you need an extra level, which is your safety needs, and you need to feel secure and safe. And then you go into belongingness and love needs, so having relationships and friends and partners. And then it's esteem needs, so prestige and having a feeling of accomplishment. And then lastly, self-actualization, so achieving one's full potential. And I think that's the journey that you went on. I think from this presentation we've been able to see that. So yeah, got a ton of questions coming through, so let's get through them. Slava asks, where did you study product design?
Okay, so I was working in fashion design full-time, and I had limited time to upskill myself to dive into this new industry. I went to Academy XI, which is a school in Sydney, and I believe that they have online courses too, which you can join to, maybe globally as well, but I'm not 100% sure. There is another school here called General Assembly. Yeah, General Assembly, where you can also join to, and they've got also UX UI courses, so you can also take them. And funny thing is, I studied fashion design for 8 years, and I studied UX design for 10 weeks, only on Saturdays. And then I learned from YouTube, from learnux.io, which is another great website where you can learn a lot of things for free about UX and UI design. And I was able to just build my first case studies from there and transition into the new career.
What do you think like the value is compared to, say, structured learning, like a program or a university, compared to like a bit more free-form learning, where it's like you kind of go out and you kind of do it yourself, whether it be YouTube or just creating designs for fun or whatever it is? Like, what do you think the stronger option is for someone who does want to change careers or get into the industry?
It's a really good question. And I think it has a subjective opinion throughout the industry, but my opinion is that you don't need a degree to get a job. You can literally just take a course online, learn from YouTubers, and download the software that you need, get that free account, and just practice. It takes only practice, and listening to experienced designers. Something that really helped me is to look at people who would be building wireframes and prototypes on YouTube and then copying them exactly the same way. Or looking at Behance images or Pinterest images and then try to build that exactly the same thing through Figma. So I don't think that someone has to take a structured learning or a formal learning through a university. I'm aware that there are some university courses out there, and it's great. The pros and cons are that if you don't go to a school, then you are not going to learn how to work in a team, which is necessary. It's key to your success on the long term. And the pro thing with unstructured learning through YouTube videos and stuff, that you can just do it in your own free time and then create this list of items that you want to go through and just tick them off your boxes. And it's for free or for a low amount of money. Now, there are also online courses which you can take. I highly recommend those. I love sometimes taking on courses for a few weeks, learn with some other people, but then being able to have a teacher who I can just reach out to and ask a question. That was something that I wanted to have when I studied UX, because I felt that when I was just studying on my own, like I was not learning everything and I was not able to check back on my knowledge and what I was doing was right. So for me, the 10 weeks course was fantastic. Like, I didn't have much money, obviously, being able to pay for a big course, but that was just good enough, which helped me to make that transition and then build the first case study properly and learn the basics.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Devin asks, how do you use your skills in fashion design to transform into UI, UX and product?
Well, I'm wondering if you guys have any fashion designers out there who are maybe
there might be one or two, maybe some self-acclaimed ones.
Yeah, that's right. Well, no matter what design career you are coming from or what profession you are transitioning into product design, there's always a principle or a skill that you can transfer over or which you can highlight on your resume that can make you stand out. So in fashion design, I was able to bring over some of the design principles using the like space, white space, the colors, like I've had the basic color theory, using layouts the right way, working in teams. I was also doing presentation. I was starting off from mood boards. So yeah, I was able to bring in some transferable skills, mainly visual design skills.
Yeah, great. Awesome. Alyssa asks, what advice do you have for those who want to build confidence as a public speaker? How should they go about it?
Well, at the same time, do you want me to stop my presentation so then others can see my face a bit better?
They can see your face.
So let's see. Yeah, so being able to confidently present is about trying to close off all the different external factors around you and just concentrate on what you have to say, like what's the single message that you want to get across, and concentrate on getting that message across. There are some specific techniques which people can take, like psychological techniques, managing anxiety, engaging with the room, trying to influence how they react to what you are saying. And then there are all the different physical aspects of things. So there are some techniques which you can do to release that stress on your shoulders. So what you can do is to, for example, before presentations or interviews, hold up your hand up and then try to straighten your back. Try to do some breathing techniques, breathwork techniques. Then you can use gestures to better tell your story and get those words out. You can move around in the room, which will help you to release those stress hormones and just create a bit of a safer, more engaging space. Eye contact is really important to maintain that with your audience during interviews as well. And lastly, that you can take to become a much more confident presenter is to speak slower and take more pauses. That's really important. So if you check out TED Talks, you will notice how those presenters are speaking. And when you take more pauses and speak more slower, people can actually process what you are saying. So there are all these different techniques here which people can make to become a much more confident speaker.
Yeah, for sure. Another one that was recommended to me once is that when you speak, you can obviously tell a story through the words that you're saying, but also the tone and pace that you're saying those stories as well. So for example, I can talk really fast and really loud and then really slow and really soft. And I think like your presentation was a great example of like what is great public speaking, because you use those tones and those breaks and those gaps to tell a really authentic story, and that just comes through in terms of not only your storytelling but your presentation and public speaking as well. 2 more questions before we wrap up. So Jane asks, what advice would you give designers who feel stuck in their career? They feel like they're in a bit of a rut and they feel like they're afraid of actually taking that risk to go do something different. Like, how do you kind of like, what actionable tips could you give to like overcome that fear?
On the other side of fear, there are always much better possibilities and like opportunities for all of us. So it's the same thing with career changes. I know it can be daunting and scary to make a career change or change from one team to the other or from one company to the other. But regardless of the environment, you have to think about what's in your control. What can you change inside your mind to be able to make that pivot? What sort of mindset and manifestation you would have to just make that change, and as well as what sort of skills or what sort of steps you have to make to be able to achieve that next step. So what I usually do is when I have a big change that I have to face is that first I understand where I am, what is the goal, what's missing in between, what do I need to be able to get there, and I'm always very strategic. So I set milestones for myself, like different goals, achievable goals, and I track my time around like how far am I from there, and then what do I need to do, and then how long it's gonna take for me. And I just try to have a very positive mindset that, yeah, I can do this. If I need to reach out to people, I will reach out on LinkedIn. If I need to go to design meetups, and if I'm very nervous and introverted, that's what I do. I try to always do the opposite. If I'm introverted, I try to get out of my comfort zone, and I go to design meetings, meetups, and I try to network, build those relationships, and then eventually make that career pivot. Now, if you are zoomed in, you can see that you are really stuck. But then if you zoom out, you can actually see that you've been on the right track. You are going up, even though that you had some ups and downs. And then see where that next thing would take you. If that's going to take you to a higher, much better place, then you really need to make that step. So don't try to hold yourself back, but just be very conscious about these decisions.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sophie, thank you so much for joining us for Front Row this year. We'll make sure to include Sophie's social handles and LinkedIn in the chat, so keep an eye out for that one. But again, Sophie, thank you very much for joining us and for an amazing presentation. So up next, we have Nandy from Framer University, who's going to be giving a hands-on workshop and on how you can turn an empty canvas into a animated mastery using Framer. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes with even more content at Frontrow 2025.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Knock in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives. Staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean.
Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Man, you used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Knock in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient,
but sons and daughters. That shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy.
Hey everyone, Ryan here. I'm just disrupting your break from the conference to tell you a little bit about our company, Insert Frame. We're building the Framerverse, otherwise known as an ecosystem of products and education for Framer. As you can probably tell, we're a huge advocate for Framer, and we've really built a company off the back of, well, Framer. So we have some courses, we have some really cool plugins, some which are free, some which are paid, and if you are interested in it, check out insertframe.io. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. If you want to share the love, make sure to use the hashtag Frontrow2025. You'll be entered into the chance to win some awesome goodies, whether it be some stickers, hoodies, or caps, and you might even see yourself featured on the official live stream. But for now, let's get back to the show. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. We just had an amazing first session with Sophie, and now we're going to have an interactive workshop with Nandy from Framer University. Now, just before we get into that, again, quick recap on some housekeeping stuff. So any questions you have for any speaker at any time, make sure to put it in the chat during the presentation so I can actually ask that on your behalf. And again, huge shout out to our sponsors, both Framer and Insert Frame, for making this possible. Without their support, this stuff just would not be possible. But let's waste no time getting to our next speaker presentation. And I'm going to welcome Nandy, who is the founder of Framer University. Maybe you've heard of him, where he helps designers and developers master Framer. He is a super passionate guy and super passionate about teaching a deep understanding of Framer. He's got a platform offering over 64 practical video lessons and more than 180 copy and paste resources at framer.university. He is the #1 creator, and he just won a Framer award as well, so I actually get to properly congratulate him now. But Nandy, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much. Thanks for all the kind words. Actually, just I was surprised when you told the number of remixes and the tutorials. I don't know where you get the numbers from, but yeah, because of I'm like creating these resources every single day, and also the tutorials, these numbers have actually gone up quite a bit since then. But yeah, thank you so much for having me here. Basically, today I'm going to show you guys a quick little tutorial on how to create a specific effect. However, before we go into seeing what effect we are going to recreate, I just want to let you know that you're going to be able to follow along with me if you remix the starter project. So if you go to frameworkuni.link/frontrow, you're going to get the starter project, and you can start following along with me. Hopefully, the team will also put it in the chat so you can just click it. So as long as you are remixing, I'm going to show you what the recreation will be about. So if you go to, what is this, yard.me website, you're going to see this really cool effect as we hover over these text layers. And I thought that maybe this could look really nice on a portfolio site. So I guess many of you guys have portfolios. So yeah, hopefully this can look great on your site as well. So as you can see, essentially the effect is about these links or these text layers that you can hover over. They have this amazing like text animation as it's like moving to the top and bottom. And also when we hover over these, we have a specific image for each of the hover, which is kind of like following my cursor, which also looks really great. And it's also like switching to different images in an animated way when I'm hovering over new items. So I just remembered I have to start my stopwatch so I know how much time I have left. Great. So first of all, basically, it's going to have 3 sections, this little tutorial. Hopefully, we're going to get to all of those sections. First of all, we're going to just recreate the text component. So we have a text here that has this hover effect when we hover over it. That's going to be the first part. Then we're going to do the custom cursor so that when we hover over these components, we not only see the hover effect on the text itself, but also we have this custom cursor on the right side of our cursor, which shows different images for each of these items. And then at the end, hopefully we're going to have time for that as well, we are going to create this little image cursor that follows, we're going to make it responsive for mobile. But yeah, I'm not sure if we will have time for that. I'll make sure to make it like really like slow paced, the tutorial, so you can also follow along with me. So yeah, let's get started. Hopefully by this time you have this remixed, framework.link/frontrow again. And if you remixed this project, you're going to go to the pages on the left panel and click the starter page. Here you're going to find the images that we're going to use, and yeah, just a blank like canvas that you can start building on. I'm going to go to the tutorial page because this is where I'm working on, and yeah, let's get started. So the first thing, as I said, we're going to create the text hover. Basically, we can just press T on our keyboard to pull up the text tool, and we can just click on the canvas and write something. So I'm going to just write something here. I'm going to see what they have here. Maybe I can also just copy this, hopefully, and paste it in here. Yes, I can do that. Really nice. And then I'll just make sure that we have a little bit larger text. So as you can see right now, as I pasted this in, it got this little text style. I'll remove that on the right panel. And then I'm going to make it bigger. The size will be 60. The color will be white. And then the weight is medium. That's great. For these larger texts, I like decreasing the letter spacing, so they are a little bit smaller in width, like this. And then as you can see, we have this text layer, and the bounding box of the text layer is a little bit larger than the text itself. What I want to do here is I want to make sure that the bounding box is almost just like the text, so the width is almost equal. The way I can do that is by adjusting the line height here. So I'm going to just drop it, and you can see that how the bounding box is starting to decrease in height. So I think 0.8 looks really nice. So yeah, that's great. Actually, one extra thing I want to do here is I'm going to launch Keystroke Pro. So you're going to see all of my shortcuts. Probably that's going to also help you. So we have the text layer here. So what we can do now is we can make another text layer. So I'm going to just select it and press Command and D on my keyboard. This way I can duplicate it. And what we will need is we will need to group these two text layers together so that we can turn them into a component and create this hover effect for them. So I'm going to select both of these, press Option, Command, and Enter on my keyboard. What this does is it wraps these two elements in a stack. So now on the left panel, you can see that we have both of these text layers, and they are wrapped in this beautiful stack. We can also rename this to text. And yeah, now it's really nice. What we can do here is we can adjust the gap between these items in the stack with this little handle. I'm going to actually have 0, or maybe a little bit larger. I don't know what I used, maybe 10 or 4. Yeah, something like this. We don't need too much space between these two items. And then what else we need as well is setting the width to fit content instead of fill, because now you can see that this stack is actually filling up the available space here. And what I would want to do is I want to make sure is that the stack is just fitting the content within, which are these text layers. So I'm going to select the text and then, or the text stack, and set the width to fit content so it nicely fits the content within now. Great. So let me see how this animation plays out. Okay. So what we need to do here is we need to set the height of the stack to fixed so that we can make it a little bit smaller. And now you can see that some of the parts of these two text layers are cutting off. This is exactly what we want to do. However, we need to do a small adjustment, because when I adjust the height, what I want to do is I want to see the first text layer only and not like half of both text layers. So to achieve that, what I have to do is I have to adjust the layout properties of the text stack. So if I select the text stack and go to the right panel, I can change the distribute to start. Now it's pretty good. It starts at the top, and now we have the first text here on the top, and below that we have the other text layer that we cannot actually see, but we're going to animate it in nicely. So this text stack will actually be 48 for the height, so that we only see this first text layer here. And I think at this point we can simply turn this into a component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the text, right click here, and create a component. Now we are here within the component canvas, and we have the primary variant here on the screen. We can rename this to default, because this will be the default state of the text layer, as you can see. And let's see what else we need to create, what different variants. So if you hover over this, you can see that we have a hover variant where the text layer from the bottom comes in, and it also changes the colors on these other text layers. So you probably also need a third variant, which has a little bit of a grayer color, or darker color, let's say. And so default will be clicked, and I'm going to just drag it by holding down Option on my keyboard to duplicate it. And I'm going to name this gray. And let me just see what color I used here. 10, okay. So to make it a little bit grayer, I'll just set the color on this first text layer to 10. You'll also have the same color styles in your project if you remixed the starter project. So now we have the gray. To create the hover, we just duplicate the gray again by holding down Alt on our keyboard, or sorry, Option, Alt on Windows, and then dragging it to duplicate it. We're gonna name this hover. And then what I'm gonna do to make sure that this text layer moves to the top is I'm going to just simply change the distribute here to end. So now you can see the first text layer moved to the top, and the text layer that was on the bottom came into the view. Really nice. So I think that's it. That's all I have to do on the hover. And now if you'll be switching between these variants, it will be nicely animating. We could also add the interactions here within this component. I can actually show you how it looks here, but actually we're not going to create the final interactions here, but on a larger component. But let me just show you how it looks. If I connect the default to the hover on mouse enter, it looks something like this. Pretty good. So let me remove the interaction here on the top right. And I think that's it. That's all I need within this component. Of course, we'll notice a little issue here. If we start duplicating these text layers or text components with Command and D, you're going to notice that we cannot really change the text that is written on these components. So we'll have to create component variables to be able to change the text layer here on the right panel with a little property. So I'm going to double click back into the component and then make sure that both of these text layers, so on the primary, you can see it here on the left layers panel, I'm going to select both of the text layers and they have this content property, which is if changed, changes the text that is written. So I can click this little label here, which also has this little plus icon, which basically tells us that it can be created or turned into like a component variable. So if I click that, I can create a plain text variable and it can be called title. Great. So now I can just come here and type in something else. And as you can see, these different component instances will have different text layers on them, or different words on them. Now, I just want to make sure that we have these other text layers here. I don't know if I can, okay, I think I cannot really select it or copy it. So anos colors. I don't even know what this language is. Anos. Okay, and then we also have UGGSS25, UGG25, season. Of course, you can also just write whatever you want to write here. These are going to be basically the titles of your projects. Now, you might think that, okay, we have this, but actually we are not really ready with this component because, first of all, we can select the text on it, which is not really great because we're going to be actually clicking on this because these are links. And also, if they are links, they need to have links. So let's add those links. I'm going to go within the component again. And similarly how we did the content variable, we're going to add a link variable as well to these. So link on the right and just create variable. That's it. I selected the default primary, go to the top right panel, and then just add the link variable there. And to make sure that the text is not selectable, we can just add a simple property to both of these text layers within the primary variant, which is going to be here on the style, user select. So if I set it to none, I can no longer select the text. Really, really good. And I can also select this and maybe add, I'm not going to add a cursor because we're going to need to add that a little bit later. Great. So now we cannot select the text and everything looks great. So now let's create the final interaction where we actually have the hover state on these text layers. And also we make these other text layers gray. So exactly that's the reason why I didn't make the interaction here within the text component, because then I wouldn't be able to make sure that when I hover over the first item, the other items are getting the gray color. So that's why I'm going to wrap all these text layers in another stack. So either right-clicking, you can also do that, add stack, if you're not great with shortcuts. And then you can see that now all these text layers are wrapped in the stack. We can call this text layers. And between these, we'll not have any gap. So gap will be 0 on the right panel. And we can maybe, I'm just wondering if we can actually use fit width. That's perfectly fine. And then I'm going to just press Option Command and K on my keyboard and turn this text layers stack into a component. And here we'll be able to add all of these states that we see here. So this will be the default, because this is what we see when we just land on the site. And then let's define all of the hover states. I'm going to add the variant here. This will be called 1 because it will be the first hover. So the hover on this first text layer. So I'm going to select this text on the top, change the variant on the right panel to hover. And it seemingly didn't change because, the text is still white, but you know that we did that change, changing the distribute to end. So now in reality, these text layers have switched positions and it will nicely animate. The rest will be switched to gray. And that's what I'm going to do for the rest as well. I'm going to create a new variant, will be called second. This will be switched to hover, and then the middle text layer will be switched to hover. Actually, I switched this to gray, and I might have said hover, but yeah, top, bottom, gray, center, hover, and then the last one will be the third, where I'm going to switch the last text layer to hover, and then this one to gray. And yeah, that's it. Now we have all of the states of the animation of the text layers, and so all we have to do now is to add interactions so that it is actually interactive. So I'm going to select the first text here on the primary, and with this little icon here, I can connect it to the first variant. So from the default, we are connecting to the first, and really important that we're not connecting from the complete default variant, but from the first text layer that is within. Here in this window, we're going to switch to mouse enter so that the interaction will happen on mouse enter trigger. And then we can just click here on the canvas. So let's see what this does. If I hover over this, it goes into the hover state, the text nicely moves, and then the rest switches to gray color. And that's exactly what we need. And this is what I'm going to do with the rest as well. So the middle text layer will be selected. I can also press down L on my keyboard to connect to the second variant. And then the last one will be connected to the third variant here. Great. So now in theory, it looks really great. However, we're going to notice a little issue. When we leave with our cursor, it doesn't really go back to the default variant. So let's think about how we can achieve that. Basically, we need to create a mouse leave interaction. So when we are here on the first variant, for example, and we leave this currently hovered element, we want to go back to the default. But as you can see, if I connect back here, I cannot really change this to mouse leave. It just stays mouse enter. So I'm going to just undo that. So mouse enter still is going to variant 1 here on this interaction. And we're going to actually learn a new concept right now, because in order to have that mouse leave interaction and mouse leave trigger, we'll have to create a little event within the text component. So I'm going to go within the text component, and then here on the hover, I'm going to create an event. So on the top right, I'm going to click this little plus button next to interactions, and then click new event. I'm going to call this leave and click the add button. Now, as you can see, it's added right here, but you can see here that it is still on click. So I'll have to click here and switch it to mouse leave. So now we have created a leave event that is triggered on mouse leave. And so what we can do with this event is we can connect interactions from it here on this component, the text layers component. So now if I select this here in the first variant, the first hovered text layer, I now have this other little section here, leave, where I can add an interaction, new transition. And so on leave event, we're going to transition back to default. Very good. Let's test that. I hover over this, and then I leave my cursor and we go back to default. And now essentially we just need to do this on all variants. So variant 2, leave, new transition will be going back to default on leave. And then here, we're going to do the same, leave, new transition, going back to default. Great, now let's take a look at this. I can hover, and then I can also leave on any of these hovered ones. And we always go back to default. Pretty good. So now, I think we're ready with the text. And what we can do now is we can start making the image that will be following our cursor and also appearing only when we hover over specific elements. So let's see how we can do that. I'm going to go back to the tutorial page. You can see I already have all of these images here on the left. You're going to also have this. And yeah, now we just have to create a image cursor component. That's going to be the first step to create this custom cursor. We have to create a component, and then we can assign that component to specific elements as custom cursors that appear when we hover over those specific elements. So now we just have to wrap these into a stack and come up with a structure that allows us to show this animation when we hover over specific text layers. As you can see on the right, these images are like sliding up and down. It will not be looking exactly like this right here, but they'll be just sliding up and down. So let's see how we can do that. First of all, I'm going to just wrap all of these into a stack. So I'm going to select all of them. Actually, I'm going to just duplicate them here, just so we have them for later. And I'm going to select all of them. I think you should also just duplicate them because later you might need them. So just press down Alt on your keyboard or Option and just drag them like this to duplicate them. So I'm going to select all of them and press Option, Command, and Enter on my keyboard. This wraps them in a stack. I can call this image cursor. And now I'll decrease the gap to 0. And okay, so let me check. The images are actually 200 on the width and 250 on the height. So I'll set a fixed width for this image cursor stack, 200 on the width and 250 on the height. Now you can see that I only see one image here, which is exactly what I need. However, I need to come up with a way to make sure that when I do this, it is actually nicely responsive. So the way I can do that is I can select all of these images within this image cursor, and I can set their width to relative 100%, and I can also set the height to relative 100%. What this basically does is it makes sure that all of these images within have 100% of the width of their parent. So what is the parent? It is the image cursor, which is 200 on the width. So all of these images are 200 on the width. But if I change the image cursor, the images within are also changing in width. And their height is also 100%. So it's also following the parent's height, which is 250. But if I adjust that, everything within will nicely adjust. So now, as you can see, this is nicely responsive. Now, the only thing that we have to think about is how we can make sure that we are switching between these images. We're just sliding them really nicely. For that, we're going to do a little workaround, or like a technique that I came up with, creating little spacers. But before I do that, let's turn this into a component. So I'm going to right-click, create component. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this image on the left panel. I'm going to call this spacer. And on the right, I'm going to remove the image. I'm going to set the opacity 0 and set the pointer events non-style. So that really this spacer acts just like a helper frame. We cannot click it. We cannot do anything with it. It's not visible. Then I'm going to duplicate it a few times, and you'll see how it starts pushing these other images down. So after a certain point, we're going to see the first image. However, what I just realized is that we only have 3 text layers here. I only created 3 because we're not going to have time for all the 5 layers. And so we need to delete 2 of these images here within this component. So we only have 3 images for the 3 text layers. So let me just select image 4 and image 5 within the image cursor component, and let's delete those. So now I'll also have to delete some of these spacers, so we see the first image here. So we have 2 spacers, and I see the first image. What I need to do is I need to create 2 other spacers. So I'm going to duplicate the spacer here on the top with Command D. And with my arrow keys, I'm just moving it to the bottom. So now the spacer is here below image 3. I'm going to duplicate this. And yeah, I think we might need to duplicate it 2 more times. Yeah, I think this is it. Now we see the last image, you can see. So what we're going to be able to do essentially is just removing and adding these spacers to push these images to different positions. So if I remove all of these spacers from the bottom, so visible, no, we now can see the first image here on the top. So I can rename this variant to 1. And then what I can do is I can create a new variant. Here I activate one of the spacers on the bottom. It seems like I have to activate another spacer. Now I see the second image here within second. I'm going to also rename the variant. And then I'm going to create another variant. It's going to be called 3. And I'm going to activate 2 more spacers on the bottom by setting their visibility to yes. So now I see the last image. And the reason why this setup is really good, because what we could have also done is just set these to absolute position, these images, and just move them. But with that, we couldn't really make it responsive, to be honest. And when we would have like resized this like this, they wouldn't have been responsive. So that's why I tried coming up with a way of creating this setup with all relative positioning. So you can see all of these spacers and images within are relatively positioned. And that's why we have this nice responsive behavior. So yeah, basically that's it. That's all we need within this component. We have 3 of these variants. And when we are going to transition between them, they're going to have a nice like animation. I'm going to also show you this. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to just connect an interaction here so that we can see how that looks like. So I'm going to do an appear effect. And from here, we're going to do another appear effect. Let me do here. So let's see how it looks. As you can see, it just nicely like slides. So yeah, it's perfect. Maybe we can adjust the transition here on the right panel so it moves a little bit differently. So I'm going to set time to 0.5 and the bounce to 0. So now it will be a little bit slower and it will not have any bounce. Perfect. I'm going to remove the appear interactions so they are not animating when we place this on the canvas. And yeah, that's all we have to do within this image cursor component. What we can attempt is we can add or try adding this to these text hovers. So when we hover over this, we not only see this animation, the text, but also a little image cursor appears here and follows our cursor. So let's do that. I'm going to go within the text layers, and I'm going to click this first component. It's really important that I'm doing this on the primary default variant. Why? Because everything I do on the primary is applied to all other variants of this component. So first text is selected, and then on the right, I'm going to select cursor, click this plus button, and I'm going to click custom cursor. Here, in theory, we could add the custom cursor. When I was creating this, I noticed that I'm clicking this and nothing really happens. Maybe a little framer bug, I don't know. But what we can do is we can just turn this into variable, bring this out to the outside of this component, and create the custom cursor there. So I'm going to create a variable for this, and then now you're going to see that here. I have a cursor property on the right. So if I click now here, as you can see, it shows up here. So I don't know why it's not showing up inside of the component. Whatever, but now here we can select our image cursor component. It's really great that I have 2 image cursors. Let me just rename the one that I created now for this tutorial, so I know which is the tutorial component. And I can just add that here, this image cursor tutorial that we've just created. And we're going to also set the variant to the first variant, because when I hover over the first layer, first text, I want to see the first variant of the image cursor. And then we can also switch between follow or replace. A replace will basically replace my cursor. It will completely hide it, and I'll see this component instead. We can also take a look at this. As you can see, if I hover over, it just replaces my cursor. And it honestly looks really nice. So we might also just do this, or you could just simply do this. However, what I'm thinking about is maybe for the user experience, it's not that great because it just kind of hides most of these text layers, so we cannot really read them as we are hovering over them. So that's why we're going to use follow, which is not like hiding our default cursor, but just adds this extra element, the component that we created, and makes it follow the cursor. And we can switch the position of it, so it can be on the right side of our cursor, and we can also change the offset here. So maybe we have 100 offset along the x-axis, so we're pushing it to the right side of our cursor a little bit. We can also add the transition here, so it follows the cursor a little bit more of a smoother way. And yeah, I think that's it. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, perfect. Now, as you can see, it still kind of covers the text. So what we can do is we can just adjust this offset to 200, but it really depends on what you need. You can set the offset to a large value or a smaller value. You can play around with this. So now we have the cursor for the first element, but we also need to add it to the other text layers. So I'm going to go back to the text layers component and do the same thing. I'm going to select the middle text layer, right panel cursor, custom cursor. I cannot click it here, so I'm going to create a variable. It's going to be called cursor2. And because I'm here, I'm going to also do the third text layer, custom cursor, and create a variable here. And now if we go back, we can add the rest here. So I'm going to just select the tutorial component. Here we're going to set the cursor to the second variant. So when we hover over the middle text layer, we're going to see the second variant. It's going to be following on the right side and with 200 pixel X offset. Transition will also be applied here. And then essentially same thing happens on the last one, with the only difference of having variant set to 3. Right side of the position is going to be on the right, and offset 200. Transition is also added. So let's take a look at this. As you can see, it works really nicely. The component is nicely animating between these different images. They are just sliding up and down. Pretty cool. So now what I want to do is I just want to fine tune it a little bit so that when this cursor, this image cursor appears, it has like a fade in effect. We can do that really easily by just going to the image cursor component. And then on this first primary variant, we can apply an effect on the right panel. It's going to be just an appear effect, fade in, nothing crazy. I'm going to just leave it on default. So you're going to see that now if I hover over, you can see it just nicely fades in. Unfortunately, I cannot really set the fade out effect. So I cannot like set a, an effect that is used when it disappears, unfortunately. But yeah, we have the fade in when it appears. So it's very cool. Now, yeah, I think we have some time for the mobile responsiveness. I'm going to try doing it quickly, but in a way that you can follow along. So, of course, when we think about this, on phone, we're not really going to be able to hover over these. So I have to come up with a new way of presenting these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just simply create a new variant inside of this text layer. So I'm going to select this text component. I'm going to click within. This is where we created the default gray and hover variants. And we're going to just create a new variant, which is going to be called mobile. And the mobile, what I want to do is I want to show the text. And under that, I want to just show the image. And that's it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first of all, hide this text layer that is here on the bottom. We can also just set the mobile to hide fit content instead of fixed. So you can see we have these two text layers. On mobile, we will just need one. So one of these will be set to visible no. And then I will actually grab an image from here, copy it, and paste it within this mobile variant. Command and V. Now it's right here. So basically this will only appear on the mobile version. What I can also do is I can set a smaller size for this text. Let me see what size I used, 44. And also decrease the layer spacing, or actually increase it a little bit. Great, I think that's okay. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to set the width of the text layer to fill instead of fit, and then this mobile will no longer be width fit, but width fixed, and we're going to set 390. And also to make sure that the alignment of the text is center, I'm going to center align it here on the right panel. That's really nice. I'm going to wrap this image actually inside of a wrapper. So right click, add stack. Before I do that, it seems like I have to log the aspect ratio because this now looks a little bit bad. So the image will be logged in terms of aspect ratio here in the right panel. And now if I wrap it inside of a stack, you can see it nicely keeps the aspect ratio, but I don't want it to grow so big. So I'll just set left and right padding within this image wrapper stack that we created. So on the right panel, I can click this button. Left and right will be 50 and 50. And I can, or maybe 100. I don't know. Yeah, this looks better. And then I'll also increase the top padding a little bit so we have more space between the text and the image. And then the bottom padding will also be increased to maybe 40. Yeah, that looks great. Now, what we can do is we can turn this image into a variable. So we'll be able to set new images for different instances. So on the right panel, I can just select the fill, create variable image. That's basically it. So now here, back on text layers, I can just create a completely new variant, which is going to be visible on mobile. So I'm going to just duplicate it here. Again, I just grabbed it with Option and just dragged it down here. I'm going to call this mobile. I'm going to set the width here to 390 because that's a little bit more accurate for mobile. Then all of these text layers within will be selected, and on the right panel, I'm going to switch them to mobile. And then the width will be fill, so they fill up the available space within their variant. And then the height will not be fixed 48, but fit content. So they nicely, fit their content and show the complete image and the complete variant. I can also have a little bit more gap here on the mobile variant, maybe to 50. So we have more space between these, but you can also play around with this. And yeah, here we could just, switch to different images here. The problem is that you don't really have the image files for this, only the images here. What you can do though, is you can select these here and export them as JPEGs here on the right panel. This is only available on desktop app, so it's not available within the, if you're using the browser version of Framer. So yeah, if you cannot export them, just set a random image from your files. So let me go back here and just set different images for each of these. And by the way, we did not create or did not add links to these components, but we have created the variants or variables here, so we can also add them if we want to. If you want to do that though, make sure to do that on the primary, so it's added on all variants that we created throughout this whole tutorial. Great, so now we have this mobile variant. We can remove all of these interactions from these elements here within. It's not going to be needed. These are going to be completely static. There will be no movement whatsoever. And then I'm going to go back here, and on here on the phone, I'm going to set it to the mobile variant. I'm going to set the width to fill. And then maybe to have a little bit more space on the left and the right, I'm going to set the section to a left and right padding 20 here. So now you can see that we have a little bit more space here on the left and the right. And basically that's it. That's how we optimized this effect for mobile. So as you can see, it works on desktop. We can hover over this. However, if we enter a smaller viewport where we cannot really hover, we'll see the mobile version. And yeah, we can just scroll through these and yeah, we have this. However, what I noticed is that I still have the cursor on this, which I forgot to remove, which is something that you might not notice in phone because you cannot hover, but let's remove those. So we can either come here to the mobile variant and remove them here. But what we can also do is we can go within the component, and on the mobile variant, we can select all of these text layers. It seems like I cannot do it that way, so I'm going to have to do it one by one. And select the first text layer on the right, remove the cursor, and do this for the rest of the text layers within. And now if I test this and hover over these elements, I'm not going to have the image cursor thing. So yeah, basically that's it. I hope that you guys are able to follow along with this, and hopefully, add this to your portfolio pages. And yeah, I think that's it for this tutorial.
Yeah, that's super awesome, Nandy. Thanks for that. It's always like, one of the things I love about Framer, right, is just like, it is a design tool for the web. And I just love that we can kind of like be creative and think through different ways we can actually like animate things and add effects to Framer and kind of like layer elements on top of each other to create these more complex animations that look very overwhelming at first, but kind of when you break them down, they are a little bit more simplified, and it's just peeling that layer back by layer by layer by layer to kind of achieve that. But I have to ask you, because you put out so much content, like, how do you come up with these ideas of like things to, animate and hover states and all these creativity for the web? Like, is there places of inspiration that you're looking? Do you just have like this giant catalog at the back of your head? Like, how are you coming up with all these ideas?
Yeah, I cannot take credit for the ideas because honestly, I just go on the internet and just look for things that look cool, and I try to recreate them in Framer because my goal is to really show people that we can actually create really cool and really like advanced interactions in Framer in like a simple way. We created this. I don't know. Maybe it was a little bit. Maybe it was a little bit hard for you if you were just starting out with Framer, but I think if you really like take your time and just learn the fundamentals, it's really like similar to Figma. We're just creating components, drawing rectangles, adding text layers, little interactions here and there, and then at the end we have something that looks super advanced, and we have it on a live working website. So yeah, I just honestly, I just look for inspiration on like Twitter. I have some cool websites that I like visiting. For example, this one, I found it on webinteractions.gallery. So maybe you guys can also take a look at that, webinteractions.gallery. They list like a couple of cool hover interactions, scroll animations, and stuff like that. So yeah, I just have these websites saved for myself, and I just regularly go through them, and I save the ones I like, because I'm always like looking at things. Oh, is this possible in Framer? Can I do that? And I always try like pushing the limits and creating things that that weren't done before inside the Framer. So yeah.
That makes sense. Something someone said to me the other day was like, a design tool is just a design tool until you use it for a different use case. And I think Framer is one of those things where it is a canvas, and you shouldn't just consider it to be just for building websites. And you can actually push it and fold it in different ways to create different use cases and different edge cases. And And obviously your
Exactly.
interactions are a great example of that. If you've got any questions for Nandy, feel free to put them in the chat. There's already a bunch coming through, so I reckon we just rapid fire these for the final 5 minutes that we have, Nandy. There's a ton. Do you need any coding knowledge to build code components in Framer? Do you have any advice on how to kind of build some more complex use cases?
I wouldn't say that you need, because I cannot write code. However, I'm in a little bit different situation because actually when I was a little bit younger, I was learning like the fundamentals of like developing and coding with like really playful tools that were created for children to learn the basics. And so I think that was that helped me like understand code a little bit better and be able to think in a way that like developers usually think. So that is a thing that helps me a lot. However, I still like to think that if you use AI, you can build components and you don't have to know how to code, because even if you haven't learned the fundamentals of coding, you can generate a code component with AI, and then if it doesn't work, you can maybe paste it into another AI and ask, hey, what is this code doing? Is there any mistakes in it? Can you help me understand how it works? And then you can just try debugging it with the other AI that you started building it with. So yeah, I have actually 2 tutorials on this topic on my channel. In both of them, I show a prompt that I created that I usually use for creating code components. So I highly recommend those. And yeah, you can watch those videos. What I wanted to say is that, I don't know. Yeah, I know. When I started Framer University, I created all of the code components that I shared with AI. So as I said again, I knew like the fundamentals of code, but I cannot write it. I couldn't develop a website with HTML, CSS. I cannot write JavaScript or things like that. So I cannot write code, but still I was able to create really cool code components just by using AI. Lately, the components that you are seeing on Framer University site, those are created by actual developers, because now I don't really, have time to play around with AI. Because to be honest, if you're creating code components with AI, you really have to go back and forth for a couple of hours, to be honest, to create something that actually works. But yeah, I think it's pretty fun because it's like an experience where you don't know something, you don't have the skill. The coding skill to actually create something, but then here is AI, which allows you to do something that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, good old GPT. All right, we'll do 2 more questions to finish up. Okay, which one am I going to choose for you? Okay, this one's a good one. You've recorded so many great tutorials. Do you ever get camera shy?
When I started, it was really hard because I haven't really done these longer tutorials. I actually had an Instagram account where I was doing little shorts and reels, but it's not really a long form tutorial. So yeah, when I started, it was really hard. I remember feeling for 1 millisecond, which is really impressive or surprising, that I was I don't want to do this. I just don't want to do this. It's just so hard. I'm just struggling so hard. And yeah, but then I was what am I thinking about? It's not a choice. I have to do this. I want to build a Framer University, and I have to do these videos if I want to build it up. So yeah, then I just pushed through it. And then yeah, if you do something many times, hundreds of times, then you're gonna just get more and more comfortable doing that. So yeah, when I started, it was hard, and it's getting easier and easier. And I think I'm also getting better and better as I'm creating more and more of those. So yeah.
Yeah, like I think it's a separate skill to just like talk to a camera and no one give you feedback as well. I mean, like we've obviously experienced that here today, but it's just weird to like be in a room. You're like trying to talk to this mass group of people, but they're not there. And it's a very strange experience. Yeah. I'm sure you can see from like your earlier YouTube videos to where you are now. That's a like progression, and that just happens by, repetition.
Yeah, definitely. I think not only the result, because many times even if you're like not like great at recording the tutorial, you can still edit it in a way that it's gonna look okay, because you just cut out all the bloopers and everything. I think what makes the difference is that you can record like an hour-long tutorial in 2 hours, or if you get better and like you're getting better and better at recording those tutorials, you can also record it in like 1.5 hours. So there will be just less bloopers. You're going to be more in the flow, and yeah. So I think the end result is not that much different. But yeah, more of like just how you feel when you're like recording a tutorial. Just the other day, yesterday, I was recording one and I was like in the flow like crazy. So I cannot wait to release that. It's like about creating navigation bars in Frame, but yeah, I think that's going to be great.
Yeah, sick. Awesome. And Nandy, let people know where they can connect with you.
Mainly on Twitter, at LearnFramer. If they just want to like reach out or whatever, I think the best is if they send me an email, Nandy at Framer.university. So yeah, if they want to chat or something, that's the best way to reach me. If they just want to follow my work, Framer.university website, and Twitter at LearnFramer, and also the Framer University YouTube channel.
Yeah, awesome. Nandy, thank you so much for joining us and for an amazing tutorial with Framer at Frontrow. We're actually going to give away a Framer license off the back of this too. So if you have been using the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tagging us at InsertFrame, you've been entered into the chance automatically to win some awesome prizes. And since we just had an awesome workshop from Nandy in Framer, I thought it would be good timing to give away a year subscription to Framer itself. So we've randomly selected someone behind the scenes, and today's winner is Mahal. So Mahal at Mahal, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that right, but Strojevic. We've got your details here. We'll send you a message on social media so we can organize that prize for you. There you go. It's on the screen down below. So congratulations to you. And again, massive thank you to Nandy for such a great presentation. Now, up next, we actually have a talk from myself where I'm going to be giving you some insights and some actions on how to play around with the world of startups in design. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Grab a glass of water, maybe stand up, do a stretch if you've been at your computer all day, because we'll be back with even more content very soon. Hey everyone, it's Ryan here checking in once again. Now, if you want to keep up to date on what's happening during Frontrow, you can add the entire schedule to your Google Calendar. And I highly recommend this because time zones can be a bit... Grace, I really hoped you beat that in the edits. So just scan the QR code that's on the screen now or press the link that's in the chat to add the entire schedule to your calendar. Hey everyone, and welcome back to Frontrow2025. Now, I've actually got a presentation in store for you guys, but just before we get into that, quick couple of housekeeping things for you here. So firstly, I want to take a look at the agenda so far today because we still have some incredible sessions yet to come. So we started off with Sophie, who was the product designer at Atlassian, and she gave a really great talk on going from impossible to possible. Then just before we had Nandy, who gave a really great animation workshop. He is the king of Framer. Now, right now, I'm going to give a quick presentation, and then after that, we've got Joseph from the Framer education team, who's actually going to be talking about selling design assets and how you can actually utilize web design and the skill sets that you already have to make passive income as a web designer. Then we've got another great presentation about how to build SOPs into your agency with AI, and that's going to be John Saunders, who's going to be leading that. And then lastly, we've got the man, Mike Janda, who's an ex-agency veteran, who's going to be giving a presentation on the business of web design. And I know Mike well, and I can tell you there's going to be some really highly valuable, actionable nuggets that you'll be able to take away from that. Now, again, we've got so much content going out with Frontrow this year. And if you miss any sessions at all, don't worry, because you can catch up at any time. All you need to do is go to frontrow.events/replay or scan the QR code on the screen now, and you can catch up on any session. Everything's uploaded there, so don't worry if you miss something, you can always come back and catch all the action. And lastly, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors and partners for Frontrow this year, because without their support, this stuff just would not be possible. So huge shout out to both Framer, as you can tell, we love Framer, and Insert Frame, my company, for actually putting all this together. But without further ado, I want to give you a great presentation on the startup of design. So this is a really big topic here, and it might seem a little bit broad. Essentially, what I want to share with you guys today is some insights that I've found over the past few years of actually building multiple different businesses based off of design. So I'll give you a quick little background about me and kind of some of the lessons that I've learned along the way. So when I was 14, I actually started by entering design contests online. Now, if you look closely here, you'll see that I entered 130 contests, but I only won 8 of them. Now, the maths on that isn't very good. And if you do it, you'll realize that I was working for free most of the time. Now, That's not super great. And I wouldn't really recommend it for any designer. And I think like design contests in general aren't super ethical towards designers because it becomes a very competitive landscape and it becomes a bit of a sweatshop in terms of design. But as a beginner, as quite a young designer, it actually taught me a ton of lessons. In particular, it taught me that knowing how to design and being a designer are two completely different things. Knowing how to design is working with colors, typography, knowing how to deal with the layout, how to deal with responsiveness. It's the actual craft, right? But then being a designer is things like how to communicate with clients, how to present your work, how to pitch yourself, how to price, how to manage yourself or a team of people, how to work with other people. There's actually these soft skills that we develop as designers over time that are actually really important to master. And I think doing online design contests was a great way for me to kind of understand the two differences and realize, hey, I can design stuff, like I'm getting better at that, but knowing how to be a designer is such a fundamental trait that isn't necessarily, say, taught. But as time goes on, I kind of build a lot more stuff, and basically, you know, as a freelance designer, any sort of job that we can do as a graphic designer, I've probably done it for a client at some point, whether it be websites, animations, product design, illustrations, or basically anything in between, branding, you name it. I've probably done it for whether it be a high budget or a low budget. I definitely was like in my freelance era here and did a ton of different stuff. But the main thing that I learned here is that you don't want to trade your time for pixels, and you actually want to exchange money for strategy. So what I mean by this is it's one thing to say, hey, I'm going to design you a new website. And you go, that's going to cost you $5,000 because I'm going to spend 50 hours on it. That's great. But when we kind of get into this mindset that we want to trade our time for the doing of the things, the actual execution, you actually become less valuable. Because as designers, our skill set is actually what's in here, what's in our head. And if we can figure out that creative knowledge that we have, and if you can figure out how to output that in written word or be able to communicate that, your value goes up. And I think like, especially as AI fast tracks our workflows, you know, we've already had a great bunch of different talks around how we can actually utilize AI and GPT, like Nandy mentioned just before. You know, we can create code components or custom libraries using just a little bit of code and GPT. So this idea that AI is fast tracking our workflows and doing a lot of the execution for us, really as designers, if we want to stay ahead, what's up in our brain is actually the value. So if we can figure out how we can actually take that value and that knowledge that we have and our creative ideas, as wild as they might be, and be able to make that the product that we sell, that is way more valuable and way more timeless than, say, pushing pixels on the screen. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that you're never going to jump in Figma or Framer again. That's not it at all. But kind of starting with this mindset that, hey, I'm going to provide you with strategy. I'm going to provide you with concepts, and those concepts aren't me pitching you. That's actually part of the creative process of working with me. That's a fundamental change. And if you can master that, you're really going to set yourself up over these next, say, 10 years as AI starts to evolve this industry. Now, the other thing I started doing when I was, 17, 18, 19 years old was actually starting to create a bit of content online. Now, I'm sure that some of you here may or may not be familiar with this, but design carousels were a huge thing back in 2019, 2020, 2021. And it got very oversaturated very quickly on Instagram. And shamelessly, we were one of those people who were doing that. We're actually pretty early to do this. And essentially, I just started creating carousels every single day, teaching people how to not design, but be designers. As you can see, we grew this like global community of designers. And through this process of launching Pitchproof here, we actually created the first Frontrow Conference, which at the time was the world's first online design conference back in 2019. Yes, pre-pandemic, which is just crazy to think about. And that was such like a surreal experience because we built this like really strong community of people through online content. And kind of doing that venture, it taught me a lot compared to just like working with clients in a small sort of like, instead of working with just like 4 or 5 clients, suddenly I was talking to 50,000 people. So like the way I was trying to communicate had to change. So the big lesson that I took from this was the best way to sell is not to sell. Now, that sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but let me explain. You see, running this account here, you notice that what I took away was by providing value, by providing education, by actually giving something without selling or asking. By the time I wanted to sell something or by the time I wanted to ask something, people were much more willing to listen. And essentially, what this strategy does by not selling and just giving value, you're actually accelerating the time it takes for someone's trust to be earned with you. Essentially, when we look at content and some of the best content creators out there, all they're doing is building a relationship with you. And building content is just building relationships at scale. Instead of doing it one-on-one or in a personalized way, we're trying to talk to the mass. And the more and more value and educational content that I was putting out on this account, the higher my trust got. So even doing events like this where it was completely free and me being able to like talk to you, now obviously I can't have a proper conversation with you, but you're starting to get to know me. Your trust is starting to lift a little bit more and more with me every time you see me and every time I give content without actually asking something for return. And then when I want to go ask for something, whether I want to sell you a product or whether I just want you to join a really cool event, you're much more willing to actually listen and engage with that because we have that relationship built already. And this fundamental process of not selling can be applied to your freelance projects or even just working in-house as a designer and just kind of being more collaborative and not trying to, get ahead of everyone else for your own personal gain. So my 4th lesson that I want to share with you is it's better to have 100 people love you than 100,000 people kinda sorta like you. So at its peak, I think my Instagram account got up to 90,000 followers. Now that's like a huge number, right? Like that's massive. That fills stadiums. But what I kind of found over time was to build something sustainable, you need people not just to follow you because it's kind of cool and kind of trendy or whatever. You need them to really basically just fall in love with you. And there's this really great concept of 1,000 true fans, where if you want to build a 6-figure business, all you need is 1,000 true fans. Essentially 1,000 people who will pay you, say, $100 a year to, do some sort of service for you. Now, whether that be 1,000 people, whether it be 100 people who are paying you $1,000 a year, essentially this concept is if you can get, it's so much easier to get 1,000 people to love you and love your products and what you're building. And then you kind of find that the rest of the people will kind of just come, and these core 1,000 people will be your best advocates for whatever you're trying to build, whether they be your clients or your customers. So as time goes on, I graduate high school and I, go, okay, this freelancing thing's cool and whatnot, but I actually think I need to make some serious and sustainable money. So I actually started working full time at a company called Black Magic Design. They do a bunch of like camera gear and video gear here in Melbourne and for like Hollywood films and stuff like that. And I started working for them at the start of 2020. And I'm sure you can guess what happened. The world shut down. everyone went remote. And since I was technically just contracting for them full time, they decided to kind of lay off all their contractors. Now, this is one of those moments where it's like fight or flight, right? And you kind of don't have an option when, you know, your full-time job is kind of taken away from you so quickly just after 3 months. And as the world kind of shut down, I realized I was actually really fortunate because I was creating content and I was still doing a bit of freelance and I had other sort of like revenue sources I could rely on. So really here, the big takeaway is to always milk 2 cows, right? You always want multiple revenue sources, especially as creators, because whether you're freelancing, even if you're working full time and you're making good money, like that can disappear tomorrow. So having another revenue source that you're starting to build up just over time, and it doesn't have to be anything like insane. Like if you can get something to $1,000 a month and you've also got your full-time job there, and then say for whatever reason, touch wood, that you know, your full-time job goes away, at least you've got something that's generating you a little bit of income, and it's almost like an emergency bucket for you in that situation. Or, you know, you might be trying to build some sort of side hustle, and over time that overtakes your full-time income, and you might be able to jump full-time to that. But again, you want to make sure you're diversifying your income so you've essentially got yourself an emergency bucket for rare situations. So as time goes on, I was doing a bit more content, and I actually started to build another startup, which was called Storytell. And the whole concept with Storytell was, you know, we were running a few more of these Frontrow conferences and we were really enjoying it, kind of like doing these virtual online events. And essentially what Storytell was made to do was to be the software for these virtual events that we wanted to build. And our whole thing was like, okay, how do we kind of like build these really cool interactive experiences like we do here with high production, but wrap that in software, because we knew there was a ton of different challenges that we faced every single time that we did these. And essentially the product we came up with was like Google Slides or Figma Slides meet Zoom or Miro or Google Meet, right? It was kind of like this hybrid of a video meeting plus a presentation tool. And we did like the real startup-y thing. We tried to like raise money. We tried to, you know, go find some really early customers. We did like an MVP. Like it felt like we were building a startup from nothing. And really the big lesson that I learned here from doing all these pitches to customers, investors, all these different type of people, is that your value is not based on the work that you do, but the story you tell. So what was really interesting going into these pitch meetings, and we had a bunch of different pivots. We started in virtual events, and then we went to like bit more workshops, and then to just plain old video meetings. And the conversation differed depending on that narrative that I was telling and the story that I was telling, and essentially that pitch deck in verbal format. And when I relate this back to design, it's exactly true. Like I look back, say 5 years ago, or even just 2 years ago at my design work, and I go, okay, it's improved, but it hasn't improved massively. It's definitely improved by, 5-10%, but it's not jumping year over year now. Like it's just slight improvements. But I look at like, say, what I've been able to charge or the type of clients I've been trying to get, and that's completely different to just a few years ago. And I think the big difference here is the story that I'm communicating, the way I'm positioning myself, the way I'm talking about the work, how I'm having conversations in a different way. And I think as designers, we get very trapped into going, oh, my work's good. I do pretty website designs. I am very good at typography, or I'm very strong at animation and effects. And that's really cool. But when you can talk a different language, potentially a language that seems a little bit more higher value to a customer or a client, you actually get perceived as higher value. Therefore, you can make more money, essentially. Now, the other lesson that I learned kind of growing our Storytell startup was to become an experienced designer. So again, like I mentioned, Storytel was around kind of like combining video meetings with Google slide presentations. And really what we found at the core of that was experience was the big driver. Again, Frontrow being an example, right? We don't want this to just be some sort of like webinar styled Zoom call where everyone just kind of jumps in and we're all just using our webcams and stuff. That feels very like pandemic days, right? And ever since, or even before the pandemic, we've always gone over and beyond with production, and we spend a lot of time and money doing it. That's because we really care about the experience, and we know that at the core, we need to design a really great experience for people to be engaged with what we're doing. So really, the thing that we kind of took away from Storyteller here is that there's this new generation of designers starting to come up, which is experience designers. And that isn't UI or UX designers, because I know that can sometimes kind of come under experience designers. When I talk about experience design or experience creation, we're essentially talking about that whole process and every touch point that someone has with a brand, a website, a platform, or whatever it is, having someone come in and actually be the designer for that whole experience. Again, like obviously Frontrow is built for designers. I'm a designer, but like there's so many different elements with this Frontrow conference that we're putting on that is not traditionally design, but it is still designed. It's just not, Figma designed. So a really great example of this is Airbnb. There we go. Perfect. So what I love about Airbnb, they're super great storytellers, and you can probably tell that through some of their content and video ads and things like that. But I remember the founder, Brian Chesky, in an interview mentioning this, where they actually hired a storyboard artist from Disney to come over to Airbnb and to essentially draw out each milestone of the Airbnb journey. So when they sign up, when they decide to book a house, when they meet the guests for the first time, their first night, their checkout experience. And they, as you can see on the screen, they designed all of these moments and they had an artist draw them up. Because what the artist could do from Disney is kind of dictate that story and put it into a visual language. And then from this, what Airbnb did, which was really clever, is they took each one of these moments and they went, okay, these are the key things that we want to focus on. Let's get rid of the fluff, right? They knew the 8 to 10 moments that really mattered to their customers. And then they focused in on those moments and made them the best experience they could possibly be. So that's why when you check into an Airbnb, there's a whole experience for that. When you check out of an Airbnb, there's a whole experience for that. And I think we can apply this to whatever product or whatever project you're working on. Draw a storyboard, right? Figure out what is the most simplified version of that experience that you're trying to create. And then take every storyboard or every picture in that storyboard and make that the best experience possible. Now, lesson number 8, which again was kind of off the back of all this content and products that we were building, was that software needs personality. Now, I'm sure we can all kind of feel this, especially with AI coming in even more. But I think over time, what's happened with software is it's become very minimal, right? We want things to happen in the least amount of steps. So it's become very automated. It's become very pragmatic. And, obviously minimalism in software is such a big thing. We want it to be as easy for a user to do what they want to do. And AI is obviously a big evolution of that, where essentially all they need to do is, hopefully my presentation comes back, that would be great. But essentially with AI coming in, hopefully this presentation gets fixed. We'll figure it out. I'm sure Tom on the back end's doing some magic. But essentially, with AI coming in, I think there's going to be a switch, right? Where we want to actually bring humanity back to our products. we almost want to go back to Generation Clippy. Now, I'm not sure if you guys remember this, but in like the Word documents, there was a little like clip art person that came up. I'm just going to reshare my screen quickly, guys, so you can see what's going on here. Give me one moment. Cool. Let's see if we can get this going. Cool. Hopefully Tom can bring that back up for us in just a few seconds. Speaking of technology that needs personality, hopefully we can bring this up. We might go to a super quick break and we'll come back in about 60 seconds, couple of minutes, and we'll keep going while we figure out these quick technical issues. All right, and just like that, Tom has saved the day. Let's get back into this presentation. So just to rewind super quickly, we were talking about how software needs personality, how we've gone so far and it's become so minimalized and automated that it feels like we're just talking to robots again, where we need to come back to Generation Clippy, maybe not that far, but again, like pretty far, where we actually want to bring in, what was I saying? We actually want to bring in some more personality. So a really great use case for this is Duo. Now, I'm just going to double check that this presentation's working. There we go. We've got it. Sick. So if you guys have seen Duolingo, it's like this really great like mobile app where you can learn different languages. And essentially I'm just going to pause again really quickly while we figure out the technical issues. It happens. Funnily enough, it happens when we're talking about software needing personality. It's super strange. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go back to another break really quick, and we're just going to figure this one out. Again, sorry for this. It's actually so funny that it's happened when I'm talking about software needing personality, because I don't think you can get more real than errors in a presentation like this. So we'll go to a really quick break and then we'll come back. All right, so they say third time's a charm. Let's give it a shot. We'll try to get through these slides. They must be cursed in some way. Okay, so last recap, we were saying software needs personality. Now, the use case I want to share with you here is Duo. So essentially, Duolingo is this tool that lets you kind of learn languages on your phone, and they're mighty successful. But you'll kind of notice that they've got this little character, right, which is called Duo, and it's kind of like the mascot of their brand. Now, recently they put out this post on Twitter and everywhere on their socials, which I thought was just like entertaining. I just want to quickly read it to you. It is with our heavy hearts that we inform you that Duo, formerly known as the Duolingo Owl, is dead. Authorities are currently investigating his cause of death, and we are cooperating fully. To be honest, he probably died waiting for you to do your lesson, but we do what we know. We're aware he had many enemies, and we kindly ask that you refrain from sharing why you hate him in the comments. If you feel inclined to share, please also include your credit card number so we can automatically sign you up for Duolingo Max in his memory. We appreciate you respecting Dua Lipa's privacy at this time. Now, as a brand that has a lot of presence and a lot of character around this character within their brands, this is super strong. And it created this like real viral moment for them. They even like updated their app icon and all their social media icons with this like dead looking bird, which is hilarious. And all these different news articles started to chat to them. And it was like this really great, like just like fun moment in time. And all these other brands were starting to like interact with this post. And again, like this is super recent. This is like a week ago. So you can go online and actually just check some of this out for yourself. But if we take Duolingo as a use case, what they did really, really well is they actually created this personality within their brands, and they got people to care about this mascot, which was the hero of the brand. And at the end of the day, they used that for marketing in a fun and clever way. Now, let's talk a little bit about Framer. So Framer is something that I've been using for about 18 months now. And to give you a little bit of background to doing some of the freelance stuff over this long period of time now, I was using tools like Webflow to kind of build no-code websites for Framer. And then I discovered, to build no-code websites for clients. Then I discovered Framer, and it felt like a bit of an unlock for me. Now, learning from before, knowing that the best way to sell is to not sell, I was starting to play around with Framer, and I built this landing page because I started to see all this hype online around how you could like sell your landing page templates. I'm like, oh, that might be something interesting that I could try. And to be honest, it was like really intuitive to like build that landing page coming from both Figma and Webflow, kind of merging those skill sets that I had to build something in Framer. It was just really easy. But I was going to sell a template for $20 or so. And I said, you know what? Let's just put it on Twitter for free. Let's just not sell. And something really interesting happened. It kind of got a little bit of virality, just, you know, a few hundred likes or whatever and comments, but people really liked this content. So I kept sharing it. And then suddenly I could like build all these different websites using Framer. And essentially what I started to become known for was this guy who could design, develop, and publish with speed, right? So really the key takeaway here was full stack design is a superpower. And I think as web designers specifically, the fact that we can now own that whole process end to end is crazy, right? A client can come to you or a customer can come to you and you can execute that whole scope of work. You can control that whole experience and design it in a way that feels really polished for that customer. So you can design the website, you can build it, and then you can publish it and deal with the content and changes and just own that whole process end to end. And to do with that with no code is obviously a way to speed up your workflow. Here's just a great like example of me building in Framer. It's just a really cool sort of website. As you can tell, if you haven't signed up for Framer already, it kind of feels like Figma, right? It's kind of got that freeform canvas and you can just like drag and drop things. I even like released a course on Framer like just a couple of months after creating all this content, and that started to generate a fair bit of hype. I started to work with Framer directly as well. So we actually created some of the first videos on Framer Academy, teaching people the fundamentals of Framer and say the CMS. But I think the really powerful thing here is designers are becoming developers and marketers are becoming publishers. Now, I think it's very easy for us to kind of like get caught in this, and I'm sure you've heard this a bunch of different times for using no-code tools to build websites. Obviously, we can do things that we used to have to pay developers for, often very expensive because it's quite a time-consuming and technical process to build a website. But now that we can do that as designers with no code and still create the same, if not a better result, that's obviously very powerful. But I think the angle that doesn't get touched on enough is for that primary use case, which is marketers, people who, need these marketing sites to build, their sales funnels or what have you. And really why I think these tools are powerful is because it means that they can actually execute at a lot faster. If you think of a role of like a marketing officer within an in-house organization, if they want to put out a campaign, they have to firstly go to the designers, then they have to go to the developers, the copywriters, and they've got all these different people that they have to talk to get their ideas to happen. But with tools like Framer or no-code technology, they can actually start to develop these things themselves. Again, back to my earlier point where the knowledge in your head and the strategy that you have up here is so much more valuable than you moving a cursor on the screen. So I think it's a really cool opportunity here. And also, here's an example of a client site that we did with Framer. Very like beautiful in terms of like animation and effects and like content, like everything was kind of like really cool and well integrated here. Another really cool use case that we started to build too was Frameship, which was our Shopify and Framer integration. So trying to bring new use cases to tools like Framer, where, instead of, again, having to use a developer to build your Shopify e-commerce website, what if you as a designer could actually build e-commerce websites for Shopify using Framer? And this one was a pretty recent use case of a customer of ours who used one of our little like plugins for Framer, which was like super, super cool for me to see at the Australian Open tennis this year, where they actually built a whole sort of like player onboarding flow for essentially they had like a little like gamified area and an experience where people could come in and play all these different video games. And they built like this registration form and this virtual queuing form using Framer, which was like super, super cool. And you could like personalize your character and then that would show on all their like big TVs there. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you and why I think it's so important is design tools don't just have to be for design. A piece of paper doesn't have to be for writing or drawing. You could fold it into a paper airplane and it's got a completely different use case. Same things with design tools, right? They don't just have to be for design. You can fold them, you can play with them. It's a canvas and you can turn that canvas into a lot of different use cases and possibilities. And I think Framer is a really great use case for that, where yes, you can build it for marketing sites and that's kind of what it's intended to do. But if you start to play with it, start to flex it in a different way, just like Nandy was showing us before, you can actually create some really interesting things. So let's talk a little bit about Insert Frame. Obviously, you've heard a little bit about it over the course of the conference. It's my current company that we're up to. Now, Insert Frame is the company that we started, and essentially the goal of it is to build products and education for web designers. And that's what we do. We put on really cool stuff like this and we create plugins and courses and all this really great stuff. Now, over time, essentially what we've started to do is like build out a team now for us. You see there's about 8 of us or so on the team now, and it's more than just me. And I really think this is like one of the core principles when it comes to like trying to build a creative startup. And that is, it's all about the people. I think it's very easy to become like ego driven or try to like essentially build an operation around you. But you start to realize as you scale that you need smarter people, better people, different people on the team to actually achieve this big mission that you're trying to go after. And that's where I found like trying to partner with other people, give them responsibility, give them ownership. Like, you know, I think that any creative on this conference here today probably can agree that they don't want to be managed. They want the creative freedom. And I think the thing that I've found with like hiring people is if you give them that creative freedom and the space to do that, they'll actually come back with some really excellent results. And I think at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter what you're building, people are the DNA. It's the people who are making these things possible. So if you can hero the people and really cherish them, then they're going to give you great value back in return. And then lastly, designers need to build more startups, right? You really do, because creative problem solving is in our DNA. Again, the example I'll use here is Brian Chesky, the founder of Airbnb, who actually has a background in, I believe it's architecture design. And he's one of the only designers on the Fortune 500 who actually has a design background. But like you look at Airbnb and what they're doing, and it's like super cool. And there's so many other like up and coming founders and people who are running companies who have this design background. And like there's just so much potential there. So my recommendation to you guys who are listening is to go out there, go build stuff, because that's what we're really great as creators. And hopefully you can find a little bit of traction and start to build your success. So my very last thing I'm going to say is to break the conga line, right? So essentially don't follow the crowd, do something different, be designers, be creative. And yeah, that's basically my talk. Hopefully you've taken a little bit of something away. I noticed the team behind me is here with a couple of questions. Happy to answer any questions at all, so feel free to write some things in the chat. But yeah, hope that was useful.
Hey guys, we thought we'd come in and ask.
Hey guys.
We'll stay here. We thought we'd come in and we'd ask some questions on your behalf, because we've been in the back room for so long and we just wanted to get on camera and say hi. Yeah, we just wanted to get involved.
So we'll do some quick intros first. So this is Georgia and Gus. Do you want to give a quick like intro about what you do?
Sure thing. Hey everyone, I'm Augustine. You can call me Gus, it's easier. I'm from Argentina, but I live in Melbourne now. And I started working with Ryan and Georgia a bit more than a year ago.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Over a year.
This is actually my second front row working with them. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go now. So I'm technically head of operations here at Insert Frame, but we also wear every hat under the sun. And I also come from a background in design. So I studied design, and I did that for 3 years, and now I use it in my workflows every day. But again, it's helped me to do what I do, but I don't use it all day, every day.
Very good. All right. What questions we got?
So one of the questions I had for you was, if I wanted to start a career in design today, what would you recommend? Like, what should I do?
That's a good question. I think it's different for everyone. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think probably the easiest way is to try not to over-invest too early. I think one of those things with design is, we get out of university and we just decide to, we get out of high school and we decide to go to university because that's the thing we're kind of meant to do, right? And I think the thing that we're meant to do is a really dangerous space. So I think if you can kind of like take a step back and go, okay, there might be another way to like learn this, then I think that could be potentially a better option. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily default to the thing you're meant to do, but actually take a look back and go, okay, I learn in this way, I prefer this sort of thing. And because I think like especially when you're early in the industry, what you initially gravitate to, that might change over time. So I think having the flexibility to change, I think is going to be really important.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have to go and ask you something just as good. I saw a lot of people were asking in the chat, why did you choose Framer to base a business off of? Because there are other tools. You've done lots of other things in design. What made you choose Framer?
Sure. So like I mentioned, I think Framer is a bit of a canvas, right? It's just not for building websites. And I think if you fold it in a certain type of way, you actually create different use cases. And I think the great thing about Framer, obviously it feels like very powerful for designers and it feels very intuitive for designers. But in particular, if you fold it in a right way, you can create different use cases. And as a creator and as a builder myself, like I like trying to create new use cases. And I think Framer is that sort of like playground that lets me do that.
Speaking of Framer, you've built this startup based on Framer.
Yeah.
What was the most challenging part?
Definitely early on, where we started to see a little bit of growth and a little bit of traction, and trying to manage that traction, because it almost went from 0 to 100 very, very quickly. And that's hard to keep up with, when you've got all these new customers in and you're trying to like keep up with them, but there's still problems with the product. So your reputation of customer support gets completely degraded very quickly. So you're trying to like do all these things, and then you go, okay, there's so much work, I need to hire people. But then you need the time to hire people, as well as do the things that are already on your plate, as well as work on things that, you need to work on to take you to that next level. So there's always this weird stage with startups, like as you grow and you start to see the success.
Succinct success.
Yeah. That you kind of get a bit stuck and a little bit frazzled. So I think just, in that moment, you just need to kind of like take a step back and go, you know what, it's going to be okay. We'll work through it just day by day. But yeah, that's definitely one of the challenges.
Yeah. I'm having flashbacks right now. Okay.
Go for it.
No, you go.
Now, I was going to say that we all obviously here, we love Framer.
Yes.
What other tools do you use, like your day-to-day life, in your workflow?
Most of my day-to-day at the moment really evolves around like comms and like managing the team. So that is Discord and Slack. Mm-hmm. So I think some people might be surprised to hear that we use Discord for communication over Slack. I mean, we do use Slack for some things, mostly like external things for dealing with clients and things like that. But internally we use Discord, which is actually a really, really great alternative. And then Notion as well for everything sort of like project management and operations.
Everybody's talking about AI at the moment. It's the biggest conversation.
Sure.
So in a world of AI, how do you keep products feeling, natural and having a human-like...
Feeling original.
Feeling original. Yeah. It's kind of what you talked about with Duolingo.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it's kind of like bringing your own Duolingo or your own Clippy to whatever you're building and actually giving it personality. Like what we're doing right now is giving personality to our brands, right? Like, there's faces here. We're actually being involved. It's not just some AI generated person here. It's actually us at, a ridiculous time in the morning. So I think just trying to be more human, being more authentic, and trying to, do things that robots or AI can't replace, and doing that more, I think it's just going to be net positive.
Okay. Yeah, and so I think I have to ask this. So if we had a mascot at Insert Frame,
sure.
I may have brought this up before, what would it be?
Well, I have joked it should be Tom, but I don't think he would go for that. I don't know. What do you guys think? What should be the mascot?
I think it should be a digital version of Potato, your dog.
Okay, yes. So
You
have to give context.
Yeah, that's true. So I do have a dog. His name is Potato. And I guess he kind of is the team mascot. Doesn't do a lot of work, but, is there.
Yeah, he's the internal mascot.
Yeah, for sure.
We're here at Frontrow day 2.
Yeah.
There's one more day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I heard there's a meetup here in Melbourne. that is going to be part of Frontrow.
Yeah, so it's kind of exciting this year because we actually have a bit more of a hybrid element. So tomorrow, if anyone is watching, I don't know why you'd be watching right now if you are in Melbourne. It's 12:30 in the morning. But if you are, come to the meetup tomorrow in South Melbourne at 6 p.m. We've got pizza. We've got some really great talks. There's so many different things going on. And of course, that will be recorded and streamed here on YouTube at 9 p.m. tomorrow night to kick off the start of Frontrow Day 3, the final day.
Yes. Okay, and if I have one last question, it's a really important one. Next year, what's Frontrow going to look like?
Oof, that's a good question.
It has to be bigger.
Yeah.
Does
how
it?
Do you,
It's already pretty big.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. How do you outdo 3 days and in person?
Yeah, so a little bit of background. So the first Frontrow that we did was about 6 hours on YouTube. The next one was 2 days. And then in 2021, we decided to do 5 days. I don't think we'll ever do that again. We even tried to do a 9 p.m. to a 9 a.m. one once, which again, we won't do. So I think the answer you're looking for is, I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll see how we feel in 12 months time.
How about the audience tell us what we do next year?
Yeah, but I don't feel like the audience, don't get me wrong, the audience here are very, very nice, but I know they're very hungry for content as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to be like 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
You guys don't need sleep.
We'll fly everyone to Australia.
That's true.
That's the answer.
Yeah. And we'll pay for it.
Why not? Ryan's paying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. All right.
Those are all the questions from my end.
All right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
All right. Well, that's awesome. So up next, we have Joseph, who's going to be giving a really great presentation. But yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes with our next talk at Frontrow 2025. Thanks, guys. All right, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. Now, just a couple of quick housekeeping things before we continue on. So, if you have not been using the hashtag already, make sure to use the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tag us at Insert Frame on socials for your chance to win some awesome merch. Now, we're going to be giving away some more merch in just a couple of minutes with some games and some quizzes, so just stay tuned for that. And again, a massive shout out to our sponsors, both Framer and Insert Frame, for making this possible. And all the content at Frontrow this year, you can replay at any time. And all you need to do is go to frontrow.events/replay or scan the QR code on the screen to catch up with any session. There's already some up there for today. Now, if we look a little bit ahead at the schedule once again, you'll notice that we're basically halfway through already. So we've already gone through 3 talks, which is crazy quick. And now we've got 3 more upcoming. In just about 20 minutes time, we'll be chatting to Joseph, who's going to be showing us how to sell design assets. And he's going to have different conversations and thoughts around pricing, whether it be subscription pricing or lifetime pricing and what the best one is. Then we're going to be chatting to John around how to build SOPs, so processes, for your agency or freelance business using AI, so you can free up your time and boost your efficiency. And then lastly, to finish this off, we've got Janda, who's going to be giving his talk on the business of design to make more money and to stress less. So that's all in tune for the rest of the night or day. We are currently at 12:30 a.m. local time, so we are officially on Thursday here. So everyone else is probably still stuck on Wednesday, but that's okay. But let's get into it. So I have some things I want to give away. So to give you a quick reminder on what we have up for grabs, we're going to go very game show vibe in a minute. We have some stickers, which are like super, super cool and like really nice quality. We have some shirts and some caps. So these ones are our variant caps that we designed specifically for this conference. Very nice, sort of like dad hat, embroidered style. And then we have some shirts as well. Again, very nice sort of quality shirts. Got the logo on the front, and on the back we've got some cool sort of like crew mentions there as well. So tons of different stuff to give away. Now, obviously you have been using the hashtag Frontrow2025 to get into the running to win for that. But I think it's time to actually get out our competitive side and actually compete to win some awesome merch. So we're going to do a couple of quizzes, and if you join in, the winners will kind of win some awesome merchandise here. So I'll get my team to put a link on the screen as well as in the chat. So here we go, perfect. So if you go to joinmyquiz.com, and again, we'll put a link in the chat here, but go to joinmyquiz.com and then enter the code 617639. So that's, go to joinmyquiz.com. The code is 617639. You'll be entered into the room for a quiz. Now, I have been told there is 2 quizzes. I don't know what these quizzes are, but we'll run through all the questions together, and hopefully there'll be some answers that, you know, and then hopefully some that you don't know. Some of them will be design related and some of them will be general knowledge. So, it's anyone's game. Anyone could win this, but I'm sure there's some fierce competition in the chat. All right, so we'll give it just a couple of minutes or so for everyone to kind of jump in here. We won't wait too long. We've got already 13 people in the room, which is great. Yesterday when we did this, we had like 70 or 80 people signed up in the room here, which was awesome. And it got really close in terms of competition as well. So, can be anyone's game is all I'm saying. We'll have to just wait and see who's going to take it home today. Okay, so I'm going to give you an extra just 30 seconds to join. So again, if you just go to joinmyquiz.com and then the code is 617639, or if you just click the link in the chat, it should just automatically enter you in. And yeah, I reckon we can probably get started in just a second. We've got 28, 29 people in here. Who's going to be lucky 30? All right, we're going to start at 30. So whoever's joining is going to, there we go. Let's get started. Here we go. Good luck. Who's going to win the merch? 3, 2, 1. All right. In 2010, which major clothing retailer changed its logo, causing a backlash that reverted to the original design within a week? Was it H&M? Was it, I don't even know what that brand is. Zara or Gap? I honestly do not have a clue what that answer would be. There we go. Ooh, I feel like more people are getting it wrong so far than right. Which famous car brands redesigned its logo in 2024 to much controversy, making it simpler and flatter? Now, I'm sure there was a couple, but was it Pagani, Audi, Jaguar, or Ferrari? Now, I do remember this one coming out of the news. There was one in particular that stood out in terms of a bit of a rebrand. What year did Adobe acquire or try to acquire Figma, sparking controversy among designers? Was it 2023, 2021, 2022, or 2018? Now, I don't know if you remember this, but when it happened, essentially the deal didn't fall through because, you know, everyone thought Adobe was trying to hold the monopoly, but they still had to pay $1 billion to Figma because of essentially the time they spent going through that acquisition process. So, you know, great payday for Figma for, you know, not having to give anything up. So we'll keep going, keep firing through these questions. Don't worry if you're behind on me. Adobe Photoshop was released in what year? 2000s, 1985, 1995, or 1990? There's lots of questions. There's 15 to get through. I can see a lot of people are getting through them. Now we will stop this in just a couple of minutes time. So whoever's leading at that point will be the winner. We do have 44 participants. Apparently I'm 33rd at the moment, so not too bad. Last night I was basically dead last. So at the moment we're doing okay. But I can see that Fiddlehead Foley is out in front, followed by Salt. I think you guys need to put some actual names. Maybe these are anonymous names. I don't know. But you guys, they're definitely anonymous names. I was going to say, otherwise everyone is very original, which is like super strange. Which one of the following fonts was not included in the original Microsoft Core fonts for the web in 1996? These are some tough questions. Was it Helvetica, Times New Roman, Comic Sans, or Verdana? All right. Why did Airbnb's 2014 logo rebrand cause controversy? Was it because the new symbol resembled various unintended shapes? Okay. They replaced their name with a symbol. The redesign cost too much money. The color scheme was considered offensive. Do you guys remember when, I think it was BP, British Petroleum, essentially came out with the most expensive rebrand of all time, and it was like 200 million. That was like crazy. Hopefully I haven't ruined a question in here. But I'm pretty sure I know the answer for this one, so good luck, and hopefully you know the answer too. In 2019, which tech company introduced its own custom typeface called San Francisco? Was it Google, Apple, Microsoft, or Meta? Or probably back in 2019. When did Facebook become Meta? That's a pretty good question. Was it 2021? 2022? Wasn't that long ago, right? But I feel like I know the answer for this one too. All right, I'm going to give you guys just an extra couple of minutes to get these final questions in here. Class accuracy is 48%. We're 50-50. Guys, what are we doing? What is unique about the FedEx logo? A, it changes colors depending on the region. B, it includes a Morse code message in the dot of the I. Where's the I? Who wrote this question? C, the font is custom made to resemble a road, or it features a hidden arrow between the letters E and X. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. I might, but I'm not sure. All right, we're 50-50 on class accuracy. Wow. I feel like, I don't know if this is like good or bad. I don't know if we're like succeeding here or failing here, guys. All right, you've got 30 seconds to get your final answers in, and then we're going to award a winner. So, all right, last question from me here. In 2018, Masterclass removed what element from its logo? Okay, so you've got 4 options. You've got A, the drop shadow effect, B, the word MasterCard, C, the overlapping circles, or D, the yellow and red color scheme. I feel like I also know this one as well. All right, let's stop this quiz and let's see who our winners are. Let's get a little drum roll. Who's it going to be? Now, again, these are anonymous names. So for you to prove to us that you've won, you just need to send us a screenshot or just a photo or something like that to our Twitter account at InsertFrame, and we'll make sure to set you up with the prizes. But that was a great first round. I reckon we go round for number 2. And this time, again, we're going to give away some merch plus a framer license. So you're going to get some awesome merchandise and some stickers and things like that. And we're going to actually do a framer giveaway as well. You're going to get a year subscription to Framer. So tons of different things to win. But guys, I actually think we need to like figure out how we can improve our accuracy overall. 50% on a design quiz. Guys, what's going on? But this next one I believe is general knowledge. So I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be better or worse. We're going to have to see. But it seemed pretty close in terms of those rankings. So there was definitely some top contenders there. And I feel like those questions were pretty good. So, you know, that's something to say the least. But let's get into the second quiz now. So again, we'll put a link in the chat so you can join this one. This will be the last quiz. But if you do want to join this one, you can go to joinmyquiz.com. or click the link in the chat. There's also like a little QR code if you can scan that. And then the code is 833710. Again, the code is 833710. And if you can put in your name, that would be great. So then we can know who won. But either way, if you do win a prize, if you're in the first place, just send us a photo on Twitter so we can verify that it is you, and then we can have a conversation to collect your details so we can send you some awesome merch. These also work really well as like a playing card, and you can just like throw them. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but maybe you do. Okay, we'll let a couple more people get in here. We'll probably start when it gets to 30, I would say. We've got the 27 back in here. A couple more are going to join. Actually, I need to join too so I can read out some questions. All right, what's my name? That's a really good question. Okay, all right. We've got about 37 people in here, which is great. Who's going to take it home? Let's find out. Let's start this quiz. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we're off. Which of these was an actual Olympic sport? Sorry, designers. There's not a lot of design questions in this one. It's all general knowledge. Competitive sighing, speed knitting, synchronized napping, or poodle clipping. Was any of these an actual sport? Synchronized napping, I would love to know how that works. Like, do you have to like fall asleep at the exact right time? Yeah, our class accuracy is at 24%. That's so funny. What animal can hold its breath the longest? A whale, a dolphin, a sloth, or an alligator? All right. Which country consumes the most chocolate per capita? Switzerland, Germany, USA, or Belgium? It's a good question. A, B, C, or D? Put in your answers. Oh man, I got it wrong. I thought for sure I had that one. What was the original name of Google? Was it Searchy McSearchface? Oh man. Web crawler, data nexus, or backrub? I don't know who's coming up with that, but that was great. What was the first soft drink in space? Dr. Pepper, Pepsi, Fanta, or Coca-Cola? Could be any, to be honest. Which letter is not found in any US state name? Is it Z, J, X, or Q? I'm sure the Americans in the room probably have a little bit of an advantage there. So what was the name of the Twitter bird? Was it A, Steve, B, Bluey, C, Chirpy, or D, Larry? Now, I'm not going to give any hints, but I'm pretty sure Bluey is also an other animal of a character. Maybe. All right, a couple more questions here, and then we're going to see who the winner is. What was bubble wrap originally invented for? Ooh, I actually know this one. Was it A, raincoat lining, a mattress pad, wallpaper, or as a toy? That's actually a really good question. Okay, we'll do 2 more questions and then we're going to see who has won. Surprisingly, well, probably not surprisingly, class accuracy. These questions must be good because a lot of people are getting them wrong. What's the technical term for the hashtag symbol? Is it the pound star, the octothrope, or crossmark, or hash grid? Lock in your answers. Okay. Ooh, what was the first message ever sent over the internet? Was it login? Was it LOL? LOL? Or hello world? We'll have to wait and see. All right, let's do one more and then we're going to figure out who the winner is. What is a baby oyster called? A spat, a bubble, a floister, or a shelling? All right, these are some good questions. We've only got 4 more. I reckon let's just keep going. We'll get through them. What's the only planet in our solar system that rotates clockwise? Mars, Venus, Jupiter, or Earth? Who's it going to be? All right, we have 3 more questions left. What was the first fruit eaten on the moon? Banana, orange, apple, or peach? A lot of moon and space questions out here today. What was the original use of Play-Doh? Was it shoe polish, wallpaper cleaner, hair gel, or cheese substitute? I don't know if you'd want to like eat Play-Doh. I don't think that would be super healthy. Maybe it is. I don't know. What animal can sleep for 3 years straight? Is it a sloth, a snail, a hedgehog, or a tortoise? Get your answers in. There we go. That's all 15. All right. I reckon we end this and we'll see who has taken home the prize with an average of 42% accuracy across the whole class. All right. Metro Punker, congratulations. You have won yourself some awesome merch. Just a reminder to take a quick photo now and to DM us on Twitter at InsertFrame, or even Instagram's probably fine as well, so we can verify your thing. So Up next, we have Joseph. So if we just load up the agenda again super quickly, you will notice that we already have just 3 more sessions before we can wrap up today. So just in 5 minutes time, we're going to be joined with Joseph, who's going to be giving a really great talk. But just before that, I want to play a couple of quick highlights from Jesse's session yesterday, who gave a really great talk on the playbook to being a modern freelancer.
Good night, everyone. Good morning if you're watching us from outside Australia. My name is Augustine. I'm a designer here at Insertframe, and I'm here today with Georgia. Georgia, I want to ask you some questions.
Oh, okay.
Tell us what you do. What do you do at Insertframe?
Okay. That's a very big question. I do lots of different things. I'm technically called head of operations, but I wear many different hats. I do, for starters, today I am the event manager. So we're running Frontrow. So basically...
What can you tell us about Frontrow?
Oh, okay. That's a good question. Well, it's been running for 5 years. Originally it started as a bit of a passion project from Ryan's team, and they just wanted to bring cool designers together and some really cool... really big names together, and now 5 years later we're running it for 3 days, and we have an in-person element in Melbourne. If you're in Melbourne, you should turn up and come see us, and yeah.
And what do you think that makes Frontrow2025 special compared to other?
What makes 2025 more special?
Yeah.
Okay, well, for starters, 3 days, then the in-person element. And probably my favorite part is that we've got a lot of really interesting creators coming together. So we've got people that are framer advocates, we've got people who are Webflow advocates, we've got, UX, UI, and then some people who are just generally passionate about empowering other creators to either earn more money, build better, or feel more confident in what they do. So I think it overall appeals to so many more different designers. Okay. Like I've got value from it. Have you got value? Yeah. It's
and I need to ask you this question. I was forced to ask you this question, but who is your favorite team member at Insertframe?
Well, a little birdie told me, and I'm gonna steal this from someone. Potato.
But he's not a human.
Yep. Oh, okay.
You're cheating.
Okay. Well, I actually do have a better answer for this. I'm actually going to shout out Monique. She works in our support team. It's actually this month is her first full year working with Insertframe. I know. She's been on the team for a year, and she basically helps me do anything and everything I ask her to do. So I'm so grateful. And yeah, thanks, Mon, and thanks to the rest of the team. I love everyone.
Those are all the questions from now.
Oh.
Thanks very much, everyone. Subscribe and like our video.
I think what Gus is trying to say is use the hashtag
Frontrow2025.
All right.
They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun. Yeah. Lie in the sun. Yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on laughing. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. in the sun.
Hello, Internet, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. We've already had some amazing sessions, and now it's time to get into some more amazing sessions. Up next, we are joined by Joseph Tadero, who is a product designer with an expertise spanning across print, web, UI, UX, and motion design. Currently, he leads product education at Framer, where he creates content that helps designers master digital product and website design with the Framer tool. He has built a strong audience of freelancers and design teams who can use Framer to create beautiful no-code websites. And he also has a side project called Shapefest, which is a massive library of 3D assets. Joseph, how are you, my man?
Ryan, thank you. Glad to be here.
I'm always very impressed with your setup as someone who also loves the setup. I geek out over it.
Yours too. Yours has come a long way.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Inspired by the best, I'll say.
Thank you.
Awesome. Anyway, Joseph, I'm going to leave it over to you. Again, quick reminder for the whole chat here. If you've got any questions throughout the presentation, just add it in the chat so I can ask Joseph on your behalf at the end of this presentation. But Joseph, over to you.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. So today we're talking about selling design assets, sort of how to spin up a side project, why bother in the first place, and some pricing, platform tactics and profit strategies that'll sort of ease you into it without, hopefully breaking down some barriers if you haven't started selling any sort of design assets yet. I assume you're a creator of some sort. You might not be a designer, but you probably make stuff. So again, as Ryan mentioned, I'm Joseph, and today's agenda is going to kind of weave us through a few different aspects of what I consider topically relevant, starting with who I am and what my path has looked like. And then we're going to head into a little 10-minute segment on philosophically what we're here to do and why we're here to do it, why bother in the first place. And then we're going to talk a little bit about strategy, pricing strategy, sort of my trial and error experience with a few different pricing strategies and how those have applied to my side project called Shapefest. And then we'll talk about tactically the tools that I actually use and how I actually go about selling stuff, how I go about taking people's money and giving them what they paid for. And then we'll open it up to a Q&A at the end. We'll leave a solid quarter of our time for Q&A. But just to start with me and my path, who I am, why I'm here, and why anyone should care at all about what I have to say. Again, I work for a company called Framer. You may be familiar with Framer, our web design tool. It's a no-code web design tool. And I'm currently working on product education. So my career has sort of taken me back and forth between design and teaching design, I started off at a small design agency called Fuse. I was designing in-flight entertainment software. From there, I got into the tooling space by joining a company called InVision. If you've been in the product design industry for a while, you're probably familiar with InVision. It was the platform that sort of bridged all the collaborators together before our tools really did that. So we would take our design work from a point of origin at the time, mostly Photoshop, publish it to InVision and collaborate, gather feedback, prototype, and all that good stuff online. So that was really my entry into the software as a service field. And while working at InVision, I started doing some side projects on the web, which I'll talk about here in a moment. Started teaching at a school called the Laguna College of Art and Design, eventually joined Sketch, where I was sort of bringing my side project, which was called LearnSketch.com, into my full-time role, where I was teaching Sketch at Sketch, and then joined Framer, and now I'm teaching Framer at Framer. I should also mention, while at InVision, I switched from the marketing team where I was sort of teaching design best practices and joined the product team there, where I was working on a tool called InVision Studio for the OGs who remember that. But as far as what I had going on the side. I worked for Apple when I was fresh out of college. And when you work at an Apple store, if you work for Apple in any capacity, you can't really do anything online. You can't really have an online presence that conflicts with Apple's sort of terms of what could be construed as a conflict of interest. So I couldn't really do any YouTube tutorials, even though I really wanted to start making YouTube tutorials. I couldn't do anything on Apple. I couldn't do anything on my primary expertise. But then Adobe came out with a no-code web tool called Adobe Muse. It's sort of come and gone. It essentially doesn't exist anymore. It was axed quite a while ago. But when I was creating my Adobe Muse tutorials, I was able to sell icons for Adobe Muse, and I was able to sell a plugin that I created for Adobe Muse and start to make a little bit of money on the side. Then came the sketch tutorials. I started doing sketch tutorials when Adobe Muse was on its way out. I was using Sketch at my agency job and really enjoying it and sharing what I was learning on YouTube. And that sort of opened up the path to sell icons for Sketch, which didn't do very well, to be honest with you. That was my first real smack in the face of disappointment. I thought I've got this all figured out, and then those icons just didn't sell. It wasn't the right fit. I was selling ice to an Eskimo. People were designing their own icons, and they weren't interested in the icons that I was creating for Sketch at the time. And there were some really great icon libraries emerging. So I pivoted into selling a course because I was like, okay, people are showing up for the YouTube videos. I could sell a course. And that could be your product as well. You could be selling information. You could be selling assets. I'm sort of lumping it all together for the purposes of this presentation. Whatever your thing is, whatever you spend a lot of time building, whatever you spend a lot of time creating, whatever you create a lot of, wherever you find yourself doing a lot of redundant work, that's an opportunity to take that and make it more widely available for folks to potentially purchase. So where I went from there was sort of going tool agnostic with it. I had sort of hitched myself to Sketch and Adobe Muse, and these tools had kind of had their rise and fall. And I thought, I'm really enjoying playing with 3D. I should start getting into putting 3D assets out there. And then no matter what tool you're using, you can use those 3D assets. I'll put them out there in the form of PNG files. You could drop them into presentations, whatever you want. And that is how Shapefest was born. And this is a screenshot, a little video clip of Shapefest in its current form. But I'm going to take you back through the journey of how that progressed. But currently, Shapefest is a pretty large library where I've created 3D illustrations in a variety of different materials. The camera angles and lighting all match, so it's one very cohesive library where you can piece things together and everything looks like it belongs. But that's not how it started out. But before we even get to the story of Shapefest, I just want to talk about a little bit of the philosophy of why bother selling anything online in the first place. Why bother adding more work to your plate, right? So we have the outward value of your time. The longer you do what you've been doing, the more you learn, the more you gain expertise, the greater your outward value of time is. The more you can charge, the higher your rates go. But still, in a sense that your value is tied to your time, the time that you invest in your output. Assuming you're providing your output as a service, you're probably billing in a way that is somehow linked to your time. It's somehow linked to an hourly rate, even if you don't charge hourly. So an investment of time in learning your craft pays interest, right? It pays interest on your time because your time becomes more valuable over time, may start to plateau a little bit as your learning and growth stagnates. But there's another sort of more important aspect here as it relates to your time, and it's the intrinsic value of your time. And this is something that I started thinking about when I started spending my very last hours of the day working on projects that I didn't particularly enjoy. So this is kind of philosophical, but your first available hour to do work is a no-brainer. You should be doing work with your time. In fact, idle hands are the devil's playground. You don't want to be sitting around doing nothing all the time, right? But that is incomparable to the very last hour of your day, that very last hour where you could be resetting, you could be spending time with family, you could be spending time with friends, you could be, spending time with an older relative who's not going to be around forever. That last hour, it's extremely valuable, and incomparably so from the first free hour you have when you wake up in the morning and you have nothing to do. Get to work. Come on, right? So we don't want our time to be completely and inextricably, is that the right word? But bonded so effectively to our earning potential that we have to give up all of our hours, right? Because all of our hours are not created equal. So the natural objection is also, I don't have time to start from zero on some kind of side project. Like I've got enough on my plate. I've got enough to do. Starting from zero is daunting, right? And you might be thinking, I'm going to have to invest at least 10 hours into this side project, into creating a course, into, creating assets from the work that I do every day, or the type of work that I do every day. No, you're not going to have to spend 10 plus hours. You're going to have to spend more like 10,010 hours, right? Because the 10,000 hour rule, it takes about 10,000 hours to master any one thing. And if you're a master of your craft, that mastery is going to come in to play here, which means you've got all the time that went into that mastery, plus the time it's going to take to spin up sort of the I guess you could say the asset of the website or whatever distribution platform you're going to be putting your content out there. Maybe it'll just be YouTube videos. Maybe it'll be a course on Udemy. Maybe it'll be a website that you spin up yourself. But I think pretty much all of us here are capable and enthusiastic about spinning up new web projects. But the moral of the story here is you're not starting from zero. You've already spent a lot of time learning your craft and learning how to make the stuff that you make, right? So everything you've ever done, everything you've ever learned is already sort of invested here. So if you've put in your 10,000 hours, you're 99.9% of the way there, right? And that 99% is already paying interest in terms of you being able to command your rate, you being able to hold the job that you hold. But as it relates to spinning up a side project and selling some of what you do best, 10,000 hours are down. You're already there. You've just got 10 more to go. So it's really just that last 0.1% that you have ahead of you. And that last 0.1% pays you dividends. We're talking about potentially very real side income, and more importantly, side income that decouples your time from your earnings. You can put time into creating these things when you have that free time. It doesn't have to be the very, very, very last hour of your day where you should be spending time with someone that you love or doing something that you love. So that's kind of a big deal. That's really the overarching strategy. We want to decouple our time from our earning potential, and we want to leverage everything we've ever done, everything we've ever learned into what it is that we're going to do next. And in doing so, the big picture is we've really just got a little bit of work left. Not so bad. So let's talk strategy. And this is where pricing and things come in. What are we selling in the first place? I'm not going to tell you exactly what to sell because I don't know what you do best and how you might package that into something worth selling. But for the most part, we're all selling a thing if we sell assets or courses or something online. So yeah, we're selling assets, right? Technically, no. We're not selling the assets themselves, even though to the end user, they may feel like in receiving the end assets and using them for what they want to use them for, that's where the value is, right? The stuff itself. But really, technically, we're selling licenses. So the first thing to know about pricing is that you can sell the right for people to do certain things with your assets. For example, if you're selling a code library, you don't want to give someone the right to make a small tweak and go and turn around and sell it as their own, right? Of course, you don't want to do that. It's not as if they've hired you to create this thing for them and they can run off and do whatever they want with it. So really, we're selling licenses. We're selling the right to do something with our content. And an example of this is, let's say you love Star Wars and Indiana Jones. You hop on the Apple TV app. You can buy the whole collection, both collections, for $119.98. That'll get you every one of the core trilogy the core trilogy Star Wars movies, as well as the 4 Indiana Jones movies. So all of them. I know there are more Star Wars movies. I know, we're all nerds here. It's fine. But in 2012, Disney paid $4 billion for ownership of the Star Wars and Indiana Jones franchises. So there's a huge difference between outright ownership of intellectual property and buying the right to use something. When you pay for a movie, when you buy a movie and download it, you're buying the right to watch that movie, usually on a certain number of devices. There's plenty more fine print, but you're not buying the intellectual property to the movie. You're just buying the right to watch it. So really, we're selling the rights to do something with our assets. We're not selling the assets ourselves. It's themselves. We're not selling the shirt off of our backs. We're not going to put ourselves completely out of work. But at the same time, we're not lawyers. We're not going to go after people legally all the time, be suing people for misusing our assets. So we do want to cover ourselves in ways that provide value to the end user and also allow us to sell sustainably and not go out of business, not put ourselves out of business, right? Which kind of brings us to pricing models. There are different ways that we can price any type of assets that we're selling. And there are 3 main ones that I want to talk about. The first being one-time purchase. If you decide, I'm going to create an icon pack, or I'm going to create a template. Maybe you're going to create a framer template. In all likelihood, that's going to be a one-time purchase. It doesn't really provide ongoing value. It's not really software as a service. It's an asset, right? So a one-time purchase is a good way to go. And we'll talk about the advantages of that here in a moment. If you do provide ongoing value, subscription is pretty nice, because in a subscription model, you have recurring revenue. You can reinvest that recurring revenue into improving your service, and the flywheel sort of just keeps spinning. You add value, you gain revenue, you reinvest that to add value, et cetera, and the wheel keeps spinning. Then we have lifetime access, and lifetime access is similar to the one-time purchase model, but as you grow a library of content, perhaps you want to bundle some of it together. Perhaps you want to bundle all of it together. Lifetime access sort of implies that you're bundling it all together. You're saying, I've made a bunch of stuff, come get it, pay me once, and you can download whatever you want. Definitely has some inherent disadvantages, but a lot of people object to the subscription model, especially when it comes to assets. So lifetime access could be a solution. But let's talk about the pros and cons of each one, starting with one-time purchase. With a one-time purchase, you get immediate revenue as soon as you sell something. So that's fantastic. Who could argue with getting the money up front, right? At least from our end. From the customer's end, the pricing is simple and transparent. They know what they're getting. They know what they're paying. They're not going to accidentally forget to cancel a subscription. They're not going to end up paying more than they intended to. It's very cut and dry. And there's no commitment required in the sense that they have to buy into this concept of ongoing value. All they need is to see something, to say, I want that, and then boom, they can make it theirs for a relatively small upfront price, at least relatively small as it relates to something like buying an entire library or buying access to an entire library. There are disadvantages to a one-time purchase. One is there's no recurring revenue, of course. When there's no recurring revenue, you could potentially have costs to cover over time, and you don't have revenue over time to pay for those costs over time, right? And it requires constant new sales. So you need to be attracting new customers all the time. Great way to do that is by putting free content out there. More people will show up for free stuff, whether that free stuff is free information or free assets. Definitely a great way to get folks to show up and to see the stuff that you're selling. And that's a very important part of the story of ShapeFest. It started off completely free, and has only more recently become a paid platform. You have a lower customer lifetime value because folks are just paying that small one-time fee, and they're not paying again and again and again and again, which creates an increased lifetime value of a customer. The lower lifetime value, it's hard to say if this is a hard fact, because if folks in a contrasting subscription model sign up and then cancel, their lifetime value is going to be pitifully low. But if folks buy something through the one-time purchase model and then come back and buy the next thing that you sell and the next thing that you sell, there could very well be a higher lifetime value associated with a one-time purchase, or many one-time purchases than there are with other models. So let's talk advantages of a subscription model. Predictable recurring revenue. Who doesn't want that, right? That is what attracted me to subscription models in the first place. And that's what led me to eventually meet Ryan. And we'll talk about how that went here in a moment. But the predictable recurring revenue is a dream. It essentially gets you funded to keep doing what you enjoy doing, right? You're essentially turning your creation, your side project of personal creation into something more like a career with that recurring revenue, more steady, more stable. You have a higher customer lifetime value, assuming they don't cancel, because they're going to pay again and again and again, and they have that low barrier to entry at the very beginning of their subscription, where they're signing up at a low price, but that kind of accumulates. Like my sister, for example, who was paying for America Online. I know we've got people from all over the world, but America Online was a dial-up service provider in the 90s, and she never canceled. And when I went to help her sort of clean up her finances, we discovered she was paying $30 a month for America Online for something like 15 years, just something obnoxious like that. So if she's smart, she's going to be more apprehensive about signing up for subscriptions for things in the future. I like to think that that's the case. It's sort of a healthy pessimism when it comes to subscriptions if you've been burned in the past. So naturally, we're dipping into the disadvantages already. There is risk of customer churn. There's always risk that people are going to cancel their subscriptions. So just because you are getting folks signing up for your subscription model, it doesn't mean that it's going to be sustainable and significantly more profitable, or more profitable at all, against the other two models that we're talking about today. It requires ongoing content updates. Why would someone want to subscribe to something that doesn't provide ongoing value, right? So the value of a library of static assets is, in a sense, static. The value is the same on day one as it is on day two, et cetera, et cetera. If the library is large enough, like a stock photography website, I think is a good example, or a stock music website, you can kind of justify that model even without adding any content, just because there is so much value baked in already from the get-go, and folks just have to discover it for themselves over time, and it's going to take time, and the subscription buys them that time to go through, poke around, find what they're looking for, maybe not need something today that they do need tomorrow or a month down the road. So that ongoing value can kind of be more intrinsic and not something that you have to add over time. But most of the time with the subscription, you're making a promise to provide ongoing value over time. And back to the story about my sister, some customers are going to be a little bit reluctant about recurring payments. So not everyone wants to sign up for a new service. I know I don't. I would much rather pay a little bit more upfront and not have to worry about forgetting to cancel, or, God forbid, ending up paying for America Online for 15 years. So then we have the lifetime access model, which sort of takes the value of the subscription and front loads it. So you get a large upfront revenue per customer. You say, I'm going to charge you a bunch of money up front, and then you run off and do whatever you want. It's simple. There's no subscription, which is appealing to people who are apprehensive about subscriptions. It can be a good way to go, especially if you have a medium-sized library content that you're selling. Not so massive that you can easily justify a subscription, and not so small that you're better off just selling the assets individually. And there's no risk of churn this way. You get the money up front, you get paid, you move on, they move on, everyone moves on, which sort of relates to the disadvantages, which are, you know, pretty clear against subscriptions, that you don't get that recurring revenue, and it's less steady. You might get a bunch of lifetime access sales up front, but you get no future payments from existing customers. So you get what you get, and you may never see a dollar from that customer ever again. You have a higher initial price, so you have a little bit more of that sticker shock, right? Versus a low monthly payment. You've got like a high one-time fee, because you have to make up for the fact that you're not going to have a lifetime value spread over time. You're going to have to take what is the average lifetime value of a customer who would be subscribed. If they're going to subscribe and cancel in 10 months, if they're going to, there's a month for 10 months, okay, lifetime value is $80 before that customer is gone. So maybe you charge them that $80 up front. But you still have ongoing maintenance costs without recurring income. So you get that $80 up front, and then 10 months later, are you still using 1/10 of that recurring or that non-recurring revenue the same way that you would be using the $8 a month recurring revenue? You'd be, you know, using it to pay for your hosting costs and, you know, your website, your marketing stack, and all that good stuff. So you've got to be a bit more diligent about how you spend versus reinvest that money that you take up front, because it's really easy to take that money and to not consider your ongoing costs. You might say, oh, well, keeping this website going is only costing me, you know, $25 a month or something like that. But it can start to eat away. And when you promise lifetime access, folks want the site to stay in business. They don't want you to go out of business and take the site down, right? So we have kind of a responsibility to make it sustainable. And this lifetime access model can be considered lesser sustainable unless you're, of course, getting new customers all the time. So which model do we choose? It really does depend. The one-time purchase model lends itself really well to getting immediate revenue, right? Lifetime access as well. You get immediate revenue right up front. So if you need that immediate revenue, that would be the way to go. If you're trying to raise money or make up for like a large upfront investment, this could be a good way to start. But if you want long-term sustainable income, obviously a subscription is sort of the dream, right? And if you're selling a large library, then a subscription or lifetime access, depending on the size of the library, you know, depending on what it is that you're selling, how it provides value over time. But as your library of stuff that you're selling gets bigger and bigger, you end up with more assets, more problems. And one of those problems is actually just purely psychological in terms of how you market things. I like to call it the crippling burden of choice, right? So I started off with just one pack of assets, but Shapefest eventually became a bunch of packs of assets. They're in different colors, different materials. Different projects will want something darker. Different projects will want something lighter. So there's a lot of stuff for a lot of different people for different projects at different times. But because there's so much content, they have to choose wisely what it is that they want to purchase if you're looking at things from a one-time purchase perspective. So sort of breaking down how the one-time purchase model can sort of decline in value in a psychological sense as choices grow. Something called the JAM study that I want to talk about. In the year 2000, a couple of psychologists conducted a famous experiment in a grocery store, and you may have heard of this experiment. It's been done in various forms a number of times by different people over the years, but in this particular iteration of the experiment, they set up two different tasting booths for jam in the grocery store, jam that you'd put on bread. The first booth only had 6 different flavors to choose from. Right? 6 different flavors to taste and to choose which one you want to buy sitting on the counter. And the second booth, the second experiment conducted, you know, separately for the sake of comparison, had 24 different choices. So you might be thinking, well, the larger selection looks more appealing. More people must have been drawn to that. And you'd be right. More people were drawn to the larger selection of the two. However, 10 times more people purchased from the smaller selection. 10 times. That's a huge difference. And it has to do with the burden of choice and how apprehensive folks get about potentially making the wrong choice. And they know what buyer's remorse feels like. And that factors into their decision or indecision when it's game time. And regarding remorse, another thing to Google after this on your own time, the Harvard photography study. This kind of focuses on the remorse associated with having more choice and getting neurotic about whether or not you made the right choice after the fact. So more choices, more problems, more things to consider. So a brief history of shapefest.com. Again, started off as a free pack of assets. So wasn't really dealing with the burden of choice, wasn't asking people to decide to buy anything. They just came, they showed up, they bought a free pack of assets. I did a little video trailer where they could see the assets. They were basically just geometric primitive shapes and a pack of PNG icons from different angles and a few different colors, right? Then phase 2 of ShapeFest, I added some paid packs. So I sort of incorporated a freemium model here where you show up for the free stuff, you might buy the paid stuff. So this is what the website looked like at the time. You could click the primary call to action button, get the free stuff, or you may discover a secondary call to action button here where you could download the paid stuff, right? Then at the time, this website was built on Webflow. And at the time, Webflow announced their Webflow memberships feature was going into beta. It never actually really launched. It never really got off the ground. It was in beta. Then they sort of reinvested their resources and they eventually pulled the plug. But when they introduced this memberships thing, I was like, okay, recurring revenue is now a possibility. So I kept some of the free stuff. I kept the free stuff at lower resolution and I incorporated a paid subscription. And this was something that I called ShapeFest Unlimited. I'm going to mute the volume here because the song in the back, I've heard the song in the background too many times. I just can't hear it again. This little video here was sort of positioning the fact that you could get unlimited high resolution downloads, ultra high resolution downloads to the entire asset library for only $10 a month. It was $10 a month at the time. This went okay. I felt like maybe more people should be signing up than were signing up. So I took to Twitter/X and I did a little survey because I was curious, you know, like, are people just not into the subscription thing? And it turned out most of the people on Twitter, X, were unenthusiastic about paying monthly for a library of assets like mine. They pretty much all said, do a one-time access payment up front or do $10 individual packs. So I was like, okay, I'll do both. So phase 4, individual packs and all access. So basically taking the subscription model and saying you only have to pay once, you pay up front, and you get access to the entire library, right? Phase 5, I brought the subscriptions back because as it turned out, sales went down quite a bit. The sticker shock associated with the high upfront payment versus the small monthly payments turned people off more than the idea of recurring charges on their card. So Design Twitter, the people, my target audience, what they said was actually different from how they behaved. They said, we don't like subscriptions. We want one-time purchases. The way they behaved was exactly the opposite. But I had put everything together. So you did have the option of buying a pack for $12 or downloading everything with all access. But now all access has 2 options. You can now decide between paying monthly or doing the one-time upfront payment, which ends up sort of compensating for the lifetime value of a monthly subscriber who's subscribed for X amount of time and then eventually decides to cancel. So these plans are relatively equal to one another from my perspective, but I'm giving more choice to the user. And in this case, they only have to choose between 2 things. They don't have to choose between, you know, 500 jars of jam, right? They don't have to choose between all 500 packs. They'll be able to download those packs at their leisure once they pull the trigger on one of these two models. So how does any of this actually work? I'm going to sort of pop the hood and show you under the hood of Shapefest real quick and show you how it's put together so that you can go create something virtually identical using your own assets. So the website is built using Framer. I switched Shapefest from Webflow to Framer before joining Framer. It was really my first big project to learn Framer, and it was remarkably easy to build this entire website. The amount of time it took me to build the first iteration of the website on Webflow versus what it took to rebuild it on Framer was kind of mind-boggling. So I was pretty much sold as long as I could provide all the same value that I could provide before. Now, part of that was selling individual assets, which I use a third-party platform called Lemon Squeezy. I used it in the past and I still use it today for those individual assets. And then for subscriptions, I now use Thenty. That replaces what Webflow memberships did for me once upon a time. I now use Thenty by Insert Frame, the hosts of our conference here. So Ryan and Kane put this amazing platform together to allow my Framer native website built with no code to provide a membership solution that allows folks to pay, to bill them recurringly, and most importantly, to only give them access to the paid content if they're paying subscribers. And then once they're in there, once they're paying subscribers, I have very large files. I have a lot of them. I'm hosting like 60 gigs of data. That's served up through Amazon Web Services through an S3 bucket. So starting with how the website is put together, again, Framer is a no-code website tool. So I'm basically designing the whole thing on a free-form canvas, of course, employing some layout constraints. I'm not a madman putting everything in absolute positioning, just drag and drop. But that's sort of how the ideation starts out: drag and drop, start putting things together, start applying those constraints, and before you know it, you've got a website layout where you can start piping in content from the built-in content management system. So I've got a pretty robust CMS going on here within Framer. This is all part of Framer. No third-party tools required here. And I've got the name of each asset. I've got the thumbnail images. I've got everything populated here in the CMS. And then every time I add a new pack, I just go in and fill in that info. In the case of selling individual assets on Lemon Squeezy, I've got a Lemon Squeezy link that I pop in here. And for the paid members, I've got the Amazon AWS link. And the way I have AWS set up, it will only deliver the download if the request comes from shapefest.com. You can't directly put in the link. You can't get the link from somewhere sketchy, type it in, and have it serve up the download. You've got to go through the website. So it's relatively safe and secure. I'm sure there's some way to hack it, but so far I haven't had that problem. So all of the CMS content is dynamically populated on the canvas. On the right-hand side, you can see that there are those bars being dynamically populated from the CMS, and everything just kind of flows in. And as everything flows in, I can then fork off the two experiences, one for paid users and one for users who haven't yet paid, using Thenty, but I'm going to show you that here in a moment. But really, the Framer side of things is very reasonable. The pricing plans start at $5. By the time you get up to a pro plan, you've already got 10,000 pages, 10 CMS collections. I really only have one CMS collection, one big CMS collection. So even a pro plan is kind of overkill for me. And I don't have high bandwidth costs because I'm serving up those large downloads through Amazon AWS. And the free downloads through Lemon Squeezy, which allow for, let's say you're a video person and you're selling large video assets. Lemon Squeezy, I believe, allows up to 10 gigabytes per thing that you sell, per asset that you attach to a purchase. And then once you set that up on their platform, they give you a link and you can connect that link directly to the Lemon Squeezy component that's built into Framer. Lemon Squeezy and Framer integrate together really, really nicely. And then when someone clicks on that buy button, they're brought over to Lemon Squeezy to see the product that you link them to. And then boom, they can make their purchase. They get an email and they're able to download that. Fenty is where things get a little bit more complicated, but not too much more complicated. It's pretty remarkable. So their whole thing is membership sites in Framer. That's what it's for. That's what it does. Exactly what I need it to do. And now they've got a plugin for Framer where you can install the code into your Framer site and you can start grabbing these pre-built components for things like the sign-in page that you have to have if you need users to sign in, right? If they can sign in, they have to sign out. If they can create an account, they have to be able to manage that account. So all these things are here in these pre-built components that are really just drag and drop. But I do have a favorite of all these components, and that is the content lock component. This is really the big unlock, no pun intended, for Shapefest or any membership-based site. A lot of these third-party membership platforms require you to sort of limit access to a page. You say members can see this page, non-members can't, or non-members can see this page instead. But with Fenty, you're able to gate content on a component level, right? So I'm able to create two different versions of this component and say, if someone is not a paid member, show them the option to buy the pack for $12 or to learn more about All Access. And if they are a paid member, I'm not trying to sell them anything anymore, just serve them up the download link. So basically you get two experiences without having to create two separate pages. And this is all powered by the CMS. I've got the paid link in there. I've got the free link in there. I've got the for members content. I've got the you're not a member yet content. And that's all piped in dynamically based on Fenty detecting whether or not you're a real user or not. So here we have the free experience, and then boom, we also have the paid experience. And then from here in the paid experience, it says browse 3D illustrations. That's a mistake. That's actually a download button. It says download. If you go to the website right now, it says download, and that serves up the download from Amazon AWS. And S3 is just the hosting service of all the Amazon web services, and there are many. There is one for just hosting files. So I host files there because I have over 500 zip files totaling over 60 gigabytes for subscribers. And again, if someone makes a one-time purchase, that purchase is facilitated by Lemon Squeezy. It's transacted by Lemon Squeezy, and the download is served up by Lemon Squeezy. But if you're going through a subscription, Fenty is facilitating the sign up, the subscription. They're handling the billing in conjunction with Stripe, which is solid, trustworthy billing. And then when folks are authenticated through Fenty, they get access to those Amazon S3 files. So just real quick, S3 storage, if you're not familiar with it, you get 5 gigabytes for free, which is cool. If you end up storing more stuff, your first 50 terabytes costs you 2 cents in US dollars, 2.3 cents per gigabyte. Not too bad. And then as far as bandwidth is concerned, you get your free 1 gigabyte of monthly bandwidth. That first 1 gigabyte of downloads doesn't cost you anything at all. Beyond that 1 gigabyte, everything exceeding that will be charged at 9 cents per gigabyte, right? So you can start racking up costs, and this is where the subscription model becomes more and more attractive. But the moral of the story is make stuff, do what you do best, and once you've made some stuff, if there's value in it, put it out there for free. You know, test the waters. If you're not sure about it, if you already made something and you wonder, will people actually want this? Put it out there for free. Why not? And then from there, once you've validated whether or not there's demand, then start selling stuff. Maybe take that same free thing and say, you know what, it's not free anymore. People really want this thing. Or add more and start building up a content library for yourself. But the moral of the story, the overarching moral of the story is you've already put in your 10,000 hours. You've already mastered your craft, or maybe you're on the road to mastering your craft. It just takes that last little bit to take all of your mastery and distill it into something that can be profitable for you on the side and decouple your time from your earning potential. That's it. So Q&A, ask me anything. I think Ryan and the gang are taking in those questions via the chat, and I'm ready to field them.
Absolutely. Joseph, that was sick, man. I love how like actionable and like tactile you get on stuff like this. I mean, like I geek out about like anything like no code, as you know. But just like seeing the behind the scenes process of kind of how you're hacking it together in a clean way, that's super cool. So yeah, tons of questions coming in already, which is great. But if you do have any questions for Joseph, now is the time to put them in the chat. So I can ask them here. We've got a fair few, so I'm just going to start rapid firing them off to
All
you.
right. Throw 'em at me.
Someone asks, has the rise of AI generated content affected the market for premium design assets? And how do you think about it as like a almost a competitor to your business?
The answer is yes, for sure. It's made a dent in the demand, for sure. If you do look at a graph over time of folks showing up for the free assets, there's not really a remarkable dip. I think it's more when folks start thinking, should I be paying for this or should I be paying for something like Midjourney, that they might decide to go with something that has unlimited possibilities instead of many, many, many possibilities, right? I will say this, though. It is, once upon a time, it was the fact that the assets existed at all that brought the vast majority of their value. I would say now the vast majority of the value of this big library is that all of the assets are cohesive. It is something that is kind of difficult to achieve with AI. It's really easy to get an amazing, amazing result, and even another amazing result that looks like it was created by the same artist or photographed by the same photographer. But it's very, very difficult to achieve consistency when it comes to the light source, the materials, the camera angles, etc. So with ShapeFest, I would say now the greatest value point against AI is the cohesion of the library and the fact that you can mix and match things together to create your own compositions, either from an isometric camera angle, which is very specific, geometrically speaking, or assets that are floating in space that all have a shared light source, shared materials. Everything is very, very, very consistent. So that's where I get my value from now. When AI catches up to that, we'll deal with that when that comes. But yeah, it's made a difference. It's made a dent for sure.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. And then in terms of the type of customers who are purchasing your products, are they designers? Are they marketing people who have no clue how to design? Like, what's that breakdown look like?
That's a good question. It's a little bit of both. I would say my audience of folks who show up to the website at all are predominantly designers, right? Purchases, it's a little hard to tell. I don't collect a lot of data when it comes to, determining the persona of the user, but I would say these assets are a greater unlock for folks who don't have illustration skills or design chops of their own where they can create stuff. But I would say it still requires kind of a discerning eye to appreciate a quality 3D asset versus a low quality 3D asset. There's a lot of stuff that's out there. There's a lot of stuff that's out there for free that has ugly materials, camera lenses, field of view issues where things are a little awkward, that they don't piece together when you put multiple of them together, because there are multiple vanishing points in the composition and it becomes visually paradoxical, like an MC Escher painting. So for the folks that are discerning enough to appreciate that stuff, I would say they're more likely to buy, and I think that does sort of require a designer's eye. So I would say predominantly designers, but of course, there are folks who just need to put a presentation together and they want it to look like a designer was involved, even though there wasn't. So marketers are probably peppered in there a bit too.
Yeah, for sure. And like, what marketing strategies are effective for attracting those right sort of customers? What have you seen that actually works for you in ShapeFest?
Yeah, to be honest, nothing has been more effective for me than YouTube videos, than free educational content. I have tried paid advertising. Paid advertising gets very expensive. I've tried putting stuff out there for free with my limited reach on Twitter. I have over 8,000 followers on Twitter, and I get an average of like 2 people who like my posts. So I'm getting ratioed, as the kids say. And my following is legit. I didn't buy any followers along the way. They're all real people. They come and go. They lose interest, and some of them are back from the Envision days and might not even go on Twitter or X anymore. And similarly, I have a mailing list of now it's reached 38,000 subscribers, and those subscribers all come from people downloading the free assets. So those subscribers they're very much like qualified leads, right? They're not random people. They're people who showed up to download stuff from Shapefest. So you would think those are hot leads for selling these sort of subscriptions. But even email marketing has been brutal for me, like brutally unsuccessful. I have sent out emails to 38,000 people and had fewer than 100 clicks. And of those 100 clicks, 0 conversions, 0 sales. So yeah, I'm not sold on email. I'm not sold on even paid marketing yet. I'm still running some experiments. And YouTube has really been that one thing that was absolutely huge for me. You build trust with people. They want more. At least if your content is solid. I don't like fluffy content. I don't like the clickbait stuff. I believe in just helping people do what they do better or faster than they ever thought possible. And YouTube is an amazing platform for doing that, building that trust, and building an audience of people who want more from you and who will buy your stuff.
Yeah, and it's evergreen, right? Meaning you can create a piece of content and it can last a long time, and it can be discovered a year later like it was posted yesterday.
That is true.
Yeah. So Slava asks, how important is community building versus regular marketing when launching a design business?
That's a good question. That's a great question for Ryan, someone who actually succeeds in building communities. I am a community spaz. I'm not even great at participating in existing communities. So I would say I see the value in communities because I see how folks come together in other communities where I sit and lurk in the shadows like a weirdo. But I've never succeeded in spinning up a community of my own. The closest I ever came was during the NFT rush. I did a little NFT project, created a Discord server, and there were people chatting and engaging with one another in that Discord channel. And every time someone said anything, I couldn't believe that they showed up. I couldn't believe that they said something. I was like, they could be anywhere talking to anyone, and they're talking to us, complete strangers. Like, what are they doing? So like, even when I was getting engagement, I was questioning it. I was like, what is this? Why are these people here? So yeah, when it comes to community, I am the wrong guy. And I think if anything, Ryan's the man when it comes to that.
Yeah, I always get this like little fear whenever we do these conferences of like, is anyone actually going to show up? Because you see these signups and things that happen, but like you just do not know. But the design community in particular always seems to pull through. They're very strong. Yeah, for sure. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us. Let people know where they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the best way to get in touch with me, if it's intelligible in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see my handle on X. I am more active on X than anywhere else. So I look at my DMs, I reply to my DMs, and I try to reply to anything that ever tags me. So yeah, hit me up either directly or indirectly on X, and I'll be there keeping the conversation rolling.
Yeah, beautiful. Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us. So don't go
Thank you.
anywhere because
Appreciate it.
we've got more content to come. Now, yes, continue using the hashtag Frontrow2025. Make sure to tag Joseph in any posts or content that you put out. Maybe you could quote him on some awesome things he said during his presentation. But don't go anywhere because up next we have John D. Saunders, who's giving a presentation on how to build SOPs for your agency with AI. So go grab a drink, go do a stretch, go to the toilet, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with more content for Frontrow 2025.
Now I've been to many places and won so many races. I was a child, yeah. But now my only win is now, and my only wear is when I'm by your side. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun, yeah. Lie in the sun, yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, I just wanna lie in the sun. Yeah, lie in the sun. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. I love to wake up in the morning, but keep dreaming without wording. The day is gone. And sometimes I take a walk, then I forget about the clock. I can slow down. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, lie in the sun. Now I've been to many places and won so many races. I was a child, yeah. But now my only win is now, and my only wear is when I'm by your side. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Lie in the sun, yeah. Lie in the sun, yeah. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun. Whoa, I just wanna lie in the sun. Yeah, lie in the sun. My friends are sitting laughing, but I just keep on napping. They're knocking on my door, but I'm knocking them down. They say I'm acting crazy, but I just wanna lie in the sun.
Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I just want to take 30 seconds to tell you a little bit more about Framer. Now, whether you've used Framer or not, I am a huge fan of what they're doing. In fact, I built a company called Insert Frame off the back of Framer, building products and education specifically for that platform. What I love about it in particular is it turns designers into developers and marketers into publishers. And I've seen some amazing companies from small to large migrate over to Framer, and it just unlocks so many new use cases for them. As you can tell, I'm a very big advocate for Framer. Obviously they're sponsoring the conference, so huge shout out for them for supporting us. But even if they weren't, I would be the one telling you to jump on framer.com and check it out for free. It literally is the website builder for Generation Figma. But that's enough from me. Let's get back to the content. Have you ever fired a client?
Yes, I do it constantly, actually. I have some frameworks set up to vet clients and to actually validate whether or not they're a good client for me. They have to get through a couple of steps to actually start working with me. And notice that when I say that, I'm positioning it as you need to get through a series of steps to work with me. I don't need to get through a series of steps to work with you. That's number one, is having confidence and boldness to say, I know that I can solve your problems. It's whether or not I want to work with you.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Frontrow 2025. We're starting to get towards the closing end of day 2, which is crazy. So if we load up the schedule really quick, we'll just take a quick look at what's to come. So up next, we've got John Saunders, who is standing by, who's going to give an excellent presentation. And then after him, to wrap it up, we have Mike Janda, who's going to be giving a presentation on the business of web design to help you make more and stress less. But let's waste no time to get into it. So introducing John D. Saunders, he is the founder of 5-4. He's helped over 200 brands craft impactful websites. He started his journey in 2015. Beyond agency life, he's a content creator and educator. Perhaps you've seen some of his awesome content online or some of his courses. And apparently he's also developing a video game called Pigeon's Mission with his 6-year-old son. Did we get that right, John?
Yes, you did, man. We've been working on the game so long now, I've got to change it to 7-year-old son. But yes, Ryan, I appreciate that, man. Most definitely.
That's awesome. So how are you doing? I'm very looking forward to your presentation. I know that you always get super actionable and give a ton of value. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it in your capable hands. Just quickly before you begin, any questions for John? Just a friendly reminder, put them in the chat because we're gonna have plenty of time at the end for Q&A.
Yes. Thank you all for the kudos and thank you, Ryan, and the team for putting this together. I'm excited, man. I love to be a part of this community. I love to provide value any way I can and actionable things that we've done at the agency to excel and grow over the past 10 years. That way, if I could give something to you that you could learn and execute on, that'll save you a couple years of time that I messed up on, then I'm happy with that. So I'm going to jump in here and we're going to dive into this, y'all. I'm going to show you how to build SOPs into your agency with AI. I know AI can be one of those words that folks either run from or run toward, but I'm going to show you how to use this ethically, actionable throughout your agency. So we're going to talk about systematizing. We're going to talk about automate and scale with AI powered tools. If you're not a big agency, if you're a small agency, if you're a freelancer, SOPs are really important tools that you can leverage, especially as a freelancer or small agency. So let's go ahead and dive in, y'all, and let's get this thing rocking. If anyone has questions, as Ryan said, feel free to drop them into that comment area and I'll get those done. So here's a look at my life. This is pretty much my entire life right here. I love to present and speak to folks, as you can see on the left. There's my wife Dee and my 2 kiddos. They are just a load of fun, and everything that I do in regards to this industry and all the fun that I have creating websites, it just makes everything worthwhile. So in the bottom middle, you can see that's me at age 6. I'm an OG. That's an original Nintendo console. I don't know if some of y'all know about that. I think we're about to launch the Switch 2. But ultimately, that was my first foray into technology that my parents had got me. Just a kid from Brooklyn with a Nintendo set ready to rock. So this is just in my entire life as a whole. And just a little bit about me, and I'll jump straight into it. I'm the creative director and founder at 5-4 Digital. we work with clients like startups, museums, art houses. Some of our clients include Harvard, Stanford, Amazon, and I'm a geek and family man. If you could see around my office, you would see my Boba Fett posters, my Black Panther figures. Like, I'm just a big kid. And I'm the founder of 5-4, as I said. I also have another company called Black Illustrations, where we created thousands of illustrations for folks to be able to download. We've had about 120,000 plus downloads of all of our illustrations featuring Black folks doing amazing things. And then my son and I actually launched our own game studio called Glowing Cheetah Studio. Our first game is actually dropping later this year. Y'all can check it out. And then I've had a few other companies that were sold or acquired. One of those being Urban Wallet, which was a financial literacy blog. So I've been in this game heavily. I've made a lot of mistakes. I've made a lot of correct decisions as well. So I think it's been a pretty solid experience. So with all that said, I'm gonna jump into these SOPs. You down with SOPs? Yeah, you know me. So SOPs are standard operating procedures. So think of this as a set of step-by-step instructions compiled by an organization to help workers carry out complex routine operations. Now, if you're a freelancer and you're about to turn this on mute and be like, well, I'm not a big company, I got something for you too. SOPs are important for you as well, and I'll explain a little bit of that later. Also, SOPs aim to achieve efficiency, quality output, and uniformity of performance while reducing miscommunication and failure to comply with industry regulations. That sounds like a lot of jargon, but basically it's a step-by-step breakdown of how to get the job done in specific tasks in your company. So does anyone know who this is? I would say drop it in the comments. Let me know if you know who this OG is. He's an old school guy, but I'll give you a few seconds to kind of guess. You can see a little hint in the background. So without further ado, this is Ray Kroc, aka the GOAT of SOPs. He's one of the originators that we know of for standard operating procedures in a business. And so what Kroc did was he created a strategy that led to a fully made burger in 60 seconds at McDonald's. So if you've ever had a Big Mac, quarter pound of cheese, filet of fish, I think it's called. Anyway, he standardized operations that included portion sizes, food prep, packaging, and ingredients in a 75-page menu. So he has a 75-page book on how to make a burger, how to cook fries, how to systematize everything in his company. These processes were efficient and easily learned, so he could hire young employees to help the operations and the company run, and the food would be consistent no matter who made it because of these SOPs. And so his strategy was a vital role in helping McDonald's grow from 25,000 to becoming the #1 fast food chain of all time. Now, some of you might not be big fans of McDonald's. I like a Big Mac every once in a while, but you cannot deny the fact that he's built this entire dynasty. And a piece of that is because he was creating SOPs to make his business run efficiently and to create franchises that grew and grew and grew. So I want you all to stop and think about what aspect of your business requires consistency. Whether it's just you, a VA, or your most talented salesperson, SOPs are going to help you change the game. I know this from experience. Trust me, when companies get acquired, when companies want to collaborate, they look at your systems, they look at your SOPs, and these are differentiators that can make you or break you as an agency as you start to grow. So let's talk about why create an SOP. Side note, y'all, I'm going to share a Microsoft doc. A Google Doc that you'll be able to access. And on that Google Doc, it'll have prompts, it'll have example SOPs. So stay tuned to the end. I'll share that link as well. So you'll have that in your notes also. So why create an SOP? You want to create a dedicated knowledge portal of all the tasks in your business, no matter how complex. This helps mitigate mistakes too. So if you have a checklist, literally, we're going to set up Google Analytics, we're going to set up Microsoft Clarity, and we're going to submit the website to the search engines, right? If you have those steps documented in how you work with clients, you're going to mitigate mistakes because it's right there, right? You're not going to miss anything. You're not going from memory. It's all written down and documented. It also improves accuracy as well. And then it makes onboarding new team members easier and faster. Lastly, less business BS also, right? One side note here that I want to make sure you all know and understand is you can also, and this is the cheat code, y'all. You can also gift wrap your documentation, your SOPs, and actually sell that to other folks. So for example, if you're a designer and you have a pitch deck or a brand guidelines template that you use for most of your clients. Now, of course, content is going to change subject to the client type, the competitive analysis, all that good stuff. But if you have a template that's maybe 30 to 40 pages, it's really well done, it's built in Figma or Canva or whichever platform you're using, you can package that and then sell that to other agencies, right? So now you have another revenue stream that's not entirely dependent on your client lead flow, right? You can create these systems, use them internally, but then you can also repackage them and sell them later on. So just another tip for y'all. So here's how to create a standard operating procedure, y'all. Y'all know I'm the actionable guy. I want to show you how it's done. So we're going to dive in and do this thing. So first thing you want to do when you're creating an SOP, identify what you would like your SOP to accomplish. When you can understand this, it's easier to write an outline and define the details. Now, before, developing SOPs took a lot more time. Now with ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, a lot of these platforms, it's a lot easier to do this. Now, next, you want to perform the task. Take your time, be efficient as possible. Don't worry if it's not perfect. SOPs change constantly. I'm going to give you a cool side note on this as well. And then you want to document. While performing the task, document every aspect, write down or explain items that need to be executed with the end goal in mind. Oh, I can't wait to jump into this. And then now, using ChatGPT, upload all of your resources, including YouTube transcriptions, blogs, documentation for a reference point. I'll get more into that as we do this in real time. I'm just giving you the overview. And then review the SOP internally and with team members to ensure it does the job. Then you want to take notes, accept feedback, and keep going. Also, SOPs are a living entity. Think of them as a tree with many branches. It's always going to be needed to be watered, reviewed, and things are going to change as your business grows, as you use different technology. These things are always going to be changing and updating. So let's go ahead and do a case study. I'm probably going to spend the most time here to really give you a thorough understanding of this. So the only things you need to develop your own SOPs are Notion or Google Doc. Screen recording software, I like Loom just because it's easy to use. It sits in the browser, and then ChatGPT or Claude. I highly recommend a paid account with either one of these. $20 a month is it's worth thousands, to be honest. $20 a month is nothing compared to what the value you get out of these platforms. So here's a look at our project management platform. We used to have all of our SOPs in Notion. We've since migrated a majority of them to ClickUp, which is our project management system. As you can see here, this is our pretty much our overall breakdown of subpages of all of our SOPs in the agency. However, all of these are defined by our 5-step process at the agency. So for web design and development, these are the 5 steps we follow for every project, whether we're working with Amazon, Harvard, Land Rover, it doesn't matter. This is our 5-step process that we follow. Of course, it's going to change contingent on the client based on timeline, but ultimately this is the 5 steps we follow. We do onboarding and discovery, which is the onboarding journey, discovery meeting, sitemap design. We do content crafting and brand design. So that could be copywriting, that could be logo design, that could be brand guideline design and design systems, as well as high fidelity. We go literally from sitemap design systems all the way to high fidelity. We don't do low fidelity. We don't do mid fidelity. This is our process that we've refined over the years because it's just worked out a lot better. And then after high fidelity, which is the wireframe of the website, we go into web development, QA, and testing. So we develop the website and whichever platform we're using, we do QA, testing, and then the last thing is website launch and support. So if you're building or thinking about building out SOPs for your agency, your company, think about your entire scope and all the projects that you do, and just create an overall, I'd say, the overview of what you do. Now, let's say we're going to create our first GPT. We're going to create our first SOP. The first thing you want to do is, oops, got a little error there. But first thing you want to do is go into ChatGPT. I'm using ChatGPT as an example, but you're going to create your own GPT. So what I suggest is you make your own GPT for yourself, for your company, for potentially some of your clients, so that way you have a central location. And what will happen is all those GPTs will be contingent on the content you upload into it. So first thing you want to do is explore GPTs and create one for your brand. I'm going to show you the one that I created for myself. Now, once you create that GPT, I'm going to call my John D bot. I've named it John D bot. This will act as the voice of myself. And this is a digital version of me, right? Now, here's the crazy thing you can do. You can upload a bunch of resources and assets to that document, and it'll reference that knowledge base whenever you ask a question or upload a prompt on ChatGPT. So what you're doing is you're already setting up your company for success, because you're uploading all the information about your company, how you function, the things that you do, and then all of the GPTs you make moving forward will reference that point. So what I like to upload is, one, I create tons of YouTube content. So I took my last 30 YouTube videos and I transcribed all of them and I uploaded those up to the GPT. What that's going to do is it's going to get my cadence, my voice, the way I speak, how I talk about content, the value-based content that I've uploaded, and try to reference only stuff that's maybe 6 months to a year old. You don't want to get content that's too old that might not be relevant anymore. I also uploaded email templates that we potentially ship to clients and work within internally. So I sent those over. I did all the YouTube transcriptions as I discussed. I also uploaded my entire book as a PDF. So the book that I wrote called Borderless, which talks about hiring and training team members, I uploaded that entire book. So now this knowledge base not only knows me, it knows my voice, it knows my cadence, but it knows all the information that I provided based on my nuance. I also, and this is another thing you can do, save your website pages as a PDF and upload those as well. That way it understands who you are, your services, all those great things. And then, of course, customer testimonials, took those and uploaded all of those. And now we have an outside voice or an outside perspective of what folks think of us. So now we have all that content uploaded, ready to go, ready to rock, ready to reference when we ask this GPT specific questions, specifically to SOPs. So here's one example SOP, and you guys can feel free to grab this. This is going to talk about website copy. Now, I know there are amazing copywriters out there, content creators. However, I've seen in our place as an agency, when you get to the copy part of a project, you always get stuck or stagnant, right? You're either collaborating with a copywriter that's taking their time, or you have to reference the client and talk to them about the copy. What we do is we develop the copy in-house, based off of the brand discovery, competitive analysis, what the client is looking to say, and then we leverage ChatGPT to create that content for the website. Now, we put that in mind saying, this is content that's subject to change. This is to act as a reference point. So if the tagline is 7 to 10 words, the client knows that if they want to adjust it or change it, it should stay within that realm. That way, this doesn't hinder us from pushing to high fidelity. We can still push to high fidelity. We have the copies maybe 65 to 75% there. We have to refine it, but at least we have a reference point to be able to use. So we created this website copy strategy internally for our team to go ahead and create that copy. So a copywriter comes in, and here's what you could do. I'm gonna show y'all this. This is a lot of fun. So you can do a video recap of the experience. So there's two ways you can approach this SOP. Let's say this is to develop website copy. One way is to create a Loom video, and then you do a voiceover walking through the process. So for example, go to ChatGPT, upload the client GPT information, add this. So you're adding a voiceover as you're performing the action. Then you're taking that video, you're taking the transcription, and you're uploading that to ChatGPT and say, hey, turn this video of me talking about how to do this into an SOP, and it'll make it. So now you have the video and you have the text. Some people are more visual learners. They want to see the video. Some people like steps. So you want to provide them with both. With that said, at the top here, I have a video recap of the experience of me walking through the SOP. Then I talk a little bit about the tools and what's included. For example, we have the website sitemap, the website copy, the brand discovery, brand guideline, doc, and info. And these are all examples that we include in that SOP. And then, for example, this website copy template, this is the template we use to write up the copy, right? So if you click that, it'll open up another doc here with all of these subpages. These are the normal general pages on the website, right? You have home, solutions, or offerings, or services, about, contact, blog. It's pretty, it doesn't change a ton per website, right? You usually have the same format or same URL architecture for pages. So in this internal doc, if I click home, for example, click, now it opens up and expands that, and this is the copy for that homepage. Now, what we do is we create a specific prompt for each individual page. Now, remember, we've uploaded all the information, all the context regarding this brand. So we know how this brand is, we know how it functions, we know what they do. So now we're gonna have the prompt, and we're gonna say we're working on the homepage copy for our business, and then the client name. Here's a bit more info about the business. All of this is probably in the knowledge base, but you could reference it again. and then say, please create the following sections for our hi-fi wireframe of the homepage. So of course we have a main tagline, we have an overview, testimonial for social proof, and then we have different solution sections, an overview tagline, a description, feature, and then we can add a modifier at the end, and we can say, can all the sections be a lot more detailed and descriptive? And this is what, if I show you the one before, this is what it provided us. Because it's referencing the knowledge base, because it's giving us all the information, we can see all that at a bird's eye view. So you're going to continue to prompt it until you get it to where it needs to be. So with that said, I think we should try in ChatGPT, see how we do, see how we jump in. And again, I know this is a lot in a quick amount of time. I hope you all have tons of questions because I'm happy to answer them. And again, there's going to be a Google Doc at the end that you can download to access the prompt template that we're working through. So let's try to make, so here's one thing. So we actually created our marketing strategy. We've incorporated ChatGPT into it a bit to help us modify content. So for example, my newsletter, I've uploaded my book Borderless into our ChatGPT, and we actually develop content every week based on the book. So think of it as a repository of my brain that I put into this GPT that we then reference every week for the newsletter. So with that being said, let's go ahead and create an SOP for an Instagram carousel post strategy. Right. So what I put here is I said, using the uploaded resources, of course, all the things in the knowledge base, create a detailed SOP for setting up an Instagram carousel post strategy. Now, here's the important piece of when you're setting up an SOP. The things you want to make sure are in each one are purpose, team roles, scope, definitions, tools, procedure, and end of procedure. So if you set it up in that architecture, it's going to give you a ton of value coming into this. So once I push enter, it's going to say standard operating procedure for Instagram carousel post strategy. I got the purpose here, as you can see. The goal of this SOP is to establish a consistent and Instagram carousel post strategy that maximizes engagement. Now you have who's involved, right? You have creative director, social media manager, graphic designer, copywriter, video. Okay, you probably don't have all these people on your team. We don't even have all these people on our team. I think we're about a 16 person team. We just hired a new designer. So you can modify this by saying, hey, the only team members involved are the creative director and the designer, right? So you can modify this as needed. Then we have the scope. We have the definitions, which carousel post, engagement rate, call to action. These are some of the terms that maybe not everyone on the team would know. So you want to be as descriptive as possible. Then you go into the steps, ideation and planning, right? So align with content pillars, use Instagram insights, create a Notion doc for a brief outlining, You have the slide structure. You have the design the carousel, you have the engagement and community interaction, you have analyze and optimize, and you have all of that content ready to go. Another side note and cheat code, you can also perform the action on Loom and send transcription to GPT as I discussed before. So instead of doing this, you can record yourself walking through an action and then take the transcription from that video and ask ChatGPT to organize it into a document, and you can do it that way. So we actually use this process and leverage this to create the outline and strategy for our carousel and social media content push. And what this has done is give us all the assets and things that we need to get this job done. So with that said, y'all, I want to open it up for Q&A. I know that was a lot in a small amount of time, but I wanted to provide as much value as I could before we jumped in. And then you can download I'm going to leave this page up so you can download that document at that short URL. It has the SOP template as well as an SOP example of just creating Google Analytics. And then on my personal website, you can check out any assets or resources we have. We have tons of YouTube videos as well as a course. So that's what I got, y'all.
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. Thanks for that, John. We'll make sure to put that link in the chat as well. So if you do want to download that, you'll be able to just click the link and it's super simple. Now, there's a bunch of questions already coming in, so I reckon we won't waste any time and jump into the Q&A. But I have to ask you, GPT, Claude, what's the new one coming out? Is it DeepSeek? How are you feeling? Which one's winning at the moment?
It depends, man. I like Claude and I like GPT. Claude has just does a really good job of sounding very human and authentic. But I like ChatGPT every day just for the tech is a little bit more nuanced. But otherwise, you can't go wrong with either one. I haven't tried DeepSeek yet, so I got to jump in there next week. But it's definitely an arms race, and everybody's at the forefront.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. It's a very interesting race, that's for sure. Is there any like other like use cases of like AI within your agency that you're using for like automating processes, or even like, thinking about like hiring in the future?
Yeah. So, there's a few. So Upwork is one that we use for hiring as well. They have AI components that can help you generate job descriptions and find really talented folks from all over the globe. I really like Relume. Relume has an amazing tool for developing sitemaps, for creating brand guidelines, for kind of mocking up your sitemap based on the content and assets that you have. And those two are probably a few of my favorites that I really like.
Interesting. And then what about like future hiring plans? Obviously, you mentioned you're a team of 16. And I think one of the great things about AI is it's actually accelerating how much team members can get done. So instead of needing, say, 2 devs, you might only potentially need 1. Have you thought a little bit around like what that future organization looks like for your creative business and how that can be, impacted by AI?
Yeah, we definitely have. I think our team right now is at a solid number. And one thing we've always prided or one thing we've always enjoyed is growing and scaling slowly, right? Not rushing into things and getting to a point where we feel overwhelmed. Or, I mean, of course, as an agency, you get overwhelmed, right? But ultimately, we want to grow in a way that's efficient and both ethical too. So right now, with our designers and developers, we do feel like they can handle a little bit more with these AI tools that we're using. We don't want to inundate them with too much. So once we reach a certain threshold, we like to hire another team member. So for example, if a developer is working on 2 projects, and let's say we bring in 3 more projects and everybody's full, we'll probably hire another developer to handle some of that onload. But these AI tools have definitely helped us expedite the process, especially when it comes to JavaScript and dev and just development, reviews, and QA.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we've got a bunch of questions coming in here.
Nice.
So yeah, there's heaps. We'll try to get through them as much as possible. Why do I need to create my own personalized GPT when implementing SOPs?
Good question. It's going to help. One, it's going to give you a reference point. You can upload things in real time. Essentially, when you're creating a personal GPT, you're just creating a repository for all the content and the conversation regarding that specific subject. So for example, my personal GPT, I only use it for if I'm going to post on social media or if I'm going to ask a question in reference to my brand. If we're working with another project or another thing, then we'll probably use a more general GPT as well. So the main reason you want to do it is you want to give ChatGPT or the LLM a reference point and a knowledge base to work from. So if you're like, okay, you get a question on, let's say for someone or for Q&A, you can say, okay, how would I answer this question? And it's going to take all the content from your knowledge base, your information, your psyche, and plug that into the prompt response.
And are you using like GPTs sort of like playgrounds for that? Or are you like integrating with their API to generate a little bit more custom and tailored responses?
No, we're just using normal GPT, just literally uploading PDFs, uploading content, and being able to reference that as the GPT prompt.
Yeah, great, awesome. What's the main advantage of automating my agency business?
Oh man, I would say it gives you the option to be selective in the specific tasks that you want to do as the owner. So for example, myself, when I started the agency, I was designing, developing, doing SEO. We were doing a ton of things. Now, all I really do is stuff like this and content creation, right? I'm not doing design anymore. I'm not doing development. I'm not taking a ton of calls. Our team handles and manages most of that. And so when you can get to a point when you're pushing more so into a leadership role, you have more time to work on the efficiencies of the agency. You have time to work on hiring amazing folks. You have time to create content to keep that lead flow and that pipeline going. And then lastly, you look very, what's the best word? I would say you look really good to potential companies that would want to acquire you, right? Because you have the systems in place where if they did acquire you, you're not necessarily tethered to the day-to-day. right? So they could feel like they're buying a business in a box, right? Because that business is automated and runs on its own. That's probably the most important component there. A second thing, Ryan, I'll add in and I'll be quick, is you're creating this repository, right? You're creating this database of content that you can then go and resell. Like for myself, I've released courses, I've released assets, downloads that people have purchased outside of agency, right? So if our agency does X amount a month, I can do another 20 or 30 in just sales on learning components and just documents and things that people could download essentially as an agency. So it's not like we're doing extra work. It's really just packaging what we already know and then being able to sell it to others because we already tested it at the agency and know that it works.
For sure. Do you think there's a point where that can potentially go too far, or do you think, or have you experienced a use case where that has gone too far and you actually need to bring a bit more, open planning to it and let the humans behind the scenes or behind the screens take control of that process?
Great question. I think the thing with SOPs is you want to spend time working on them and updating them, but you don't want to live essentially as them being verbatim how your agency should run, because things always change. So before we hired our client manager, we had a whole process for SOPs and how we're going to run the agency. And he came and was like, we need to change the entire platform. And I'm sitting there like, we've been using this for the last 2 years. He's like, well, this isn't working and this isn't working. And so if I can see a true case of, hey, we need to change this because it's going to improve the agency and make things better, I'm completely open to that. And so don't treat an SOP like set in stone. Treat it more as a loose leaf paper that you got a pencil and an eraser with, where you can make changes to as you grow and excel.
Okay, interesting. Do you suggest making visual SOPs like videos? Does it matter compared to, say, written versus video SOPs?
Yeah, it really depends. I say do both, depending on your team, because you might have folks that are more visual learners, right, where they can watch the video and learn how to execute, or they want to see the step-by-step. One suggestion I have is if, for example, you're talking about how to perform a brand discovery, I would say record a video and do a voiceover. Like, here's step one. We go in and we create the document template. Then we sit down with the client for an hour and answer these questions. Then we take these questions and create the sitemap. So however you do that, just walk them through it by doing a voiceover and being explicative as possible and explaining everything as a part of that. Then you're going to take that video and transcribe it, right? So get the text version, upload that to GPT and be like, hey, can you create this into a GPT in this format? And then it's going to spit it out in the format that I just showed you prior. So now not only do you have a video, but you have the step-by-step directions that someone can execute.
Okay. Do you have like a global knowledge base for all this? So for example, within your agency, I don't know where you're storing your SOPs, whether it be in a Notion or a wiki somewhere, but do you kind of figure out how you can then add AI on top of that? So say, someone's coming in, maybe they're a new employee or whatever, and they're stuck on something, but they don't know where to find that process. Is there some sort of system you've got in place to help people find that SOP or that process that they need to take?
Yeah, so we have an agency GPT as well with all of our SOPs, all of our systems in there where folks can go in and you could just ask it questions like, hey, how do I set up analytics? Or, hey, how do I look at the sitemap and review a client? Or what's punch list? How do we use punch list? And they'll answer the question. So it's just creating a repository or a database of all that information and being able to have that prompt be public to our team internally where they can ask questions. And so all the GPTs, so all of them live, technically the wiki lives in ClickUp. And then we have all the documentation, all the items in GPT natively.
Yeah, great. What was the tipping point that made you realize you needed to implement SOPs and automation into your agency?
Yeah, there was a point where I was working probably 17 hours a day. Every time I was awake, I was working on the business, and I just felt like I wasn't getting ahead. We would get a client and then we would fall behind again and get a client and fall behind again. And I didn't have any systems in place, right? And so clients would be like, well, when's this coming? Or when is this due? Or is this coming anytime soon? So for me, it was a point where I was like, there has to be some change here, or I'm not going to be able to keep this agency going. And so I sat down and I said, okay, what are all the parts of the agency that we work on? What are the pieces that are giving me the most trouble? I need to create systems and be able to delegate this. First one was development. I'm spending 2 hours on a banner. I need to be able to create a process for this and pass it on to someone else. So I said, let's make a general sitemap. Let's make content here. Let's do this. And then I'll hire my first developer, and they'll keep it basic, right? So that way they can form it to what they need. And that was really the tipping point where it was just, I just felt inundated with work, and we were getting clients, but we weren't growing because of the bottleneck that was me.
For sure. So we'll do a couple more questions just before we wrap up. How large does my company need to be before I start implementing standard SOPs?
Just you. As a freelancer, I would say start documenting your process at least. So for example, if you're a web designer and you're a freelance web designer, document your personal process. Well, how do you connect to the client? What do you start with? What's the initial email that you begin with? How do you create a contract? Right? Really start to systematize and think about the parts of your business that you do as a freelancer, and really have, here's the best part. I would say start with a checklist. Have a checklist and say, hey, here's the full checklist of what we do from a client A to Z. Then just have that checklist and completely refine that as you continue to grow and develop the agency. Because one, you're going to have that to be able to reference anytime you need to. So you're mitigating mistakes and not missing anything when you complete a project. And then, like I said before, you can gift wrap that package and say, hey, here's the freelance blueprint for creating websites. Sell it for $50 or however much value you think would be behind that. So it becomes something that you both use actionable in the agency, and it's something that you've proven and already have social proof with your client that you can then sell to other agency owners and freelancers.
That's great. John, probably the number one question that has been asked is people want to know more about this game that you're building with your son. Do you want to give some more
Heck yeah,
bit
man.
of a high level?
Heck yeah. Oh, I'd love to, man. I'd love to. Actually, I could probably share the website. I'll share the website right quick.
Do it.
Everybody, so you guys can see it. I'm so glad you all asked. And you know what's funny? I get that question a lot. So it's so funny. It's one of those things, man, where a couple of years ago, my son was 5 and he's always been a creative kid, drawing, writing. And he came up with this concept to make this game. And he was like, Daddy, I want to make a game. I'm thinking like, it sounds like a lot, but let's see what happens and let's kind of jump into it. Me being a retro gamer, played Nintendo, Super Nintendo. I was like, you know what? After a little bit, I was like, let's do it. He had like he had like it written out and all these cool things. And I was just so excited for him. Hold on, let me share my screen there so you guys can see. Really quick, and then I'll let you all go. But yeah, so I don't know if y'all can see that. Yeah, so he came up with this idea, and it's called Pigeon's Mission. So it's about this little bird named Archie. He can't fly. I'll play the video so y'all can see it, but I'll mute it. It's about a kid named Archie. He can't fly, but he's just this just this adorable kid whose parents get abducted by this guy named Crazy Guy, and he essentially has to go out and try to save them. So we went with a retro pixel design style, look and feel, and it's just been a lot of fun, y'all. It'll be 2 years we've been working on in April. We have our really cool team that have been working with us, and so Logan's designed every single enemy. He designed the story, the levels. He's behind all of the creativity behind this project. And of course, we have an amazing pixel designer who takes his drawings and brings them to life. We have a level developer that we're working with. His name is Patrick. And then we have our developer, Gary, who's been working with us as a freelancer. So yeah, it's been really exciting, y'all. This is going to drop mid this year. But yeah, if you all are interested, just go to pigeonsmission.com. You can follow the journey, and you can wishlist this on Steam as well. And yeah, we have another update. This trailer is probably like a year old. We've done so much since then that it's insane. But really excited for this. And it's just, again, this comes down to, hello?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I think I turned my camera off by accident. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So it's been a lot of fun, y'all. So check it out, y'all, when you can. We had a successful Kickstarter last year, so we should be wrapping this up in the next few months to get it live around June, July.
That's super awesome, man. And I presume that you got your sons onto SOPs. I presume there's a big AI GPT for everything games.
Yeah, we actually have. So it's funny. Because we don't, I don't know, man. I'm kind of when it comes to creativity and some ideas, like I'm a little wary with the GPTs because I don't want to inadvertently like take someone's work, right? But we do use it to document like our game design doc. Like we have an 80-page document of just the entire storyline of the game and ideas, and we use it to come up with like ideas and concepts and like, hey, what do you think about this? Or we're trying to get this idea fleshed out. It's a really good companion, man. Really good companion.
Yeah, that's awesome. And John, let people know where they can best connect with you.
Yes. You guys can check me out, jondssaunders.co. I have a weekly newsletter. We're about 35 episodes in where I talk about the business of web design and development. And if you all have any questions for me, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to answer them. If you're getting into game development, I can point you in the right direction there too.
That's awesome. John, thank you so much for joining us at Front Row this year. Up next, we have Mike Janda to wrap things up for day 3. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the last session for Front Row 2025 for day 2.
The modern freelancer is niched AF. Be specific in what you do, in who you do it for, and in how you do it, and in, ready for the fourth one, and in exactly what you actually deliver, what the strategy is. You might be scared of this because you think the more specific you get, the more clients you'll lose. But what's actually going to happen is the complete opposite. The more specific you get, the more you shine, the more you stand out to those exact people that are looking for that exact thing.
Do you need any coding knowledge to build code components in Framer?
I still like to think that if you use AI, you can build components and you don't have to know how to code, because even if you haven't learned the fundamentals of coding, you can generate a code component with AI, and then if it doesn't work, you can maybe paste it into another AI and ask, hey, what is this code doing? Is there any mistakes in it? Can you help me understand how it works? And then you can just try debugging it with the other AI that you started building it with.
Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying the conference so far. I thought I'd bring you behind the scenes to take a look at what it takes to actually put together a conference like this. As you can see, the whole team is in here ready to go. We'll just walk through this way first and then we'll go catch up with them. So this is our main studio room here where all the filming happens. As you can kind of tell, there's quite a lot of gear here. We have lights, we've got a TV, we've got stuff going on over here. Essentially, from a technical point of view, this is where I stand. We've got a microphone here, we've got the main camera here, and we've got a bunch of different screens. Some of these will be for like my presenter notes or, you know, seeing what's on screen. We've got a monitor here, which shows me exactly what you guys can see as well. So I can see if I'm, you know, framed correctly or if there's graphics on screen or anything like this. We actually utilize this TV, as you've probably noticed as well. We put the logo up there and some extra things as well. We've got a lot of different lights poking around. These lights kind of light up with some LED colors to make it feel a little bit more on brand. If you kind of come around this way, Georgia, this is the unpretty side. This is like the mess. So everything looks clean from like, you know, shoulders up, but below it's just like very messy. If we come back this way, that's basically it in this room. We've got snacks, probably the most important thing that we need for trying to stay up to 3 a.m. 3 nights in a row. But if we kind of keep walking back through here, we can walk over to Tom, who is our head of production for Frontrow. Tom, do you want to walk us through kind of what's required on your end to make this happen?
Yeah, sure. So we've got, on the left, we've got the audio mixer, and OBS, so everything from the studio room is coming through an Ethernet cable to the desk here, and we've got kind of a bit of a back end going for all the sessions, the quiz and the giveaway type stuff, which other people in our team like Gus will be controlling. So I'm kind of hands off in that respect. But yeah, I don't know.
And what do you think is, what are you most confident in with the production and what are you least confident in? What's going to go wrong?
I'm most confident in the audio. I know that will be fine. The video, I think will be fine, but probably the thing that I'm not the surest about is probably the studio camera.
Okay.
In the other room, it's a bit low quality for me. It kind of looks like someone wiped some grease on the lens, and apparently it's really like cool and
it's got a vintage look.
Yeah. So you know, I don't know. We'll see how that camera holds up. It might mysteriously stop working after the first day.
Someone might unplug it.
I have a high level of confidence, to be honest.
For sure. Awesome.
I'm not sure about the rest of the team, but I have high level of confidence.
Okay, very good. Anything else we should know? Anything special that's going on here?
If anything goes wrong, it's not my fault.
That's true. So if anything happens that shouldn't happen, we definitely blame Tom and nobody else.
Don't know what you're talking about. Nothing will go wrong. It's going to be good. So, yeah.
That's it from us.
Let's make the important stuff easy to find. That should be, you know, rule number one. If I can't find your phone number, that's the way that people contact you. If I can't find your email, or if I have to scroll to see a contact form in the first place, there's no get in touch button. We have to fix that if we're caring about the visitor, which is the way that we should be thinking about building websites. That's what I've flown 22 hours in a plane, 16 hours of the Pacific, 6 hours to LA to get here to tell you, is that we have to care about our visitor.
Welcome back to the internet. My name is Ryan and we're getting very close to the end of Frontrow Now, I thought just before we chat to Mike in the final session, we could do one more giveaway. So because you've been using the hashtag Frontrow2025 and tagging us on social, on both X and Instagram, I thought it'd be a great chance to give away something else today. So we've got some merch here that we'll be able to give away. So today's winner, once again, is going to be randomly selected by my team. I'm just waiting for one to come through. Here we go. The winner is Fatin at FatinBHM. Congratulations. We're going to reach out to you on Instagram or Twitter, depending on where you submitted your post, in order for you to get some merch. So we'll coordinate with you then. But apart from that, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with Mike Janda. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to end day 2 of Frontrow 2025 with some great content. We'll see you very, very soon. All right, friends, we are back for the final session of Frontrow 2025 day number 2. It is currently 3 a.m. local time, but the energy is still high because I know that Mike's presentation is going to be wicked. So without further ado, let's bring on Mike. Quick little intro about him. Firstly, he is an award-winning creative director, designer, and agency veteran. He's works with some awesome clients such as Disney, Google, ABC, NBC, and Fox. The list goes on. He is also an author of Burn Your Portfolio, and currently he leads More Creative Academy, where he teaches creative freelancers and agency owners how to essentially run their web design business. Mike, thank you so much for joining me, man. We go way back, but it's great to see your face once again.
I know. I'm super excited to be here in the 50th annual Front Row event. This is how it feels
like that. For sure.
And
I'm going to leave these.
I don't know if everybody's seeing that, but I'm getting a little bit of jumble audio from you. It's kind of like freezing and stuttering a little bit.
Yeah, it should be fine. It should be good from now on. I'm just gonna
and
leave
now
it all up to you.
The audio is stalled out. Can you hear me, Ryan?
Yes, I can hear you plenty fine. It could be our internet.
Or Tom. I think if
is that better?
Well, it could be that you are on the exact opposite side of the world from me, and you're broadcasting to people all over. It's a miracle that these things ever work at all.
Yeah.
That's my opinion on this kind of technology.
Yeah, for sure. Mike, I'll leave it over to you.
Yeah. So
quick reminder, there's going to be some questions.
Okay, sounds good. So let's jump in. Okay, I'll make sure that we have some time for some QA at the end. I'm happy to be here, everybody. Thank you for jumping in on this session. We're going to go into, this is going to be a lot of information in a small amount of time. I'm going to fly through it. Get your notepad ready or your laptop, or take some pictures of some of these slides if you want to capture a couple things for later. There's a lot of massively valuable information. So I'm going to jump in. Ryan mentioned my agency, and I ran my agency for 13 years, and we did primarily web-related work. About 80% of our revenue was from website design and development, and we did that work for the biggest, coolest businesses. I was so grateful to have Disney and Google and ABC, NBC, Fox, and Kraft Foods and Netflix and things as clients, and we did some awesome projects for all of those types of clients. The website project ranges were like the $5,000 brochure site that we did in a few little spats of the agency, all the way to $500,000 projects. In the later years of my agency, we always had a $100,000, $300,000, $500,000 website project going. So what I'm going to cover today covers the gamut of how do you propose and win and execute on projects, on website projects that range in that dramatic of a scale. And I'm going to give you that answer jumping into today's session. So here we go. The profitable web designer. We're going to go over 4 different sections: the chaos of website projects, how to scope a website, website sizes and phases, and then proposals that win projects. So this is the agenda for today. And there is a corresponding download. So if you want to snap a picture, just jump to that URL right now. I have a website scope workbook that I'm going to take you through that is available in PDF format that you can download from my site. So check that out, michaeljanda.com/website scope, and you'll see a little email entry form, and then it'll get emailed over to you. So take a snapshot of that. And now let's dig in. I'll show this slide one last time when we get to that area. Okay, the chaos of website projects. Here is the problem, is that what does it take to build a website? And a lot of your clients think, well, you got to design it and you got to code it. That's it. That's what it takes. And the truth is that inside of design, you have UX design and UI design. And inside of the programming side, you got back end and front end programming. And when we extrapolate that out even further, you have things like project management and website strategy and information architecture and ongoing services. And then if you extrapolate that out, you have to understand all of this stuff that's on here, from SSL setup to content frameworks and copywriting and sitemaps and SEO and all of these moving parts. So there's so much complexity inside of website projects, and you really have to understand all of these aspects. And you have to be able to take a website project from the chaos of this and bundle it down into something that is more executable and streamlined. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to take this jumbly chaos mess and we're going to turn it into a systematic process that you can use to execute on websites that are small to enterprise level. Okay, so we're going to jump in first in how to scope a website. What are we going to build for this client? That's the question. And the GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. You have to take the time to do the discovery, to think through the site, to plan the execution of a site before you give the client a price, or you're going to end up with unprofitable projects. There are a lot of unprofitable website projects out there because people are doing a bad job of scoping it, and then the client's adding features, they're adding rounds, they're asking for more stuff, they're deleting things that you need to do, and they're like, we don't need that. So they're throwing things away, and it all comes down to you not doing a good job of scoping it in the first place. A good scope will give you a good contract, and that will give you a successful project. So let's go through what it takes to scope a website project. In my sales process, a typical website is going to have a discovery meeting. You break it down with the client and you say, what are we? Now, there are a series of conversation starters that start this meeting on scoping a website. The first thing you need to do before you have this meeting with a client is do your research prior to the meeting and answer as much as possible. You can look up their current site and see where they're hosting it or what technologies they're using to develop and publish their site. Don't ask questions that you may have already answered in your research, but you can confirm things. And what you do to confirm things is you say, so we see that your website's built on WordPress or Framer or whatever technologies you're using. Is that still what you want to have it be built on in moving forward with us? So you're going to confirm things, not just always ask things. And then just be genuinely interested in that client when you go through the discovery meeting. Now, I'm going to fly through these questions that you can use as these conversation starters in a discovery meeting. You have business problems. What business problem are you trying to solve? Describe the target user. How will the website solve this problem? And what results are you hoping to achieve? Now, don't be robotic when you talk to the client about this. Try and make it conversational. But these are the things that you need to understand so that you can scope it effectively. Website scope and content questions. Examine the existing website and compare it to their objectives. What problems exist with your current website? How many website pages will be required? What website features do you expect on the site? What technologies will be used? If e-commerce is required, how many SKUs? Man, I got screwed on that one time when we just said, yeah, we'll build an e-commerce site for you. And then it turns out that they had, t-shirts as an example, and they had 5 different t-shirt sizes and 10 different colors per t-shirt. That's all different SKUs for each t-shirt size and color. So all of a sudden what you thought was, we've got 5 t-shirt designs that we want to sell. All of a sudden it's 25 per design of 25 SKUs that all need to be put into the e-commerce database. So things like this, you got to understand before you scope it so you don't lose money on these projects. If a blog or news section is required, how many posts? We did a big project for NBC one time where we migrated an existing database of message board blog posts. It was thousands, and we migrated them from one platform to another platform, Drupal even, which we didn't know at the time, but we figured out how to use Drupal and migrate all of that content. It was thousands and thousands of articles and message posts that we had to migrate. So you got to understand the volume you're playing with some of these clients. Do they need setup hosting, or will they use an existing server that they already have? You need to understand their competition in industry. Who are your biggest competitors? What are the competitors' URLs? What do you think is good about each and bad about each of your competitors' websites? And you're just trying to understand kind of what their expectations are and what they've been looking at and thinking about for their site. Other considerations: who's going to create the copy? Who will maintain the site after launch? Do they have internal people? Are there any other requirements that we need to know about? When do you hope to launch? Are there other business initiatives tied to the launch? And who's the best contact for technical questions? Who's the best contact for content questions on your team? So these are the kinds of questions you have to understand before you can effectively scope a website. Now here's a couple things you may not ask the client, but you may propose or be ready to propose. What front-end development services and languages are necessary, back-end development, content management system, and what are accessibility, usability strategies and issues for the site. Okay, you have this conversation with the client. You talk about all of those things, and you walk away from that discovery meeting with an understanding of what is entailed inside of this website project. Now you're going to go and you can take the website scope workbook and you can work up the scope for the site. And you'll see here that it takes you right through this process. Client objectives: what are their primary, secondary, and tertiary objectives? What are they trying to accomplish? Well, they're trying to improve brand perception, and they said their competitors' brands look better. And they want to increase lead conversion, get people to download their free ebook, and they want to generate more sales through an email funnel. Those are their primary, secondary, tertiary objectives. So you can put those here. You have to understand that so you can discuss how what you're designing and building for the client will achieve those objectives. Next, you go down to website size and phases. Is this a large site, a medium-sized site, a small site, or a little micro site like a single pager? And of these, what are the phases that we will include inside of the project? I'm going to give you a lot more information on this coming up. Hosting platform: where is it hosted? Well, they have a server on GoDaddy right now, and the platform is WordPress. That's what we're going to build, or it's Framer, or whatever it is. How much customization does it need? Are we going to use a template? Are we going to adapt a template? Are we going to do the site from scratch, fully customized? What is the kind of design development strategy? How much can we use in pre-built modules and templates into the site? Or do they want something fully customized? That's going to affect your price dramatically. What languages are we going to use in the front end and back end? What are the website sections and pages? Well, they have a product section with a backpacking page, running, snow, and travel. They have an about section with mission, team bios, and culture. These are the pages inside of that subsection of the site. So we're going to outline this for yourself so you can get your head around how many pages and page templates do we need to build for this site. Features and technologies. So what are the features that this client needs on their site? And I'll tell you a quick story on this. We had a client once that they wanted an interactive map. Okay, and we said, okay, yeah, we'll just put that in. We put it as a line item in the proposal, interactive map. It turned out that they had hundreds of doctors that they had that were using their product line, and they wanted the interactive map to be a Google map that fed locations from a database of hundreds of different doctors. This thing ended up costing like $10,000 in development time, and the website itself was like $20,000. I think we spent half the budget on this stupid interactive map thing that we did not scope properly. We didn't understand how many doctors and what they meant by interactive map, And they had an assumption, and we had an assumption, and they were not aligned because it was never discussed at the start. You have to dig in and ask those questions so you can retain profitability on these projects. Okay, e-commerce, this one I glossed over with an example, but if it's backpacks that they're selling, how many SKUs? If it's running shoes, how many SKUs? Is there a different size for every SKU? Snow skis, how many different SKUs are they going to have of what they're selling? And what standard e-commerce pages will they need? A category menu page, a landing page, product search results page, product detail page. In this website scope workbook, you can just check those things off and say, okay, yep, I need this, I need this, I need this. And then blog and news articles. I gave you that example here too. How many articles are we migrating from one site to the next? How are we going to retain the SEO of those articles so that we don't blow up their website traffic? You have to discuss and think through those things at the start. And I started doing this in the later years of my agency too, because I kept getting screwed on stuff, even though my contracts were bulletproof as you could be. But I started adding included versus not included so that we take away all the assumptions. And I put things in here like, what are you going to get and what are you not going to get? Yes, we're going to do content strategy. Yes, we're going to do information architecture. And here's what that is. No, we are not going to write the copy for you. Yes, we'll proofread the copy you already have. We'll do wireframes, visual design, art direction. No, we're not going to design custom icons for you. No, we're not going to design custom typography for you. No, we're not going to do custom photography, but we are going to use stock and existing photography. So you're giving this client a yes-no list. And this is helpful for you to know that, oh, I'm not doing this, I am doing this, I'm not doing this, so that you can scope it effectively. And I have a bunch of things. I'm not going to go over all of these, but you'll see it in the downloadable workbook of all the things that are potentially included and not included. Okay, you get this entire content or scope for the website all figured out, and then it translates easily into your contract that you give to the client, they sign off on, and everybody knows exactly the quantity of pages and SKUs and articles and features and how many doctors are in the interactive map. You've got it all detailed inside of your contract because you took the time to discover right and scope it right. Okay, let's go into website sizes and phases. And you saw this in the proposal or in the presentation that I gave earlier. There were 4 different website sizes. I'm going to go over those here. One thing you have to understand before we do this, and I'm a big proponent of phased-based production. It's an organizational strategy for project execution. When I changed my agency to phased-based production, it changed the game for us. We changed every project to this type of flow. And what happens is that this is what a lot of people think, and a lot of clients and some designers too, that we're just going to build a website. The client's like, I need somebody to build a website. That's what they think. And they think it's just this one thing. But the reality is that building a website is strategy. You got to go through what we just did, the scope, and understand what we're building. Then you have to design it, and then you have to develop it, build it functionally. And then the 5-phase version of that is what I used for the majority of the website projects that we had at my agency. Phase 1 was website strategy and information architecture. We're going to understand what we're building, what the content's going to be, and we're going to organize that content. Then we're going to go to user experience design, create wireframes for each page. Then we're going to go to user interface design. We're going to put the visual skin on top of the wireframes. Then we're going to do an alpha development and a beta development. And I'm going to explain the difference between those coming up here. Now, phase-based production, these are the 5 phases. Phase-based production allows you to have a clear view of the completed work. You can say to your client, phase 2 is done, and the client approves phase 2. And now you're justified in charging the client the money for phase 2 because it is completed. So it allows you to invoice properly for the projects. It allows you to invoice based on the logical progression of the project from start to completion. So you can see here on this was a page from my contracts. You have a payment terms and invoicing schedule, and you might send a client an invoice number 1 that is 100% of the cost of phase 1 and 50% of the cost of phase 2. And when phase 2 is complete, the client will be invoiced 50% of phase 2, 100% of phase 3, and 100% of phase 4. And then when phase 4 is complete, they will be invoiced for the final phase 5, or maybe the final invoice is at completion. Doesn't matter. You have a variety of different ways that you can structure your invoicing schedule, but they're tied to the progress of the website project throughout its lifespan in your business. This is a game changer. No more of the 50% upfront and 50% on the completion, and the client never approves the site to go live. And meanwhile, you've done 100% of the work. They don't approve it to go live, and you cannot invoice for the final 50%. The agency, I sold my agency in 2015, and the agency I sold to had this problem. They did a $120,000 website. I found out about this after I got into the weeds of being over at their agency during my buyout. $100,000 website. They invoiced $60,000 at the start, and it was going to be $60,000 at the end. 50-50. Okay, well, that seems simple enough until 2 years later. The client still would not approve the site to go live, and they could not invoice for the final $60,000 of the project because their payment schedule was dumb. So I fixed that as soon as I heard that they were doing that. And we went to a phase-based billing process like what I have here. Don't get stuck with that stuff. And even on a smaller scale, if you're doing a $12,000 website, $6,000 at the start and then $6,000 at the end, that sucks for you. What you should be doing is $1,000 for phase 1, $3,000, $3,000, $4,000, and $1,000 for phase 5 for a $12,000 website. Now, you might invoice the client this. Maybe you invoice for phase 1 and 2 at the start, so they pay $4,000 to get started. Then you invoice for phase 3 and 4 after phase 2 is complete, so they get an invoice for $7,000. Now you've been paid $11,000, and you're going into phase 5, which is beta build. And there's only $1,000 left that you'll invoice at launch. Now, if the client never launches this site and never approves the final, you're only stuck holding the bag of $1,000 poo, not $6,000 because you invoiced it 50-50. So a little nugget is to save the smallest invoice for last and get the bulk of the money during the progress of the project. I did this with huge projects. We'd do a $150,000 website, and the last invoice would be like the final $5,000. And over the course of the project, we had invoiced $145,000. Now, I did not care nearly as much if the client never approved it to go live, if I had collected $145,000 and had $5,000 left outstanding. All right. Phase-based production helps the client see the full level of effort. Here's how it goes. The client thinks, oh, build website, that seems easy. But then you walk them through your phases and say, this is what we're going to do to build your website. They say, whoa, that's a lot of work. And they all of a sudden realize that your website is not a $500 engagement. It's a $5,000 or $15,000 engagement. In your contract, you can, if you're doing phase-based production like this, you can do a clause in your contract that says this project phases, the project phases included in this agreement, build on each other. Once a phase is approved and we move on to the next phase, any requests to reopen and change a previously approved phase may require a change order with adjustments to both budget and timeline. So if they've approved wireframes and you start visual design UI phase 3, and they want to go back and change the wireframe strategy or the content plan, you have to reopen it. And this clause gives you the power to say, whoa, that was approved. We'll reopen it and we'll start making those changes, but we have to charge you more. All right, there are 4 website sizes, and here's how the phases break down based on each size. You have large websites. These are big budget, Lots of pages, complex projects. These are 6-figure plus enterprise level websites. You have medium size. These for my agency were decent budget. They were like 50, 60 grand. They had lots of unique custom artwork and illustrations, infographics and things. They were big sites, but they weren't too complicated to build. They weren't like massive e-commerce websites and things. Small, these were the not so challenging. More pages than a microsite, but it's not as enterprisey as the other two. This is kind of the brochure site. And a lot of designers are out there building brochure sites for clients, which are like the 5-pager About Us website, homepage, about, services, contact form, that kind of a website. That's a smaller website. And a microsite could just be this single page landing page. And sometimes clients only have a budget for this. They come to you and they're like, I need something. Can you build something for me? I have $1,500, $1,500. And you can say, you know what, we can't build a 12-page website for you, but we can build a really classy, great, effective landing page. That's the microsite. Now, the production phases change from one size site to the next. A large website is all the phases that I discussed earlier. You go from strategy, information architecture, all the way through beta development and launch. A medium website, we still use the 5-phase process, strategy all the way to beta and launch. Then you get to a smaller site. You go through website information architecture, then you're going to combine UX, UI into one phase, and then you're going to just do the development and launch into one phase. You're reducing the amount of phases in the project. Then micro websites, you might just throw together a sitemap and then go right to design, and then build the page after the client approves the design. These are those little micro website projects. So the process that I'm going to walk you through here in a proposal, I'm going to show you for a large size website, which includes all of the stuff. It includes robust QA testing, responsive conversion, interaction design, user testing, and user journeys, and all the kind of stuff that is expected in a massive enterprise level site. But if you're doing a smaller site, you're simply just going to take out some of those things. We're not going to do user testing. We're not going to do interaction design. We're not going to do responsive conversion. We're just going to accept whatever the platform we're building on does for the responsive style of the site. And a lot of those kinds of features are built into the way that these builders work already. So you might make some minor tweaks, but you're not going to go through it in design rounds to show the client, here's your main site, desktop, and your mobile version. Now, this process you can see here of taking the client through these phases takes this jumbly mess and turns it into a systematic, logical strategy. Now, I had 4 different size proposals. I actually have a web design business bootcamp course that has my templates in this. Not hard selling anybody here, but if you want it, you can find it on my site. The 4 proposals, and they all have a different flow. In today, I'm going to take you through the large website design and development process. So you can see what we would pitch for an enterprise level website for a client. Now, keep in mind, when I'm going through that, if you're doing micro size websites, then you're going to probably use a reduced quantity of phases, and you're going to take out some of the things that I tell the client we would do in a large website project. So while I'm going through that presentation, just remember that. Yes, you do not need some of the things in smaller websites that I'm showing for the large website project right here. Okay, so it's a different scope for different sized website projects. All right, proposals that win projects. And dude, I'm doing good, Ryan, if you're still listening, but I'm at 9:30 and I'm flying through this content. So, all right, everybody, proposals that win projects. Now, I am a big fan of presenting a proposal, and this is a quick walkthrough of my systematic sales process that I use for every type of project that we sold for creative services. You have an initial contact from a client that leads to an initial conversation, which is the qualifying. Is this a good fit for us? Are we a good fit for them? Then you go to discovery meeting and you scope the project, what we talked about at the start of this presentation. And then after you have the project scoped, you're going to go to a proposal, You're going to resolve the client's concerns, and then you're going to close the sale using a contract. So a proposal and a contract, not the same thing. In the closing the sales flow, we have these 5 little steps. You're going to present your proposal to your client. If you are not presenting your proposal to your client right now, I promise if you start doing that, you will close more projects. You'll be able to start charging more money because you'll be building trust with the client. No more emailing proposals to the client if you have not talked them through your process, like I'm going to show you coming right up here. You will land more if you actually show up and discuss how you're going to execute on this project. Okay, we present the proposal, we resolve concerns that they might have, and if everything's resolved and we all agree this proposal is great, the price is great, the timeline's great, let's go, then you're going to create a statement of work, which is the contract. You're going to resolve any last concerns there. In my sales flow, there were very few because we had already resolved things before, and then they're going to sign the statement of work and you're going to get started. My proposal process is kind of like when you go car shopping. If you've ever shopped for a car and you walk into the dealer and they have all the cars there and they have brochures for all the cars. I drive a Jeep. I love Jeeps. And so I take the brochure every time I go get my car serviced at the dealer. Anyway, these brochures, they're high end, they're slick, they've got that sizzle, they show the visuals and they help you envision yourself owning that car. They have some details, like this has Apple CarPlay and here's the engine and has rear park assist and whatever the features are. It gives you those, but not at a level that would secure the contract for you, because when you decide to buy the car, then you sit with the loan person or the closing finance person, and they give you document after document that details out exactly what you're buying and absolves them from liability and blah, blah, blah. It has tons of legally stuff. That's the way that you think about proposals. Your proposal should be this visually sizzle thing that is to close a client. The SOW or contract should be the purchase contract that is super granular and detailed. Here's everything you're going to get, everything you're not going to get. Okay, proposal is not a contract. A contract is not a proposal. A proposal is the process you will use to solve the client's problem. A proposal's job is to sell. It's to get them to say, yes, that's what I want. And we're going to go through right now my large budget website proposal template, and I'm going to go through this with you as if you are the client. Now it's 9:34 my time, and I have 11 minutes left to finish this. This is a large proposal, and I'm going to show you how you can do this in 11 minutes, or it will be 10 by the time I start, 10 minutes. So you're giving the client tons of visual sizzle and explanation on how organized you are and how systematic you're going to be in building this website. And you're going to justify charging the higher prices that you want to charge because you're going to show the client the full level of effort that you're going to put into their project. Okay, here we go. You're the client. I'm the agency. We already had discovery. I already scoped this all good. I understand what they need and what we're going to build. And now I'm going to walk you through it as if you're the client. Hey, thank you for coming to this call. We are super excited to work with you. We loved our discovery meeting with you. We feel like we're super aligned and we're ready to jump in. And I'm going to walk you through our process today of how we execute on enterprise level websites like what you have. And our execution strategy is what ensures that we deliver a successful website for you that's going to work. It's going to solve the objectives that you have. All right, so let's jump in to the presentation. And at the end, I'll take any questions that you have about anything. First thing we established in that discovery session, you have 3 different objectives that you're trying to accomplish. You want to create an engaging website. You want to establish more credibility in your agency or in your industry. And then you want to build a lead list through online form submission. So that's what we're going to focus on, building a site that does that for you. We break our websites down into 5 different phases. I'm going to go through each of these coming up, but it's basically takes us from the concept of a website all the way through the design and build and QA testing of the site. So let's go through these different phases. Phase 1 is strategy and information architecture. This is where we go and understand exactly what you're trying to do, how you're trying to position yourself in your industry. We start with the website strategy workshop. We did some of this in our discovery session, but we're going to have our design team there. We're going to have one of our coders there, and we're going to all get on the same page on what we're trying to build and look at some competitors and look at some different websites so we can know and talk about the features and things so that we can get it all clear across everybody in our team. After that meeting, we're going to give you a website strategy document. This is going to detail out everything that we're doing for this project, what your problem is, how this site will solve it, some competitor analysis, your website strategy and the features. We're going to lay it all out in a strategy document. We're also going to create personas of your target customer. Who is the user and what do we want them to do on the site? We're also going to organize the content. We have what we call a content framework, and it's a spreadsheet that details out all of the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 pages of your site so that we can make sure that we're getting all the content and features into the right places on the site. So we'll create that. It's a spreadsheet format. It'll be a working document between us and your team. We're going to create a site map. The site map will outline all of the different pages that you need on your site, and it'll kind of be our checklist for, yes, that page is done. Yes, that page is done. We'll use this again as a working document. We'll create user journeys. We understand your personas. We're going to take we're going to create what's called a user journey where we say, Sally, one of your target customers, comes to the homepage. This is what Sally clicks on. This is what Sally sees. This is why we chose this image, because it's going to resonate with Sally, and Sally is going to give you her email address so that you can market to her because of the user flow that we created on your site. We're going to give you a document that's a technical build strategy. What are all the technologies we're going to use for the servers, for the coding languages, for plugins and things, your SSL and security. We're going to detail all of that out. Now, that strategy phase is super important on big websites like what you have. We have to get everything measured right before we get started and just start building. A lot of people want to just jump in and be like, okay, start designing, but not on these big sites. This is a 6-month-long project. We have a lot of work to do. We want to make it super effective for you. After we finish this strategy phase, we're going to go into user experience design. Now, user experience design is creating wireframes, kind of like blueprints to a house. You know, an architect will create the blueprints, and then the construction people will know exactly where to put every plug, how high the ceilings should be, exactly how the rooms should measure, what the flow is through the home. The architect will create that, and then the construction team can build it to spec. That's what we do with websites too. We create wireframes, which are just box and wire, gray box examples of what these pages will look like without content and visuals, but just with features, making sure that we have all of the spots that we need to have for the features of this website. After we do the wireframes, in some cases, we may prototype a functional example. Like you have a unique feature, you want to have this YouTube gallery that feeds in your YouTube videos and has some customizational play options. We're going to go and we're going to create a prototype of how that works so that we can do some user testing on that feature. So we'll do that in phase 2. After we get through wireframes and we're all aligned on the content, now we're going to go to user interface design. Now, user interface design is essentially putting the visuals on top of the wireframe. We start with mood boards. What styles are we looking at? Button styles, color styles, image styles. Once we agree on those, we're going to do visual design. We're going to apply the chosen styles to the wireframe, combining the mood board and the wireframe into visual page designs. And we'll do a page design for every page of the site. We'll also create a design system that has all of the buttons and colors and icons and image styles. It's kind of like a style guide for your site, so your internal people can build pages and content in the future. Then we have interaction design. Now, on features like the YouTube gallery that we talked about, we're going to go and we're going to create how does this animate? We're going to create prototypes, interactive prototypes that show how these things animate and what happens on button rollover states and things. That's what we're going to create here, so that when our developers build the site, it's all clear what they're building. We're going to do responsive design conversion. We're going to take all the pages and we're going to look at the desktop version that we started designing with. And we're going to design a mobile version of the site. After we get through that UI design, we're going to go to alpha development. Alpha development is just setting up the site onto the platform like WordPress, and then building the pages out. Now, at this phase, we do not need all the content to be done. We'll use for placement only on images and things. We just want the functional clicking pages, not content filled yet. The content comes in on beta development. So now we have a completely functional website. All pages are built. Now we're ready for content integration. We're going to take that content framework that we started with, and we're going to integrate it into the site pages. You will have approved all the copy and images, and we're going to populate it into the site pages. That is our beta build, and you'll have an opportunity to approve the beta build. Then we're going to take the beta build through a robust quality assurance testing, make sure everything works and nothing is broken, and then we're going to go to launch. And after launch, we're going to live test the site again through our QA process, just to make sure that everything transitioned properly from the development stage to the live server. And with all of our sites, we have a 30-day bug fix. If you have any problems or bugs or anything in the first 30 days, we'll fix all those things with our sites. We stand by our work. Afterwards, we can do a maintenance agreement or something after that 30-day timeline. We manage all our projects inside of Teamwork, a project management software. You'll always know exactly where things are. And I didn't include prices for these, but we have optional things like copywriting. If you want us to write the copy, we can do that. Website maintenance, that we can maintain the site over time. Conversion optimization, so that we can improve your clicks and conversion on your site. Search engine optimization, so we can improve your organic traffic. And content marketing. We can create content and blog articles and social media content that drives traffic to your site as well. Now, the estimated timeline on this is an 8 to 9 week project, and we expect the budget to hit in the $30,000 range. Is that something, I know we talked about budget already, but how do you feel about the budget versus the scope and the process that we're going to take this website through? Going to ask that question to the client. Okay, now I'm back in the presentation. I'm trying to finish because Ryan's on here. I got 1 minute and I said I was going to do it in 10 minutes. Here we go. The statement of work. If you like this proposal and you're ready to move forward, we're going to create a statement of work, and that will act as our binding contract. You'll know exactly what you're going to get. We'll know exactly what we're going to build, and we'll move forward and work together and execute on this project successfully. Okay, I did it in 9 minutes, Ryan. So that's the proposal. Now, since I have 1 minute left, think about things like this. Interaction design. You're not going to do that on smaller websites. Responsive design conversion. You're not going to design every page unique to a mobile platform on a small website. You're going to do that for the enterprise level stuff. I'm throwing away technical strategy. I'm throwing away personas. I'm throwing away user journeys. I'm throwing all that away in the smaller websites and just sticking to what the more systematic standard version is. But I wanted to walk you through the big version so that you can see it's easier to see the big part and throw things away than it is to say, I wonder what the difference is between a small website and a giant website. All right, I'm on 45 minutes. I freaking slayed my timeline, Ryan. I don't know if I slayed the presentation, but the timeline I slayed.
That's you got your priorities right. That's for sure.
I did. Well, you freaked me out when you turned the camera on and it was like, oh man, I'm on 40 minutes. Why did he turn the camera on? So I got a little flustered there if you watch the playback.
No, that was awesome, Mike. Thank you very much for that. So let's do a couple of quick rapid fire Q&A questions just before we wrap up here. There's a ton coming through, so I'll have to pick and choose. What's the most common business mistake you see designers make repeatedly? Is there one that stands out?
I'll give you two. The first one is not understanding your cost to produce a project, and you're just throwing a number to them and you don't know if it's a profitable number to you or not. So pricing is a big one. It's a common mistake. Too many designers or creatives are just sitting there thinking, oh, I think this should be maybe $2,000, but they never calculated how much time they're going to take on it and realize that they're going to spend $3,000 worth of time on a $2,000 project. That's one. And then number two is a loose contract. Oh my gosh, man, the bad clients, even the good clients that are nice, they're still going to abuse the heck out of you if you have a loose contract. So you really have to go and detail things out. Like I did at the beginning with the website scope workbook, I tried to make that easy for you to understand how to scope a project, but you should do the same kind of thing on a logo project or on a print project or something. You need to understand all of the nitty-gritty details. Whether you talk the client through it or not doesn't matter as much as you need to understand it and make sure that those things are in your contract.
For sure. What are your thoughts on these like design agencies on subscriptions, sort of things that are starting to appear more and more as like a popular model? I mean, obviously designers are very attracted to that because they like the idea of recurring revenue, essentially taking the idea of a retainer and making that more fun. But did you have any 2 cents on that?
That's you're selling your time for money, and that model is one of the least profitable ways to execute on creative services because you can't factor in the market value of the actual work you're doing or the value to the end client. If I had a client on a that's essentially a dedicated resource engagement, I loved it for the consistency in revenue. I'll give you an example. The agency I sold to had 30 people that were dedicated to one client, and the client was paying a monthly salary for every one of those 30 people. It was a $3 million a year engagement for them. $300,000 a month or something like that. And it was great for cash flow. But if we would have bid each of those projects that they were doing individually and all the support, it would have been more money. There is a place for the selling time for money, but for most creatives, I think you can make a lot more money selling projects because you can add the value to the end client rather than just cookie cutter your rate. Plus, these places, they advertise a price point of $2,000 or $1,500 a month or whatever you're going to pay, and then a Google level client can come and just hire you for that. Well, Google has more budget than the $1,500 to pay for your subscription model. But it's a model. I wouldn't have done it at my agency as a leading offer, but we did offer dedicated resource where we had clients pay us to dedicate team members to them for a 6-month or 8-month term, that kind of thing. Yeah.
All right. Very interesting. And lastly,
let me give one last thought on this because I think this is an important topic. Sales and business strategy is a toolbox of options. And I would say that you take that tool with you to some of your meetings and you're talking with the client and they don't really know what they want. And you might say to them, you know what, why don't we just dedicate George to your team? And George will be your person where you pay a monthly fee and George is your person and he'll do as much work as we can get out of George in that month. That might be the tool you'll use, but you also have in your toolbox you know what, that's a website. We can scope that website for you. It's going to be $15,000 to do that site because that's what's fair to the market. You don't say that to your client, but in your brain, you think that's what's fair to the market for a site that's that size and the scope that they want. That's what's fair. So you're going to take out your project tool. I would rather see creatives not dedicate to one platform, but know that I got this tool, and I take them to the meetings with me, and I use the right one at the right time. Okay.
Very good. And lastly, Mike, where can people connect with you?
Oh man, that's an easy one. You can go to michaeljanda.com or joinmca.com. That's my kind of marketing URL for my community. It's a mentoring community, and we have a ton of awesome people in there.
Yeah,
Instagram, more Janda on Instagram, more Janda on YouTube. Instagram traditionally has been my primary platform, but I just archived like 1,000 posts, so it's a little bare in there right now. Starting a new strategy.
Scroll back.
No, you can see a few. You can see a few, but not educational stuff that I had before. That's all coming back. It's all coming back.
Very good. Mike, thanks so much for joining us at Front Row and for an amazing presentation. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to wrap this up for day 2. So don't go anywhere. But Mike, thanks again. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, you crazy people, let's get out of here. That has been a wrap on day number 2. We have had some incredible speakers today. Now, just before we wrap up, last bit of housekeeping. Firstly, huge thank you to our event partners, both Framer and Insert Frame, for making this event possible. If you want to join the Slack community, there'll be a link down below where you can network with other attendees and get real-time updates on day number 3, which is tomorrow. Now, the next session will begin at the same time, so 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, AEDT, or if you just add the event to your Google Calendar, you will see it there. It's also, the YouTube live stream is scheduled and ready to go. So on my channel here, you'll be able to see that. But yeah, go to the website, scan the QR code or frontrow.events, and you'll get all the information there. Tomorrow's going to be an absolute massive day. We're giving away AirPods. We've got an in-person talk, which you'll be able to join us in, even though you're virtual. So there's so much going on. You will not want to miss it. But that's enough from me. I think it's time we go to sleep, and I will see you tomorrow for the last day of Front Row 2025.